Seated. Sinead Ennis has been given leave to make a statement for tribute to the outgoing President of Ireland, Michael D. Higgins, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to call so, do so in the usual manner. Ms Ennis.
Today marks a moment of renewal and gratitude for the Irish nation. As Uachtaráin Catherine Connolly takes her solemn pledge to serve the people of Ireland, we reflect with deep appreciation on the leadership of Uachtaráin Michael D. Higgins. President Higgins has led Ireland with integrity, courage and compassion. Throughout his public life, he has championed social justice, community, Ireland's neutrality and the Irish language. He placed deep value on our peace process, reaching out to all who call this island home. He was a unifying voice for equality, inclusion and respect, qualities that defined both his presidency and his vision for Ireland. On the international stage, he showed unwavering moral courage, speaking out against injustice and oppression, including the Israeli genocide in Gaza. While others remained silent, he gave voice to Ireland's proud tradition of standing for peace and for human rights. Beyond politics, President Higgins made an immeasurable contribution to the arts as a poet, cultural advocate and lifelong champion of creativity. His work reminded us that the arts are central to who we are as a people, a source of empathy, reflection and national pride. As his presidency concludes, we also honour Sabina Higgins for her intellect, warmth and steadfast support. For those in the North, the presidency has always represented belonging beyond borders. Yet this must be the last election where our citizens in the North cannot vote for our president. Ireland is changing rapidly. This is a moment to embrace opportunity, to build a shared, peaceful future based on dialogue, generosity and vision. Relationships across this island have never mattered more. Together we are shaping a new chapter of our national story, one of inclusion, cooperation and hope for all who call this place home. The Presidency of Ireland is a noble office that stands for the values, ideals and hopes of the Irish nation. Today, Catherine Connolly will become Uachtaráin na hÉireann with a positive vision to champion the Irish language, to champion neutrality and unity and to be a voice for the people. As President, I believe she will safeguard these values, these ideals and hopes with courage as a President who represents all of Ireland with integrity, honour and wisdom. Gur Mila Mahagwav, President Higgins and Sabina for your years of service, and Goharjas to President Connolly on the day of her inauguration and what is an important moment for our nation. And I want to close just by sharing some remarks by President Higgins that I believe should be heard and reflected on by people in this chamber and indeed outside this chamber too. He said, "I am convinced there remains within the Irish people a profound and unyielding commitment to see beyond the self, to seeing the other as a friend, to hold dear the principles of generosity, decency and to care for one another."
And it is an honour to have the opportunity to pay tribute to President Michael D. Higgins, a man whose contribution to public life, but also to the arts and to the Irish language has left an indelible mark on the island of Ireland. For me personally, his lifelong commitment to the revival and celebration of the Irish language has been a source of inspiration, and he has reminded us that the language is not only a means of communication, but a vessel of identity and culture and belonging and literature. And through his words and his example, he has shown that Irish language lives not just in classrooms or in Gaeltacht areas, but in the hearts of all who cherish it. And equally, his steadfast advocacy for the arts, something I'm incredibly passionate about, for poets, musicians, storytellers, playwrights and dreamers, has enriched our shared cultural life. And he has reminded us through his presidency again and again that the arts help us to see ourselves, but also to see one another more clearly. And of course, we cannot speak of his presidency without mentioning his faithful companions, first Shadow, then Soda, Broad, and of course the remaining pup, Misnock, meaning courage, I think, who all so often stole the show at Arras and Uachtaráin. They reflected the warmth and gentleness and humanity that he brought to the role. Was there ever a more wholesome image of a world leader than their dogs nuzzling at their legs in the midst of a press conference looking for a wee pat on the head. But after 14 years of service as an Uachtaráin na hÉireann, President Higgins leaves behind a legacy, I believe, of compassion, intellect and deep cultural pride. And on behalf of those who have admired his leadership, I offer heartfelt thanks for his service to people across this island and beyond in his international role. And as his tenure comes to a close, we do extend our warmest wishes to Catherine Connolly as she begins her term in Arasa Uachtaráin, and I hope that her service will continue the spirit of empathy, equality and imagination that President Higgins so beautifully embodied. So Garamila Mayogat an Uachtaráin, a Skach and Neri, who our son Winchard na hÉireann.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Evidently coming from a very different background culturally and politically than Michael D. Higgins, I have always admired his boundless energy, his undoubtable wit and the warmth of his unique personality. His deep humanity has left an indelible imprint, I think, far beyond the confines of Aras and Uachtaráin, not least, as has already been pointed out, when saw in the company of his beloved Bernese mountain dogs. And as a fellow dog lover, I often think that many mice and Bernard might well have liked to have met some of his companions. But as we know, public service is unrelenting and the glare that comes with it, but there's no doubt that Michael D. Higgins, towards the latter part of his career, did find some energy in terms of his political views and wasn't afraid to share them. The latter part of his career to his start was indelibly different, and that's okay. Whether it's always well and good to share our differences, but I think he always did it with grace, intellect and a poet's heart. One of the things that I will remember, however, is one that always makes me smile when I think about it, and I think Robin Swan, at the time when he came out with this phrase, was probably the health minister, when Robin quipped that he was finally glad to meet a man that he could look in the eye. Proof, perhaps, that even in politics, humour can bridge any height divide or political divide. I wish him well in his retirement.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, and we recognise this is an important day for the people of the Republic of Ireland, with the inauguration of a new President of Ireland, Catherine Connolly, and also this opportunity to pay tribute to the terms of service of Michael D. Higgins in that important head of state role. From the perspective of the Unionist community in Northern Ireland, we have to say there were occasions of missed opportunity during that service, such as the centenary of Northern Ireland in 2021. But that is a matter for another time, and that will be reflected on. But we do recognise his service. I remember meeting him when Michael Longley received the freedom of the city of Belfast, and as a fellow poet, Michael D. Higgins attended that event, and that was a special occasion in the Ulster Hall. So we do acknowledge his service to the Republic of Ireland, to the people of Ireland, to all who look to Ireland for their identity, and we wish him well in his retirement and wish him many years of happiness to come. Thank you.
Matthew Till.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to Sinead, who submitted the matter of the day, and thank you to accepting it. I'm really pleased that today in the Assembly we were able to give thanks to outgoing Uachtaráin Michael D. Higgins, say thank you, Garamila Mayogat, for an extraordinary near decade and a half of service to the people of Ireland, and I mean Ireland in the truest and broadest sense of the word, that is this whole island, and all who feel an affinity with it, both here and abroad. Michael D. Higgins has been an extraordinary representative of the Republic. It has already been said, and said very persuasively, about his commitment to social justice, to the arts, to the Gaeilge, to the Irish language, to championing the rights of new communities and marginalised communities on this island. All of those things are true. Michael D. Higgins has also been an extraordinary voice for intellectual challenge and debate, and that's something I want to reflect upon today, in addition to all of his other qualities, including the wonderful the Bernese mountain dogs. he, before becoming a politician and even after becoming a politician, was as well a public intellectual and someone who was unafraid to engage in public debate and to engage in challenge. He often said that one of the gifts of being a democracy and being a republic was the challenge and the gift of democratic debate, something to constantly be renewed and invested in. That was something he used Irish and Uachtaráin to do, including through his the many events that he staged around the centenaries, the decade of centenaries, including the Machnamh 100 events and seminars, which got academics, thinkers and writers from all over the island to reflect on our history. He was an extraordinary convener of ideas. His love of the arts is something that is particularly to his credit. Brian, I'm grateful that Brian also mentioned the fact that he came to Belfast for the awarding of Michael Longley's Freedom of the City, a man who recently passed, a close friend of President Higgins. Michael D. Higgins represented that love of the arts, which is such a distinctive part of our soul on this nation and this island, all of this island, and Michael D. Higgins proudly represented that. He also welcomed not just the artistic contribution, but the intellectual contribution of the whole island, including those from a Protestant Unionist British tradition in this part of the island. We owe him a great deal. We also owe his wife Sabina an immense debt, because she has been an extraordinary servant alongside him, and spouses of people who are elected to office aren't always given that credit. He continued the work of Presidents McAleese and Robinson in building bridges across this island. I hope and I expect that President Connolly will continue that, and we wish her warm congratulations today, Cahardis, on her election, and we hope to hear more about her plans for this whole island. This is an important day for all of us. Thank you, President Higgins. Thank you, Sabina.
Time's up. Timothy Gaston.
Speaker, it is of course a matter for the Irish Republic who their President is. In many respects, it is a matter of indifference to most Unionists who holds that office and what they say during their tenure. However, since the matter has been raised in this House, I will reflect on the legacy of President Michael D. Higgins. He will be remembered as the President who used the Holocaust memorial event to attack the world's only Jewish state, prompting a walkout by members of that minority community. He will be remembered for refusing to confront the anti-Semitic undercurrent in his own state and for attacking those who dared to raise it. He will be remembered for boycotting a service in Armagh marking the centenary of Northern Ireland, because the invitation correctly described him as President of the Republic of Ireland. He will be remembered for fostering the sense of what Professor Liam Kennedy of Queen's University Belfast famously called the moat mentality, the belief that the Irish are the most oppressed people ever. In that work, Professor Kennedy demolished the nationalist myth that Irish history has been one of unique and unrelenting suffering. President Higgins' legacy is one of grievance, politicisation of what should have been an apolitical office, and needless offence. And sadly, nothing we have seen yet from his successor suggests that she will be anything other than a continuation of that toxic legacy towards unionism.
Carl.
For submitting this discussion today. I think given how turbulent the world has been over the last 14 or so years, I think it's been really, really important to have a figurehead in the Irish state that has stood tall with principles that have helped us carve out a better, more fair and just world. And given the familial head of state in Britain has been mired in scandal, controversy and crisis over recent years and weeks, I think it's been essential to have a figurehead that has stood on the right side of history and also the right side in the present. Homelessness, Michael D. Higgins has understood that there is a crisis in housing caused by the government policy and lack of action in the South, and he used his last Christmas message, Mr. Speaker, to refer to this and to talk about Christmas being an important time for people, but also the fact that most people, or a lot of people, don't have a home to live in or to go to, and many have been forced to travel and leave the South because of the crisis. Uachtaráin Higgins has also been a clear stalwart for Palestine. And despite the kind of misrepresentation of his position, he's actually lambasted those who have remained silent. And he said that if we ignored Gaza, if we remained silent on Gaza, it would be a moral failure. I think some people in this House would do well to listen to his lesson on that. Crucially, whilst the war drums, Mr. Speaker, are banging across Europe, in Germany, in Britain, and from some in the south, columnists in the south, who won't don military fatigues themselves, but want working class kids to kill and be killed in the scramble for war. I think Michael D. Higgins has been an important and sensible and sane voice for peace. So, Muile Buhis, Michael, August Ban, Kayla, Sabina, I want to thank them for their time and their work in the position. And Catherine Connolly, Mr. Speaker, is very much her own person. And despite similarities in viewpoints and geographical location, both Galwegian, Gaelgory, I doubt that Michael D. Higgins can add Keepy Up champion to his long list of incredible achievements and accomplishments. And despite all the propaganda waged against Catherine, she's a person of conviction and principle who can't be bought and sold, and people don't like that. A crucial voice she will be for peace, justice, and welcoming all who live here, north and south. And whilst in recent days, Mr. Speaker, we've had the disturbing news emerge about individuals plotting to bomb a mosque in Galway, Catherine will be a voice rejecting that hate in Galway, Dublin, Belfast, Derry or elsewhere. So Ginieri and Boherlat, Catherine. Thank you.
Justin McNulty.
Cian Corla, I thank the member for bringing this motion today. As Michael D. Higgins concludes his 2 terms in presidential office, I want to take this opportunity to warmly recognise a record of service defined by intellect, integrity and imagination. Since his election in 2011, President Higgins has used his office not just to represent Ireland, but to reflect on what kind of society it aspires to be. A man of depth and curiosity, he placed the arts, culture and civic participation at the very heart of our national life, opening our Ras and Uachtaráin to community groups, writers and musicians, and making culture central to citizenship. In his speech towards an ethical economy, he argued that societies must rediscover a moral purpose in their economic life, one that values care, community and human flourishing as much as growth or productivity. He reminded us that the work of sustaining families, friendships and communities is every bit as vital as what happens in markets or boardrooms. The insistence that ethics and empathy belong at the centre of public policy has been a constant theme of his presidency. In 2014, President Higgins became the first Irish president to make a state visit to the United Kingdom at the invitation of Queen Elizabeth II. It was a landmark moment in Anglo-Irish relations, a powerful symbol of reconciliation and mutual respect and diplomatic maturity. Through his Macnu 100 series, President Higgins invited people to reflect with honesty and empathy on Ireland's complex history during the decade of commemorations. Such actions are not unique. Throughout his presidency, he upheld inclusion, equality and dialogue as cornerstones of a healthy democracy. Through all of this, Michael D. Higgins carried the presidency with warmth and humility. He reminded people that public life can be thoughtful as well as practical, and that the language of politics can still be rich in empathy, tolerance, culture and imagination. He leaves office having strengthened the sense of dignity and depth to the role of President, and having shown that leadership can be wise, humane and profoundly decent. In that, there are lessons for all of us, especially here, to carry forward his example of thoughtfulness, curiosity, tolerance and belief in the power of ideas to serve the common good. Gora mila mila mayogov Michael D. August Sabina, or Scatha Kila Owarin Nadini. As this presidency comes to an end, I want to wish Gaharjas August Abmore to our incoming Uachtaráin, Catherine Connolly, and my hope is that she moves us positively towards a new dispensation on this island. Gora mayogov Cian Corla.
Thank you. Next item on the order paper is member statements. And I call Harry Harvey.
On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, the guns of the Great War fell silent. It was a war to end all wars, but sadly the intervening years have seen many bloody conflicts with millions of lives lost to war. On this Armistice Day, we are reminded of all those who give their tomorrows for our today. Those who fought for freedom in Flanders, those who stormed the beaches of Normandy and the shores of Sicily, those who fell in the defence of Northern Ireland in recent conflicts. Today is a day for reflection and thankfulness for their sacrifice. In schools, shops and workplaces across the nation, the public will have paused in silent reflection this morning to honour their memory, lest we should ever forget. I would pay tribute this morning to the Royal British Legion and all those organisations who play such an instrumental role in leading our cities, towns and villages in the acts of remembrance each year. In my own constituency, I always view it a great honour to attend events over Remembrance Weekend and to see each community coming together to pay their respects. Remembrance is not only about the past, it is a call to us in the present to prepare for the future, to reflect, to learn, to build upon our common humanity for the good of all. We are reminded in the book of Ecclesiastes that to everything there is a season, a time for war, but also a time for peace. May we be ever thankful for those who give their all to afford us the peace that we enjoy in this part of the world today, and to continually pray for an end to conflict throughout the globe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lisa McHugh.
Corla. For Catherine Connolly.
Today, Catherine Connolly will be inaugurated as the new President of Ireland. First, I would to thank President Michael D. and Sabina Higgins for their service. President Higgins has served our country with distinction and integrity. He has been committed to promoting the best of Ireland, our people, our creativity, our culture, and our democratic values. When he saw unfairness and equality and injustice, he called it out. I believe that Catherine Connolly will be a president in that tradition. As Catherine fought a respectful, dignified and unifying election campaign endorsed by a broad left coalition of parties, including Sinn Féin as the largest party on this island. She received the largest vote of any president of Ireland. Catherine made the Irish language, Irish unity and protecting our neutrality the key themes of her election campaign. After her successful election, she visited Oireachtas na Samhna in Belfast, in a sense bringing those two themes together. I welcome her intention to make the Irish language the working language of when she is president, as part of the moving the Irish language to the fore in her presidency. Catherine went back to improve her Irish as an adult. Understanding how difficult it is, she affirmed that she would not judge anyone for not speaking Irish, but would rather encourage them to do the same, acknowledging the value and unique worldview that the Irish language provides. I believe that Catherine's presidency will promote compassion, solidarity, social justice, peace and equality, not just for people on this island, but for global justice and peace throughout the world. I wish you every success, President.
Just marked the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. We pause to remember those who gave their all for the freedoms which are all too easily taken for granted. Armistice Day is not merely a date in the calendar for the people of Northern Ireland. The importance of remembrance runs deep. Throughout our cities, towns and villages, memorials are etched with names of those who answered the call when tyranny threatened the world. They were men of every trade and background who stood shoulder to shoulder on the fields of France and Flanders and who never returned home. Their sacrifice helped to shape the liberty we enjoy. Armistice Day reminds us that our freedom comes at a price. It was bought with sacrifice and bravery, and it must be guarded with gratitude and respect. When we pause for remembrance, we honour not only those who fell in the Great War, but all who have served since, through the Second World War, in Korea, in Afghanistan, and those who defended democracy and law and order here in our own province during the dark days of terrorism. When we wear our poppy with pride, it's not as a political emblem. It's a symbol of remembrance and respect. It's a symbol which unites generations in quiet reflection and to cherish peace while never forgetting the price that was paid to secure it. Remembrance is not about glorifying war. It's about honouring those who serve and remembering those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms. As the clock struck 11 today, we stood together in silence and we recalled the words of John Maxwell Edmonds. When you go home, tell of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today. We will remember them.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to speak about an article that is in the newspapers today about an all-female far-right group giving out pink knuckle dusters at an anti-migrant protest, and how we need to change how we talk about migration, and not just on a human level, but in terms of the economic perspective as well. If you set aside the cruelty of this and set aside the fact that if you are caught with a knuckle duster, you will be arrested, it just makes no economic sense. And I think we need to talk about this more in the chamber. We're approaching full labour market, and we have so many gaps in terms of skills. You speak to any business and they say they are desperate to recruit. It is so hard to fill the skills gap in Northern Ireland. And so we need foreigners. If we want people to look after us when we're old, we need foreigners to come into our economy. And whenever I post about this on social media, people say, oh, this is what Kate always says, like Liberal Kate. It's about illegal migrants. Tell me the distinction, because when people are acting as vigilantes in East Belfast, they're knocking on doors of people they see who have a different skin colour. They're not checking to see what their migration status is. And it is creating a chill factor within our society. People who are from different backgrounds are already feeling fearful. We've seen it over the summer, the last couple of summers, just how much fear there is in society. And as politicians, we have to talk about the economic realities of this. If we can't agree on the human level that these are human beings and they need to be treated with dignity and humanity and kindness, then let's talk about the economic side of things. The Northern Ireland employment rate is at an all-time low, and we have a weak labour supply. We have weak growth in the working age population and negative growth for that growth from 2029 onwards. This poses serious challenges for our economy in terms of skills, and we keep hearing from it, from the Chamber, from CBI, from FSB, from all these organisations, that there are issues with skills. There were 293,000 long-term international migrants which arrived between 2001 and 2023, but 231,000 people left. So the net migration flow was 62,000 people. If there aren't people and there aren't skills to fill our vacancies, how do we grow the economy? We have some of the most amazing businesses in Northern Ireland. We have this amazing screen industry that's growing. We have tech. We have so much opportunity. But where we fall down, where we let people down, is in our rhetoric. And we're demonizing outsiders, when actually what we need to be doing is encouraging foreigners and migrants to come here. We need to deal with asylum by speeding up the claims, dealing with false claims quickly, creating safe and legal routes. But we need to be really careful not to conflate. Our economy needs foreigners to come here, and we need to be very careful how we talk about it. Thank you.
Diana Armstrong.
I rise today to commend the achievement of a young pupil at Irvinstown Primary School, Mabel Hetherington, who last week was crowned as the People's Choice winner in the child category for the Down Syndrome Association's 2025 My Perspective photo competition. My Perspective is an international photo competition for people with Down syndrome, which provides a unique opportunity to show the world through their perspective using a photographic lens. 8-year-old Mabel was shortlisted for the child category this year with her photo, My Happy Mummy, a photo she took of her mum on a sunny day in Musnarla Beach in County Donegal, a place she says is their favourite happy place. Mabel emerged as the People's Choice Award winner, competing against other photographers from Australia, USA and Canada, amongst others. This year, 250 entries were submitted, so for Mabel to achieve this award against stiff competition is such a remarkable achievement. Last Thursday night, Mabel had a wonderful night in London with her mother Elaine and father Gary for the My Perspective final. This was made all the more memorable when she took the award home. I think I speak for everyone here when I say we are all immensely proud of Mabel in Northern Ireland, especially in her home county of Fermanagh. Mabel is a member of the Fermanagh Down Syndrome Support Group. This support group does amazing work helping families across the county. Mabel's mum Elaine is the chairperson, and I would like to thank her sincerely for all her work and vital support for all those who have Down syndrome and their family. On behalf of this Assembly, I would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to Mabel and her family. Mabel, you are one of our brightest stars, and your skill in photography is inspiring to us all. You are indeed a little superstar with the biggest smile, and I just know you will go on to do even greater things. You've done Northern Ireland and your family proud. Thank you.
Mr.
Speaker, what is happening today in Sudan is one of the gravest humanitarian and moral crises of our time, and yet it remains largely invisible on the world stage. The people of Sudan are enduring atrocities that would shock the conscience of every government and international institution. In El Fasher and across North Kordofan, the Rapid Support Forces are carrying out systematic killings, torture and sexual violence. They are targeting civilians because of who they are and where they live. Communities are being starved as a weapon of war. Hospitals, markets and even places of worship have been bombed. In one city alone, as many as 7,000 people were massacred last year, and the violence has only deepened since. This is not chaos without cause. It is a campaign of terror financed, armed and enabled by the powerful international actors. Evidence shows that the United Arab Emirates has supplied weapons, drones and funding for RSF, funding support through private military networks, mercenary contractors and others. In return, the RSF provides access to Sudan's gold and other natural resources, a trade in blood and suffering. Meanwhile, the international community has stood by. The United Nations Security Council has failed to act decisively, and the United Kingdom, despite its historic role in Sudan and its position as a UN penholder, has not matched its words with actions. Governments that claim to stand for international law have allowed impunity to prevail because accountability would mean confronting their own economic interests. We cannot call for peace in one part of the world and turn away from a genocide in another. Sudan's conflict is destabilising an entire region, from Sahel to the Red Sea. Its implications for global security, migration and human rights are absolutely immense. Immediate actions are needed. The United Arab Emirates must be held accountable for arming and financing atrocities. The Rapid Support Forces should be designated as a terrorist organisation under international law. Arms sales to states fueling this conflict must stop, and humanitarian access to the people of El Fasher and Darfur must be secured without delay. Later this month, as Chair of the APG the United Resolution 1325, Women, Peace and Security, I will be hosting a number of women from Sudan who will tell directly and give evidence of their first-hand experiences. This is a terrible atrocity happening in plain sight, and it is going unnoticed by the world. I beg members to come and join me on that evidence at the APG.
Last week saw the 75th anniversary of the European Convention on Human Rights. The Convention has played a crucial role in supporting peace and stability here in Ireland. Following decades of conflict, the Good Friday Agreement established a framework for a shared and peaceful society, a process that continues to this day. The British Conservative Party and Reform have publicly advocated withdrawing from the European Convention. British withdrawal from the European Convention would impact upon cross-border collaboration in criminal investigations and extradition cases, and increase administrative costs for doing trade and for business. If Britain were to withdraw from the European Convention, it would significantly undermine both the Windsor Framework and the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. The European would regard that as an act of bad faith, which would lead to a breakdown in negotiations on the new agreements and a reduction in diplomatic cooperation. The Human Rights Act 1998, which incorporates the European Convention, provided a common set of values that transcend political and sectarian divides. For nationalists, it has offered reassurance that rights would not be depend on British sovereignty alone, but would be protected by the European institutions. For Unionists, it reaffirmed the rule of law within a democratic framework consistent with the United Kingdom's legal traditions. In this way, the Charter created a rights-based foundation that supported mutual trust and reduced fears of discrimination or domination. Ultimately, the European Charter for Human Rights has been essential not only for protecting individuals, but for maintaining the process by embedding universal rights and equality into law. It continues to underpin reconciliation and democratic stability. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is Anti-Bullying Week, and the theme is Power for Good, which is a challenge to us to act. So don't be a bystander in the face of bullying. Be the hero. Be the person who acts. I can't stress enough the impact a small act of kindness, of reaching out to someone who feels isolated, hurt, or damaged by bullying behaviours can have. As parents and teachers, we need to nurture this in our own children, but also be an example to them. Those in leadership roles in particular have to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. In education, our schools should be inclusive and welcoming to all children. Their uniqueness should be celebrated. It may be hard to end bullying completely. It is a complex area, but equally we shouldn't simply accept that it happens. I know from talking to experts, if we focus on embedding best practice in terms of preventative work, but also swift, decisive action when bullying incidents occur, we can really make a difference in young people's lives. Children and young people will look to see what action is taken if they are facing bullying. They will look to see if there are signals that people are there to help, or are they on their own. Many schools are leading the way on this. However, the Education Minister and the Department can and should do more. Use the theme Power for Good and act. We need an evaluation of the implementation of the Addressing Bullying in Schools Act 2016 since its commencement in 2021. The Department needs to centralise and report on a system level the data being captured through the Bullying Concern Assessment Forms to analyse trends and respond with interventions. What good is capturing data if we're not going to do anything with it? We need investment in high-quality research to provide an accurate baseline assessment of the nature and extent of bullying in our schools. Ensure schools have a dedicated and trained anti-bullying lead and that they have adequate protected time to dedicate to this important role. And ensure that all initial teacher training education programmes include evidence-based content on addressing bullying in schools, and that such content becomes a mandatory part of any future core content framework proposed through the Transform Ed Northern Ireland programme. To children and young people facing bullying, please speak up. To friends witnessing bullying, please speak up. To teachers, youth workers, parents, families, please, when children are reporting bullying, take them seriously. And to the Education Minister, more can and needs to be done to support our schools deal with bullying. I'm up for working together to do this. Thank you.
Dan Forsyth.
Speaker, in the world of women's sport, it is great to see a strong move this week for common sense. The International Olympic Committee has moved a step closer to introducing a blanket ban on transgender women from female categories across all sports. The IOC President, Kirsty Coventry, vowed to bring in this policy as part of her election campaign and set up a working group on the protection of women's sport. After a presentation by its medical chief, sources have said a ban is likely to be introduced in 2026. The report itself revealed that initial findings of the science-based review suggested athletes born male retain physiological advantages even after reducing testosterone levels. And I would say this was and always has been common sense. It is simple biology, and the fact that there has been such a debate on it shows how far our society has gone to appease the woke agenda. And I am pleased to see this positive progress for women in sport. Women's rights have been hard fought for across many domains, including sport, and we are still not on an equal basis, but we have significantly progressed. And this recent compromising of women's rights in some attempt to be politically correct is unfair and it's wrong. I unashamedly stand up for rights of women, of biological women, of all women and girls from the moment that they are formed in the womb. I feel so strongly on the inequalities faced by women and girls in sports that I brought forward proposals for new law in a private member's bill to address these issues here in Northern Ireland, and I thank all who have engaged and completed the consultation on it. Some of the key points I want to see addressed within women and girls sports are that of equality, of safety and of fairness. On equality, removing barriers for women and girls accessing sports. On safety, improving safety within sports through safeguarding processes and securing single-space changing facilities for women and girls. And on fairness, I want to see that we ensure fair competition between women and girls against other biological women and girls in sports here in Northern Ireland. And together, I believe we really can make a difference for all women and girls in sports in Northern Ireland. But going back to what I said at the start, I think this is a good day for women's rights, a good day for women's sports, and a good day for common sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to highlight the need for the provision of the guidelines arising from the School Uniforms Bill. We have heard repeatedly about how important it was to deliver the bill quickly for schools to reflect the new guidelines in their prospectuses for the 2026 to 27 academic year. And I should declare an interest that I am a governor of a local primary school. A recent answer to a question that I asked on this issue, the Minister set out that primary schools need to have their prospectuses published by the 26th of November and post-primaries on the 16th of December. Now, there was some suggestion there could be flexibility there, but for me the clock is most definitely ticking. Any school who needs to change their policy will need it written now. They will need to have engaged in their consultation with pupils and parents, and they will certainly need to have let suppliers know if anything is changing with their policy. So surely we want schools to be reflecting the new guidelines in their policies, but it seems to me that now, no matter how quickly they appear, it will simply not have the time to reflect the new guidelines in their new policies. Suppliers, I don't think, can deliver that for a start, and prospectuses cut-off dates are fast approaching. Writing a new uniform policy is not something that can be done on the back of an envelope. Aside from the consultation and supplier engagement, there is a need for boards of governors to meet, to scrutinise and to approve new policies. I think we are all in agreement in this chamber that we want the cost of uniforms to come down, but it looks to me that we are potentially heading into a scenario where policies will either be retained or revised before the guidelines can be reflected. Time is simply running out. And I want to be clear, I'm speaking here in my capacity as a private member, but I was clear that I argued for a longer committee stage for this bill. It was better, in my view, always to take the time to get this bill right, rather than rush it and then end up in this strange grey area that we now exist in. Schools are being asked to reflect guidelines that they either haven't seen, or at best will see very, very late, and then reflect them in policies before the bill even has royal assent. This feels like uncertainty rather than clarity. Parents, schools and suppliers need clarity, but with that prospectus deadline nearly with us, I really am struggling to see how that can be provided. If we're going to see schools act on the cost of uniforms, then draft guidelines should have been provided months ago. Right now, we know as little about the impact of this new bill as when it was first introduced. So let's not miss the boat on delivering and get these guidelines out so that schools can update their policies and make the changes that parents need.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The 11th of November reminds us of the reason why we can sit here today. And as elected representatives of the people of this part of the United Kingdom, we can openly debate and decide the laws which govern us. It was because of the courage and the bravery of former generations that we are here today. This year, we particularly remember the end of the Second World War, 80 years ago, when democracy, after 6 long, bloody years of struggle, triumphed over the forces of Nazi tyranny. I proudly recall today the contribution of Northern Ireland to that struggle. As King George VI noticed during a visit to Belfast in 1942, I know full well the contribution which Northern Ireland is making to the common cause. Your industries, your farmers, and above all, your men and women in the forces have played a noble part. You have stood fast and loyal. And as Churchill noted, only the loyalty of Northern Ireland kept our communications open between the United States and ourselves in those dark days when air stood neutral. Shamefully, throughout the war years, Nazi Germany was able to operate an embassy in Dublin. While the rest of the world celebrated the death of a tyrant, the Irish Prime Minister Eamon de Valera conveyed his condolences to Nazi Germany on the death of Hitler. And to this day, Dublin is the only city in Europe to have a statue to a Nazi collaborator. The infamous IRA Chief of Staff, Sean Russell, who died en route back to Ireland on a German U-boat in 1940. When that statue was vandalised in 2009, Sinn Féin called for it to be restored, describing him as a patriot who died on active service. Of course, in 1987, Republicans desecrated Remembrance Sunday by bombing Enniskillen. For as long as Republicans defend Nazi collaborators and bombing remembrance services, their attendance at 11th of November events will be treated with the contempt by many unionists. But I say to those who sincerely mean it, when it comes to the 11th of November, we will remember them.
Alderman Robinson. Mr. Speaker, I would just want to say a few words regarding the Ban Bridge in Kilray, County Londonderry, which was closed to all traffic due to safety reasons on the 20th of September this year. This was due to extensive cracking on the retaining wall located at the south-west end of the single-lane bridge, which connects this town to County Antrim. The closure of the bridge is having a huge impact on the business community of that town. Indeed, reports in the media are suggesting that a drop in footfall is seeing a 50% decrease in sales since the bridge's closure almost 8 weeks ago. Staff too are being affected by some having to travel an extra hour to get to their place of work. The closure saw this town, which sits close to the edge of County Londonderry, cut off from County Antrim. One of the biggest criticisms from traders was that they described as a lack of definitive information coming from the Department of Infrastructure. Businesses have said that they have been hung out to dry, and they say, had this have happened in Belfast, that things would have moved much faster. Initially, traders were told that a specialist contractor had been appointed and work to repair the bridge was to start yesterday, which would involve a 14-week scheme, meaning vehicle access over the bridge would have been as far away as mid-February. Following further pressure from traders and elected representatives, an interim solution to install temporary tie bars to provide temporary restraints to the walls will now take place while the main repairs are carried out. Only then are the department optimistic that this work will allow the road to reopen to cars and light vehicles in early December. And even then, it is subject to suitable weather conditions. With Christmas fast approaching, with traders pleading for support from this Assembly, and given the passing of weeks, every piece of armoury must be thrown at this project to ensure that a speedy but safe repair is carried out. No one should underestimate the importance of getting this right and getting this job done. Whilst the longer-term project is considered to address the single-lane arrangements of a listed bridge built 241 years ago, a fully accessible bridge is simply a lifeline to the survival of the town of Kilray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members want to take their point of order. Ms. McElwain.
During yesterday's debate on an independent environment agency, when I was explaining the risks of independent bodies having complete control over enforcement policy, I used the example of the Equality Commission pursuing Asher's Bakery in a case which ultimately cost the public purse over £250,000, which could have been more if Asher's had pursued the Equality Commission for costs. It was completely relevant to the risks of establishing an unelected Quango with independent enforcement powers. However, Mr Tennyson interrupted to make a spurious point of order and accused me of engaging in a homophobic dog whistle, a grossly defamatory comment. It was clear from my contribution that this was not the case, and to interrupt in this way and to make such an offensive and scurrilous accusation was wholly inappropriate. I would ask that Mr Tennyson withdraw his disgraceful and inappropriate comments and offer a full apology for the accusation. I'm happy to leave this with you, Mr Speaker, for a ruling. Thank you.
Thank you for drawing the matter to my attention, and we will look at it and come back to the Assembly on the matter. If members take their ease, we'll move to the next item of business.
Members, the next item of business in the order paper is a motion on the Assembly Commission budget for 2026 to 2030. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes that the Assembly Commission presented its budget for 2026 to 2030 to the Audit Committee on the 17th of September 2025. Further notes the report of the Audit Committee on the scrutiny of the Assembly Commission's budget for 2026 to 2030, laid in the Assembly on the 23rd of October 2025, with a reference of NIA 115/2227, and agrees the Assembly Commission's budget for 2026 to 2030 as set out in the Audit Committee report.
Thank you, and I call Trevor Clark to move the motion on behalf of the Assembly Commission.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer will have up to 10 minutes to propose the motion and up to 10 minutes to wind All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr Clerk, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Assembly Commission has a duty under Section 40 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 to provide the Assembly, or to ensure that the Assembly is provided with the property, staff and services required for the Assembly purposes. It is on this basis that the Assembly's requirements that the Assembly Commission develops its draft budget. The draft budget is scrutinised by the Audit Committee with input from the Department of Finance to help inform the Committee's scrutiny. The Commission presented its 26-30 draft budget to the Audit Committee on the 17th of September 2025 and provided further clarification to the Audit Committee on the 24th of September 2025. Responding to the issues raised by the Department, following its scrutiny to the Commission budget, the Audit Committee produced its report and laid it in the Assembly on the 23rd of October 2025. The Commission thanks the Audit Committee and its officials for its work and its scrutiny. The passing of this motion will enable the Assembly to determine the resources that the Commission will be given to support the Assembly carrying out its legislative functions. Once agreed, this budget will be notified to the Department of Finance for inclusion in the 3-year budget to be presented by the Minister of Finance. This budget will ensure that the Assembly can carry on its core functions and continue to the programme of investment in key areas such as IT, building maintenance and staffing. When the Assembly was not sitting, the Commission had limited investment in these areas. However, the underinvestment now needs addressed. In line with what was being requested of the executive departments, the Commission has prepared a multi-year budget covering the financial periods of 2026 to 29 for Resource DEL and 26 to 30 for Capital DEL. The total Resource DEL budget for 2026 to 2029 for each of the 3 years is 67.36 million, 71.07 million and 69.06 million. The Capital DEL budget for 2030 for each of the 4 years is 1.32 million, 2.45 million, 1.79 million and 1.52 million. There are also costs associated with the operation of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee, and these costs, however, are funded directly by Her Majesty's Treasury, and while these figures were reported to the Audit Committee for completeness, the Assembly is not being asked to consider or approve those figures today in this motion. The first category in the Commission's budget is income, and the Commission expects to receive just over 0.6 million each year. Substantially all of this relates to the recovery of ministerial salaries from departments. The second category relates to the salaries and allowances paid to members and those incurred by members in establishing and running constituency offices. The total budget for member-related costs for the 3 years from 2026 to 2029 is 21.43 million, 23.75 million and 22.39 million. Within this budget, the budget for the member and office hold salaries over the same period is 7.2 million, 7.1 million and 7.3 million. Member salaries continue to be provided under Part 1 of the Assembly Members' Salaries and Expenses Determination Northern Ireland 2016. However, the responsibility for determining member salaries and pensions will fall to the new Independent Remuneration Board, which is currently being established. It is not possible to anticipate whether the Board will introduce any changes to the members and office holders' salaries or pensions, nor the scale of any changes if they do. Therefore, the budget is based on the rates that are set out in the current determination, allowing for a small prescribed annual below inflationary increase of £500. The reduction in the member's salary for 2027 to 2028 reflects the financial impact of the dissolution of the Assembly and the subsequent election of the new Assembly. Members may recover the costs of establishing and running a constituency office, including purchasing of equipment, utility costs, rent, rates and support staff salaries. The total amount required for the 3 years is 13.6 million, 15.3 million and 14.5 million. The budget is based on the current rates of allowances, and the key driver for the increase on 2027 to 2028 is the financial impact of the Assembly election in May 2027. Members' annual travel allowances, which assist with the costs of business travel, are forecast to be just under 0.4 million each year. Members' other costs include the security measures, disability allowance, ill health retirement and resettlement allowances. The third major category in the budget covers the salary payments for commission staff and administrative costs incurred in delivering the full range of services that are needed by the Assembly. The Commission staff salary costs for the 3 years are budgeted at £28.9 million, £29.7 million and £30.5 million. And these costs provide for a net increase of 8 staff in the first 2 years, falling to 7 in the final year of the budget period, who will support the delivery of the Commission's public engagement strategy and the project delivery and business improvements. The Commission's corporate strategy and plan for 2023 to 2028 contains several objectives in relation to the modernisation of the IT and hardware software systems, the website and corporate systems. These activities help ensure that the Assembly operates within a modern and secure environment, which operates an effective, fit for purpose and secure from the risk of increasing cyber attacks. Administrative costs for the 3 years are budgeted at £11.3 million, £11.7 million and £10.7 million. Administration costs cover a wide range of expenditure incurred in supporting the Assembly and Committee business and operating of the Parliament buildings. As members will be aware, there are a number of issues of water ingress in Parliament buildings related to the roof replacement project, which was completed in 2015. Construction and Procurement Delivery, CPD, is overseeing the works on behalf of the Assembly Commission, and the work is taking place in 2 phases. The first phase is to fix the rear parapet and the 3 internal courtyards, and has been subject to considerable delay for a range of reasons. However, it is anticipated that the work will commence this financial year, with the second phase concluding in 2027 to 2028. The timing and cost, however, will be subject to final scoping and tender. The next category is the payments to parties under the Financial Assistance for Political Parties Scheme 2024, and the budget for the FAP scheme costs £1.1 million each year. The penultimate category relates to depreciation charges budgeted for the 3 years at £5.3 million, £5.6 million and £4.9 million. This is mostly due to the estimated depreciation of the annual valuation of Parliament buildings. However, it also reflects the level of expenditure on the other assets in the preceding years. The Commission has budgeted capital DEL of £1.32 million, £2.45 million and £1.7 million over the 3-year period. For capital only, the Department of Finance has requested an estimate for 2029 to 2030, which is budgeted at £1.52 million. Capital includes expenditure on the IT modernisation project, which once complete will have migrated all existing on-premise infrastructure and IT applications to a secure cloud-based platform. This will also provide for a new website, content management system and an electronic records and document management system. The Commission is continuing with its programme of improvement to the space of the Parliament buildings, which will include the upgrade of the Long Gallery, education rooms and shared spaces, as well as 3 major projects to refresh security measures, including replacement of the East and West security huts. As I conclude the Commission's budget, this includes a diverse range of activities which will reflect all of the work on this building to support members of the Assembly. And I know members will join me in paying tribute to the Commission staff who deliver that work, so I commend the budget proposals for 2026 to 2030 to the House.
Thank you. And I call Alan Chambers, Chair of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I speak today as the Chairperson of the Audit Committee. To reflect the constitutional independence of the Assembly from the Executive, the Audit Committee has a role in the scrutiny of the Commission's draft budget. An informal methodology was introduced in 2016, similar to that adopted by the Audit Committee, in agreeing the estimates for the Northern Ireland Audit Office and Public Services Ombudsman. It will be important for the Committee to review how the informal arrangements in relation to the Commission's budget are working, so that they may be updated and formalised before the end of the current mandate. As members will be aware, the Commission has a legal requirement to meet members' costs, including salaries, allowances, expenses, member staffing costs and pension contributions. These budget elements are determination-driven and are not under the control of the Commission. Therefore, the Committee agreed that it was content that the proposed costs for members, but noted that these may be subject to change when the new Independent and Remuneration Board reports. The Committee also noted that there is a degree of uncertainty around the Commission's forecasts on members' pension due to factors outside its control. During the recent evidence sessions with Commission officials, the Committee covered all aspects of the proposed budget for the period. However, certain issues were explored in more detail. This included the Department of Finance's comments on how critical it was to create 8 additional Secretariat posts. The Committee considered the proposed new posts carefully and noted the analysis provided by the Commission comparing Assembly staff numbers with other legislations and was content with the proposals. Overall, the Committee was content that the total staff and administration costs proposed were appropriate and critical to the delivery of the Commission's corporate strategy. I will move on now to ring-fenced funding for costs associated with the operation of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee. The Audit Committee adjusted the proposed figures down slightly on the advice of the Department of Finance to reflect what has been confirmed by His Majesty's Treasury in relation to these costs. The Committee would, however, emphasise that in the unlikely event that a bid to Treasury to cover the shortfall is not met, that a solution will need to be found. It will be essential to ensure that the particular committee has the resources it needs to perform its functions effectively. The Committee was content with the proposed capital expenditure plans. It noted the Department of Finance's comments around the expected costs and the timing, and will monitor this closely as part of its normal financial scrutiny process. The figures agreed by the Audit Committee set out at page 12 of its report have been submitted to the Department of Finance for inclusion in the Executive's draft 2026 to 2029-30 budget. Before closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to place on record the Committee's appreciation of the Assembly staff throughout this building. They all make a significant contribution to the democratic process, and I'm sure all members will agree with me in saying that we value their commitment and support. In coming to its conclusion, the Committee was mindful of the difficult wider public expenditure position, but also of the need for a sufficiently resourced Assembly. Therefore, the Committee was content to agree the Commission's proposed budget with only minor changes, as I have already outlined. The Committee looks forward to working with the Commission on its expenditure against plans for the remainder of the Assembly mandate. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think just a few brief comments, Deputy Speaker. I think the irony shouldn't be lost on anybody that health and social care workers have to fight tooth and nail for pay parity just for a below inflation pay increase of 3.6%. And by contrast, the Independent Remuneration Board will likely recommend a pay increase of much more for MLAs, much more than 3.6%. Criminal barristers, Deputy Speaker, are looking at industrial action, translink workers and teachers potentially as well, waiting for their own pay award, and not to mention the hundreds of thousands of people working in low and minimum wage jobs in the private sector, retail and elsewhere. I would ask the question, Deputy Speaker, will politicians be left waiting for the Department of Finance to find the cash for what's set to be an astronomical pay rise? Will MLAs be forced to use food banks, get themselves into debt, take on second jobs to pay the rent, mortgage or bills? I'll hazard a guess and say no. I want to put on record again my opposition to a lucrative hike for MLA pay. The annual Assembly Commission budget, Deputy Speaker, offers a chance to look at who the Commission does business with. I've raised before the issue of Hewlett-Packard devices in these buildings multiple times. HP are a company complicit in genocide and supporting Israel, and they actively administer the digital infrastructure for Israeli apartheid. They are involved in supplying the computer hardware for the Israeli occupation forces, the Israeli police and many, many others. And I think it's a moderate demand to say we should not do business with them and stop spending hundreds of thousands of public money on their equipment. They have been described as the Polaroid of our times. Polaroid, a company that was marred in controversy because they continued to do trade with the apartheid system in South Africa in the 70s and after that. We should also, Deputy Speaker, return our attention to the likes of PI Comms and Aramark, companies who operate in this building with a public record of mistreating their workers. And in the case of Aramark, completely discredited, directly involved in the administration of direct provision in the South. And workers in this building from both organisations have raised serious concerns about those companies. And I think the Commission has been silent and has closed its ears on those matters. And I welcome any information, any work, if it has been commissioned by the Commission, to re-examine these contracts, to look at them again about the huge spend of public money, but also the practices of these organisations. Commercial sensitivity, Mr Deputy Speaker, simply won't cut it. The final point I want to raise is the fact that in an Assembly question I submitted to the Commission earlier this year, they stated to me, and I quote, as at the table obviously, 1st of September 2025 there were 2 staff members on a fixed term contract under the IS scholarship scheme and 41 agency workers placed on assignment within the Assembly Commission. So my understanding, happy to be corrected, is there's 41 staff at least in this building who are on agency contracts, and this is shocking. This is completely unacceptable. The Assembly needs to be leading by example. In respect to the Chair of the Audit Committee, I think workers don't want thanks, don't want to be patronised, they want decent terms and conditions, and it involves and has to be proper permanent contracts. And I would urge the Assembly Commission to get on with that really, really important work. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Colin McGrath to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion on behalf of the Assembly Commission. Mr McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the members that have contributed to the debate. The Assembly Commission recognises the wider financial pressures in the public sector and has carefully considered that context when drafting the budget requirement for the next 3 to 4 year period, and while seeking to balance the need to ensure sufficient resources are available to meet its statutory obligations of providing the necessary services to the Assembly and its members. The Assembly Commission has considered its requirements for 2026 to 2030, recognising that a significant element of the budget is not discretionary and relates to payments to members and members' constituency office and staffing costs, as set out in the relevant determinations. The Assembly Commission considers the resource DEL budgets for the next 3 years and the capital DEL budgets for the next 4 years to be reasonable estimates of the financial requirements needed to effectively and efficiently support the Assembly and to deliver the required services to members. The budget proposals presented today embody the Assembly Commission's continuing commitment to ensure that the Assembly is fully supported with robust, innovative and secure systems in a modern working environment. The budget not only meets the costs that will arise in relation to the provision of services to the Assembly in terms of staff and running and maintaining this building, but also ensures that members have the resources they require to deliver effective constituency services for our community. I want to thank Alan Chambers, who spoke on behalf of the Audit Committee, for the work that they do in scrutinising the Assembly Commission budget. And I'd like to end the debate by joining Trevor Clark and other members who have taken the opportunity to formally record their thanks to Assembly Commission staff who continue to support the work of the Assembly with commitment and dedication.
Near lunch.
Thank you, Mr McGrath. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease for a moment for the ministerial statement. Order, Ms Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister, if you'd looked at the agenda for today, was due to speak after question time. As it's happened, the House has moved on a lot quicker. This statement was only received at 12:30, giving members very little time to review it. I was wondering if we can have time, therefore, to review the Minister's statement. That would be pushing us again back to after question time.
Point of order, Minister Lyons.
Mr Speaker, I think the previous member had just made this comment, but I did try to get the statement out as quickly as possible, but time has moved forward. I believe it was only sent out at in around 12:30, so I'm more than happy if that's what the House wants to do, is postpone this until after question time.
Point of order, Mr McGrath.
In the help timings of the day, if we had the statement and then break, and then people will have the rest of the lunchtime to assess it, and then it helps us because we've got quite a lot of business on later, taking us up to quite late this evening. But if the statement was made, then we would have lunchtime to consider it and ask the questions.
Okay, members, in response to all of those points of order, the point was going to be made about the timing of the statement. Members and the Minister have addressed that. So before we call the Minister to make the statement, bearing in mind the issues raised around timing, and I think there's merit in taking the statement now and taking the questions after lunch and question time. But I would remind the Minister that Standing Order 18A2 requires him to make a written copy to members at least half an hour before delivering in the chamber. So formally, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister for Communities that he wishes to make a statement. When we come to questions, I would remind members that they should be concise in asking their questions, and we'll deal with that after lunch. Minister, for the statement.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement about the outcome of the recent Equality Commission review of the Ulster Boxing Council. Members will be aware that Darrell Clark took a case against the Ulster Boxing Council alleging discrimination on religious grounds when he was not selected to represent Northern Ireland at the 2022 Commonwealth Games. While the case was settled without admission of liability, part of the settlement was that the Irish Athletic Boxing Association and the Ulster Boxing Council would commit to a comprehensive review by the Equality Commission of the governance, practices and procedures applicable to it to ensure that they comply with the Fair Employment and Treatment Northern Ireland Order 1998 and any relevant codes of practice. Mr Speaker, a number of details are now clear to me. Firstly, it is my view that Darrell Clark was discriminated against because he was a Protestant. Secondly, many of the recommendations of Professor Duncan Morrow's 2013 Independent Working Group into Boxing have not been completed or fully implemented. And thirdly, the recommendations made by the Equality Commission must be implemented in order to restore confidence and ensure that Ulster Boxing's practices and those of IABA are not only fair, but seen to be fair. The status quo cannot continue. No one should think that they will not be able to progress in boxing or in any sport based on their religion or community background. Sport is too important. We know how it can change lives. Through some of Northern Ireland's darkest days, boxing was a sport that broke through divides and brought people together. It has played an important role and has done much for community relations in many working class communities. We have proudly produced several world champions who have used their platform to demonstrate that religion or background doesn't have to play a role in determining success. I recently had the privilege of visiting Monkstown Boxing Club as they marked the return of 10 young people who had taken part in a leadership exchange programme in South Africa. I was fascinated to learn about the impact of their visit on the communities who hosted them and on the young people themselves. Monkstown is also Darrell Clark's home club, where he is now project coordinator. And I want to thank him for standing up for himself and for many others like him. It wasn't the easiest thing to do. That would have been to do nothing. but he persevered not just for his own sake, but for those who would be coming after him. And we now have a report from the Equality Commission and clear recommendations. The Commission's findings echo Professor Duncan Morrow's 2013 report, which gathered dust while the old guard clung to control. Those recommendations were never completed. Many were simply ignored, and today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that ignorance ends. I will take the opportunity to outline some of the recommendations and the next steps that I will be taking. Firstly, the review recommends transparent pathways, published standards and selection processes. This guidance must be clearly communicated and will be based on objective measures and the principle of merit. Secondly, the review rightly calls for a code of conduct, which includes the display of emblems, flags and other displays of identity. Safe venues for boxers should be a non-negotiable for all inter-club and championship events. The review also highlights the long overdue social media policy, which was drafted in response to the independent working group, but again not implemented. Finally, the review makes clear that Protestants are underrepresented on county boards, UBC committees and IABA structures. In order for decision-making to properly reflect the respect and balance required for all communities in Northern Ireland, it's recommended there is a co-option of new members and capacity building to ensure this important balance is struck. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today I am announcing a new oversight panel for this process. This panel will be established under my direct control and will be complete within 18 months. I will ensure that it properly holds the IABA and UBC to account with public progress reports. Let me remind this House again, these organisations receive public funding through arm's-length bodies of my department. Any further slippage will not be tolerated. The Commission has also undertaken to engage further with the IABA and UBC to ensure that next steps are implemented with rigour and in a timely fashion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to put on record my thanks to Chief Commissioner Geraldine McGahey and the Chief Executive Louise Conlon for their work on this report and for the briefing they provided me with when we met last month. My hope is that if fully implemented as the Commission intends, these measures will have the effect of increasing confidence in boxing as an inclusive sport for all communities across Northern Ireland. And let me send a message to all of our young sporting hopefuls. I want you to fulfil your aspirations. I want you to be able to compete and not have to worry about the impact that your faith or community background will have on your ability to progress. Merit, not identity, must be the determining factor. I will do all in my power to ensure that the recommendations are implemented, and if not, those who are responsible will be held to account. There must be no going back, and there must be no acceptance of the status quo. Change is needed, change must be delivered, and I will ensure that happens. There is too much at stake to do nothing. To Darrell and others like him, I'm sorry for the barriers that you have faced and the opportunities that have been lost. That is not your fault, and we must ensure it doesn't happen again. I commend the statement to the House.
Minister, thank you for the statement. Members, notwithstanding the points of order made earlier, there's also the issue that the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. Questions on the statement will begin following question time, when the first member to be called will be Mark Durkin. Thank you. Sitting is by leave suspended.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Question 2 and 13 have been withdrawn. I call Jerry Carroll.
Question 1, please. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 1, 7 and 12 together. Firstly, I would like to put on record my thanks to the independent panel for carrying out this extensive review of environmental governance, and I welcome the findings. The panel have made 32 recommendations which, taken together, aim to deliver a governance system that the panel considers is robust, trustworthy and capable of meeting Northern Ireland's environmental obligations whilst restoring public confidence. Recommendation 2 states that the DAERA website should offer a clear list of environmental legislation in Northern Ireland, including whether it is commenced or not. Sources of environmental law are complex, and I would agree that we should provide greater clarity and transparency around this to improve confidence and trust in the system. I also fully support the independent panel's recommendation to establish an independent environmental protection agency in Northern Ireland as a non-departmental public body. It would have functions that would include oversight of air and water quality, waste management, nature and biodiversity, and the marine environment. I am seeking the support of my executive colleagues to agree in principle to the establishment of an independent environmental protection agency in Northern Ireland as a non-departmental public body of DAERA. This agreement would allow us to move swiftly to look in greater detail at the powers, functions and funding of the new body. Following the public consultation, firm policy proposals will be brought back to the Executive to enable my department to draft and implement the legislation needed to set up the body. The costs of inaction are simply too great. I am fully committed to strengthening environmental governance, improving public confidence in our arrangements, and ultimately reducing environmental degradation, and I will be seeking the support of the Executive and the Assembly in doing so.
Chair Call.
Thank you, Minister. Support for something is one thing and concrete action is another. Minister, you'll know there's growing frustration at the snail's pace at which movement around EPA being established is happening. Will you give a guarantee to the House and the environmentalists and the people who are interested in Lough Neagh and all the other environmental disasters out there that there will be an independent EPA legislative for before the end of this mandate?
Thank you, Jerry. My passion and commitment towards environmental protection and the setting up of an independent environmental protection agency is on the record, and I restate it here today. I would like to see that legislated for within this mandate. But I must say that I am extremely disappointed at the outcome of the vote last night, where some of my DUP executive colleagues voted against the motion which was in front of the House to set up an independent environmental protection agency. That is extremely disappointing, and is yet another example why we need to reform these institutions so they can deliver for all the people in Northern Ireland.
Donnelly.
Thank you. Thanks to the Minister. Minister, could I ask you for a bit more of your reaction to how the DUP voted against yesterday's motion on an independent environmental protection agency, including the Deputy First Minister?
So the environmental challenges that we have in Northern Ireland, we all know about them. The situation in relation to waste crime and in relation to Maboy, Lough Neagh, and the list continues. The case for an independent environmental protection agency is clear. And it does really frustrate me and disappoint me that the DUP are taking the approach that they are. Their lack of care for the environment and the consideration of the need for us to take further action to better protect it for future generations is deeply disappointing, but I will continue the work that I do because I think it's important that we look after our environment for everyone in Northern Ireland.
Just McNulty.
Question 3.
You're grouped on the independent EPA. We'll move on. Elisa Finnegan.
I want to thank the Minister for his answers so far, and I'd like to ask him how the independent EPA will work collaboratively through cross-border mechanisms to address pollution and environmental challenges, given that pollution recognises no borders.
And the review that was undertaken, and I want to again put on record my thanks to the independent panel who did that, have recommended a range of actions, and one of which is about how we work better together. And one of the recommendations is around the memorandums of understanding between bodies. That's something I'll be seeking to take forward. I think that is real beneficial for us, recognising, as you said, that the environmental challenges don't respect borders, and we need to work together on that. So we already do that at official level and ministerial level, but I'm committed to doing that ahead in terms of addressing these issues head on.
It's true that the old adage, where there's a will, there's a way, applies. Can I ask the Minister if he'll apply the same determination and enthusiasm to bring forward legislation in respect of a wildlife intervention as requested by the UFU to deal with bovine TB in this mandate?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So in relation to the challenges that are facing us in regards to TB, I'm very grateful that all the stakeholders around the table were able to agree a blueprint for the way forward on that, and I'm committed to delivering the actions arising. So it's based upon 3 pillars of people, cattle and wildlife, and I've been very clear that there has to be a wildlife intervention to allow us to deal with the challenges of TB and how they're affecting family farms in Northern Ireland, and we'll be consulting in relation to wildlife intervention in regards to that in spring of next year, and it's important everyone comes back and gives their responses to that. Once we've considered the responses, then we'll set a way forward, and that will include legislation.
Question 2 is withdrawn. I call Mr Brett.
3, Minister.
Sure.
The 2030 and 2050 emissions reductions targets in the Act were agreed by the Northern Ireland Assembly unanimously at third and final reading in 2022, and subsequently the 2040 target and the first 3 carbon budgets were approved by this Assembly in December 2024. My department's focus is on delivering these targets and other requirements of the Act, which, whilst challenging, are achievable. Therefore, I have no plans to review the legal targets which this Assembly has previously agreed.
Mr Brett.
Mr Speaker, Minister, since the passing of that legislation, in the past 2 months, 3 meetings of the Executive have had to approve additional run hours at Kilroot Station. The utility regulator and the Chief Executive of Northern Ireland Networks have said that the targets by 2030 will not be met. Why do you know better than these experts?
So, as the member will be aware, there is currently legal proceedings underway, and if there's litigation in relation to a case, I'm limited in what I can say around this, but there's been written ministerial statements from the Economy Minister in regards to this, and we refer the member to those.
Anya Murphy.
Can you detail what specific actions DERA is taking in order to embed just transition principles into agricultural policy within your department?
So a just transition is absolutely key. It's embedded within the legislation and it's embedded within my department. So we have had a just transition fund for agriculture. We have secured that as part of the budget for this year. We're bidding for additional funding for next year and the years beyond, because it's important we give that support in relation to agriculture. In addition to that, I'm looking to set up a Just Transition Commission for Northern Ireland. I'm seeking executive approval so we can make those regulations and we can appoint people to that. So it's important we have that commission in place and we have the funding in place. This is a commitment not just for me but for my department and hopefully from the executive.
John Blair.
The Minister will be aware that the EU have moved in this space in regard to the Climate Change Act and ambitions to recognise flexibility and pragmatism may be required for a much more regional approach. Is the Minister not going to take some response from that?
So I'm very conscious of the developments across the world, and the EU has very strong ambition for climate action. There's discussions that are ongoing within the European Union. I welcome the fact that the European Union is committed to climate action, and it's important that we do that here as well. This is a reality affecting us in Northern Ireland, and it's also there's opportunities for economic development, and we should grasp those. Stand
up the real John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and for your patience. I am, of course, well known for mine. Can I ask you, can I ask the Minister, Mr Speaker, if he agrees with me that parties now reneging and seeking others to renege on those climate commitments undermine confidence in Northern Ireland and risk people here missing out on the benefits of climate action?
So it's very disappointing that just 3 years after passage of the legislation, some parties are calling for the Act to be scrapped. Businesses need certainty. There's economic opportunities for decarbonisation in Northern Ireland, and it's really important we grasp those. We need to be ambitious in Northern Ireland for our citizens in terms of economic growth and delivering the benefits of decarbonisation, whether it's in relation to warm homes, cheaper energy bills, green jobs, innovation, improved health and well-being, also a cleaner environment. This is something I'm determined to do. I'm going to be powering on in relation to climate action because it's the challenge of our generation and it's important we deliver for everyone.
Galson.
The 2030 climate change targets commit to a stock reduction in livestock of 22% in dairy cattle, 17% in beef cattle and 18% in sheep, pigs and poultry. When will this Minister start standing up for the agriculture industry, which he is meant to be Minister of?
So I'm proud to serve as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and we have consulted just recently on the Climate Action Plan from 2023 to 2027, and within that there is no proposals for herd reduction. What we're seeking to do is work with the farming community and deliver productivity and efficiency on the ground. We're doing that through the Sustainable Agriculture Programme. We're considering the responses to the Climate Action Plan, and I'll be seeking executive approval so we can deliver that just transition and support to everyone in Northern Ireland.
Ryan Kingston.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to group questions 4 and 9 together. Under the Windsor Framework Implementation Regulations 2024, the supply of veterinary medicines to Northern Ireland is a matter under the direction and control of the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. Nevertheless, I remain committed to do all I can to ensure the continued supply of veterinary medicines into Northern Ireland, including from Great Britain. I welcome the publication of the UK Government's new Protecting Animal Health Policy in June 2025 and the practical solutions which it provides to ensure the continued supply of veterinary medicines in Northern Ireland. The policy supports the rollout of 2 new schemes which are designed to provide a responsive, adaptable and flexible means of addressing supply issues that arise with veterinary medicines, including unforeseen issues. I believe that these new schemes offer sustainable solutions and represent a significant step forward in securing the future of our local veterinary medicine supply. Over the time ahead, I will continue to engage with the UK Government and the Veterinary Medicines Working Group on the important detailed governance and oversight arrangements to ensure that these schemes deliver the outcomes they are designed to achieve.
Mr. Kingston.
I thank the Minister for that answer. And regarding the 2 new schemes, the Veterinary Medicines Health Situation Scheme and the Internal Market Scheme, can I push the Minister to ask him what discussions has he had to ensure that clear Northern Ireland specific advice and guidance is published before January 2026 for practising vets and farmers, covering at-risk categories, how the 2 schemes would operate in practice and contingency arrangements?
So the member makes legitimate points in terms of communication and clarity to the industry. That's the points I've been making to the UK Government, and I will make again today in terms of the Minister of State in DEFRA, because it's important there's clarity around this and that people understand how to navigate these schemes, because that's probably the key message that came back to me, alongside some other issues as well, in terms of, for example, SQPs and stuff like that.
John Buchanan.
For his response. Can I ask the Minister, has any assessment been done of the potential cost implications for Northern Ireland practices and farm businesses, and has any consideration been given to potential mitigating measures?
As this matter doesn't sit under my direction and control, it sits under the direction and control of DEFRA. I will refer your question to the DEFRA and make sure that they respond to the questions you have raised around this. I understand the concerns around this, and I have continued to engage with the UK Government to find a way forward, and that's when those schemes have been announced. We have to be clear that the schemes that are announced will not resolve absolutely everything, but are very, very clear in terms of my engagement with the UK Government to ensure there's a focus on this, and most particularly in relation to communication, SQPs and online sales.
Cheryl Brunley.
Mr. Speaker, question 5.
DAERA and the Agri-Food and Biosciences Institute are developing a stocking protocol to ensure compliance with the Wildlife Order Northern Ireland 1985 and prevent the spread of zebra mussels. Results from water sampling at the Department's fish farm at Movanagar have been assessed for the presence or absence of live zebra mussels, which has provided understanding of the level of zebra mussels reproduction across the entire year and identified periods that would permit stocking. Therefore, as a precautionary measure at this time, stocking is only taking place when there has been no live reproduction present and the water temperature has been below 10 degrees Celsius. This stocking approach has allowed limited stocking of the public angling estate waters, which would be part of the usual annual stocking programme. This has allowed around 29,500 brown trout to be stocked out of a total number of weeks up to 26th of March 2025. The Carrickfergus dams were stocked at this time. The window for stocking at the PAE in Movanagar closed when water temperatures rose to 10 degrees Celsius. The stocking of fish to the PAE waters is planned over the autumn and winter period of 25-26 when conditions allow compliance with the Wildlife Order. Only 27 of the 89 PAE waters are normally stocked, despite the reduced stocking. These waters still contain wild fish suitable for angling. Therefore, a wide variety of wild fisheries and angling opportunities are available to PAE permit holders.
Ms Brownlee.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer, and I know there is extreme concern obviously about this, particularly within the East Antrim area, and I understand the issues that are involved, but with only 27 obviously of the 89 estates stocked, has any consideration been given to reassessing the cost of the ROD licensing fee to reflect any areas affected or potentially for any more reduced stocking or limited stocking for the future?
So we keep fees under review. What I'm very keen to do is ensure there's restocking, but we don't want to enable the spread of the zebra mussel, so striking a balance in regards to that. And believe me, this is something that's on my radar. I've visited Morvanagar, I've seen the work that's been done there, and we're trying to strike a balance to ensure restocking, but also not to see the spread of zebra mussels, because we can see the impact that they've had, for example, in Lough Neagh.
Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can you please provide an update on your department's review of the public angling estate? Thank you.
Following the Strategic Insight Light Lab held on the 17th of June of this year, my department received a final report from the Innovation and Consultancy Services in August. The report identified 16 key outputs, which have since been refined into 6 strategic recommendations. On the 24th of October, I approved the recommendations and a plan with 10 objectives to guide development of the future delivery of the public angling estate. Officials will now engage with stakeholders to explore implementation options. All relevant documents have been shared with participants of the June event, and further updates will be provided at key milestones. My department's Forest Service works in partnership with local councils, commercial entities and interest groups to facilitate forest-based recreational and environmental projects for local communities across Northern Ireland. These partnerships have proven successful in facilitating numerous development projects across the forest estate and a wide range of community-led events. My department is committed to increasing woodlands in Northern Ireland, and I've recently announced the development of a tree planting action plan to be co-designed with key stakeholders. New diverse woodlands support many community interests, including health and well-being, and a wide range of flora and fauna, birds, insects, mammals and their habitats. My department's Forest Service manages the forest estate to provide a wide range of benefits for our citizens and ensure their long-term sustainability for future generations. This includes ongoing engagement with a wide range of stakeholders and local community groups in reviewing and developing forest management plans that include full consideration of societal interests.
Mrs. Dillon.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, I've been working very closely with Kappa Village Regeneration Group, and they have really good plans going forward in terms of regenerating their village, and the forest will be a major part of that. Would you agree that your officials could meet with myself and my colleague from West Tyrone, Declan McAleer, in order to discuss how we can further conversations between both councils and forestry officials in order to really, I suppose, make the most of what could be possible and what the potential is in terms of Altmore Forest?
Thank you. I would be delighted to agree to that. I think it's a good example of where we're bringing communities together. They're enjoying the benefits of forestation and tree planting for the local area, and it's something I'm very keen that officials engage with you on and give any assistance we can that's possible.
Keith Buchanan.
Obviously, around COVID times, we've seen the benefit of forests and what people went to them, and obviously that is still developed. People more and more going to them. Can you provide a wee update with respect to the storms at the start of the year and the devastating damage that done, and what your department's doing to try and put that right? I appreciate trees don't grow overnight, but what work's going on to put that back to the way it was to a degree?
Yeah, so the storm at the beginning of this year had a devastating impact, and I've seen that on the ground in many places. There's been lots of both clearances and then tree planting that's been taking place in response to that. I can understand the concerns from some communities where they're seeing forests being cleared as a result of the damage that's been inflicted upon them. But it's important also in ways the department give that grant support in terms of planting of trees more broadly in Northern Ireland, and we take a bit more of a strategic approach in terms of how we can really redouble our efforts, and that's why we've announced the Tree Planting Action Plan, and that's in conjunction with stakeholders. We're getting everyone around the table and we can focus on actions so that we can actually ensure that despite the storm we can increase the level of tree cover in Northern Ireland.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Minister. Can the Minister give any update on the Forest Service work in Donard Forest, given the flooding in Newcastle caused by Storm Amy?
So, Forest Service staff were in Donard Forest to monitor the functioning of the forest drainage system during the recent Storm Amy. The high rainfall resulted in extremely large volumes of water running off the hillside and exceeding the capacity of the drainage infrastructure, including the outflow from the forest. In the immediate aftermath of the flooding, the extent of damage caused to the drainage channels and the culverts was inspected. Works are ongoing to repair the damage, and the necessary increased flow capacity of culverts will be installed to accommodate greater flows with lower risk of impediment. Forest Service has agreed to meet relevant agencies and residents to consider what further can be done to help lower the risk of the future flooding in the area. I would say in closing, I was grateful for the opportunity to meet local residents that you facilitated, Andrew, and the impact in terms of the local area of this event was significant, and I'm very keen that Forest Service work in conjunction with local people to address any issues in the forest.
Alan Chambers.
In terms of monitoring and reporting, Belfast Lough is divided into 3 discrete water bodies: Belfast Harbour, Belfast Lough Inner and Belfast Lough Outer. The water bodies in Belfast Lough are failing to meet environmental standards for nutrients and/or presence of chemical substances. Nutrient monitoring data shows a gradient of very high levels in the inner part of Belfast Lough, which is Belfast Harbour, which decrease towards the outer lough. Nutrient levels in Belfast Lough Outer currently meet the standard for high status. However, evidence suggests that nutrient levels within the whole lough are increasing, and that is a cause for concern. Nutrient inputs to Belfast Lough come from both urban sources, namely wastewater discharges and combined sewer overflows, as well as agricultural sources such as fertiliser and agricultural runoff. Water quality monitoring has also shown an increase in the number of chemical substances such as pesticides and herbicides, as well as legacy chemicals in the water. This apparent increase is in part due to improved monitoring and laboratory analytical techniques, resulting in the detection of more chemical substances. Furthermore, new substances are being added to the list of chemical pollutants for monitoring and reporting. The environmental quality standards for many of these chemicals are extremely stringent, and failures across Northern Ireland, UK and Europe are sadly common.
Mr Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I know that the Minister shares my concerns that Belfast Lough has the potential to become the new Lough Neagh in the next 10 years. Could I ask, what is the Minister doing within the Executive to ensure that measures are taken to avoid another environmental disaster similar to Lough Neagh?
So the actions that fall to me is around regulation and enforcement, and I've been on the record and I will repeat it today that I want to strengthen regulation and enforcement in relation to sewage pollution in Northern Ireland. There's a separate regime for Northern Ireland water. I don't think that's sustainable, and I'll be bringing a paper to the Executive very soon in regards to that issue. I'll also continue to engage with my Executive colleagues, and I've got a meeting coming up very soon with the Infrastructure Minister in relation to the actions we need to take with regards to wastewater infrastructure, and that's really important we do that. We also need to support our farmers in a just transition in terms of way forward, in terms of improving water quality. I'm committed to doing this. We're also going to be doing further reviews in relation to bathing water and the surveying that we do and reporting around that, because it's important that people have confidence if they're entering bathing waters that they know the quality of the water.
Sir Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, have you been able to identify the various sources of pollution in Belfast Lough, and what action have you taken with those who have committed the pollution?
Modelling studies have indicated that urban and diffuse agricultural discharges account for 53% and 47% in Belfast Lough respectively. Improvements in water quality are being sought through Northern Ireland Water's investment in wastewater treatment upgrades, sewer misconnections and improvements in storm water overflows. Agricultural inputs of nutrients will be managed through our approach with regards to the Nutrients Action Programme. This will require full implementation of all these measures to deliver water quality improvements in Belfast Lough.
Buckley.
And given the ongoing delays in the upgrade to the Kinnegor wastewater treatment plant, will the Minister's discussions with the Infrastructure Minister include aspects of the Living with Water plan and indeed how that will improve water quality? And also, does he believe that there is a risk that the Northern Ireland Environment Agency will find that Kinnegor is non-compliant from 2027?
So the discussion with the Infrastructure Minister will be at a strategic level in terms of the need to have stronger regulation and enforcement, which sits with me in terms of responsibilities around that. The investment responsibilities sit with the Minister for Infrastructure. I would say that I am concerned to see the lack of investment in terms of the Living with Water programme in the Belfast area, and that is contributing to the situation that's unfolding in Belfast Lough. and that is something of great concern to me. It's affecting people's day-to-day lives in terms of people who want to engage in sports activity on the loch, but also in terms of the scale of the pollution and how that is developing. And it's important we take action on this. I'll do what I can, but also seek to work with my Infrastructure Minister on it.
Colin McGrath.
Speaker.
On receipt of an application for a new or varied pollution prevention and control permit, NEA officials will initially confirm that the application can be considered duly made under the regulations, including that all the information set out in Part 1 of Schedule 4 or Schedule 7 of the PPC regulations has been provided and the application is accompanied by the appropriate fee. For applications for specified waste management activities, this stage will include checking whether planning permission is in place, and an assessment will also be carried out to determine if the operator can be considered a fit and proper person. These checks are not required for non-waste PPC permits. Once an application is considered duly made, it is made available for public consultation via newspaper advertisements and placed on NEA's online public registers. All statutory consultees are notified, including the relevant district council, where the installation will be operated, the Public Health Agency and other relevant consultees as appropriate to the application. Responses from the consultees to other third parties are considered in the determination of the application. A requirement for all applicants is to evaluate the environmental impact of their proposed processes. This would include an assessment of the impacts on air emissions, odour, noise, emissions to water or groundwater, energy use, raw materials to be used, waste generated and impacts on sensitive habitats. The NEA's determination will include an assessment of whether the installation will be able to comply with the best available techniques for the sector. All decisions are recorded in a decision document. Once the determination is complete, a draft permit will be prepared, and on completion, a further consultation with the public is carried out prior to issue.
McGrath. Thank you very much, Minister. Given that that's at the application stage, would you be able to confirm that if then what actually happens on the ground varies from the planning application, that NIA might be able to go back and retrospectively remove the permit that was given because the planning permission would be under question?
So if there's a variance in relation to the planning permission, that's obviously primarily a matter for the District Council who have issued planning permission, and I would say for the member to raise that to the District Council in terms of the concerns if there's a variance in relation to the planning application. If there's specific allegations in relation to any specific site, I'd ask the member to raise those in appropriate channels.
Michelle Guy. Minister.
The Northern Ireland Wildfire Strategic Framework was agreed by the Executive on the 4th of September and was published on the 8th of October. Publication of the Strategic Framework will enable the development of associated Wildfire Action Plan by March 2026. Since publication, my officials have sought feedback from members of the Strategic Wildfire Group and the Wildfire Stakeholder Forum regarding the actions that they are currently undertaking or planning that would assist with the implementation of the Strategic Framework. This will enable collation of actions already being undertaken and the development of new actions where gaps are identified. A series of strategic and stakeholder group meetings will then be taking place over the coming months to help draft the Wildfire Action Plan, which will form the basis of implementation of the framework. And I would like to say in closing, thanks to all the stakeholders who are working with us on this, because only by dealing with this is by working together.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Minister, thank you for that answer. Can I ask what role communications and education will play in the time ahead?
Minister.
Communications and education are key elements of the Wildfire Strategic Framework. Communications and education will make the public and landowners more aware of the conditions that cause wildfires and the adverse impacts they can have on human health, the environment, society and the economy. Education awareness will help to ensure that those engaging with the countryside are better informed and to promote responsible use. A better informed public will more likely be more vigilant for wildfire risks and assist in the prevention and reporting of fires. They will be more informed about the public unacceptability of lighting such fires and may be more willing to provide information about who is starting these fires to the authorities. This would be highly beneficial to ensure successful prosecution of rural arsonists. A series of communications will be issued to alert the public to the risk of wildfires prior to the next wildfire season.
Given
the huge amount of local knowledge that local community groups, farmers and landowners have, Minister, who will be able to assist in helping emergency deal with wildfires. Can you give us assurance that these groups will be involved in the new framework?
Yes. One thing as part of this strategic framework is the Wildfire Stakeholder Forum, which includes representation from the farming sector, other key land managers, environmental NGOs, government, council agencies and the Met Office. An official from the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine is also sat as an observer of the forum to ensure cross-border knowledge exchange and awareness. It's important we bring people together and we work collectively on this. That's the way forward for this.
The topicals, Daniel Crossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, after more than a decade of warnings, collapsing water quality, repeated commitments from your own department, Northern Ireland has still no independent environmental regulator. Given the scale of failures at Lough Neagh, the spiralling ammonia crisis and the repeated breaches of basic environmental standards, can you explain why the public should believe your department is capable of fixing this mess, particularly given the fractious relationships within this disastrous executive?
So I come here to account for my job as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and I'm happy to do that. What I would say is that last night's debate in terms of an independent environmental protection agency was constructive. There was many people in the House on the same page in terms of the importance of setting that up. But I've been on the record earlier today in terms of question time, and I'll say it again. I am deeply disappointed at the position of the DUP last night, including some of my executive colleagues who voted against setting up an independent environmental protection agency. I believe in power sharing. I believe in working together with people. That's what these institutions are based upon. I will continue to do that, and I will continue to push for an independent environmental protection agency, despite the illogical objections from others.
Mr. McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, what is the real barrier to establishing an independent EPA? Is it an overly bureaucratic department, obstructive and divided DUP ministers, or a minister who simply cannot get this job done? And crucially, what steps will you take to confront these obstacles and finally deliver the independent regulator that Northern Ireland needs?
Minister. So my record in relation to standing up for the environment is there. I believe in it, and I'm prepared to take the difficult decisions in regards to it. The opposition to this sits with the DUP, and that's why I believe in reform of these institutions. The majority of people in this Assembly have voted and said they wanted an independent environmental protection agency, and that's why we need to have these institutions reformed so we can take decisions, but also we can end the cycle of stop-go government, which has really damaged our environment, and it's something that we want to fix to ensure that if one party leaves, the show continues, because there's no rhyme or reason to the objections for an independent environmental protection agency, apart from the fact you don't care about the environment.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister outline his plans for the Farming with Nature package?
Thank you, Nick. The commencement of the Farming with Nature package was a key priority for me this year. I am encouraged by the good uptake of the first strand of this package, the Farm with Nature Transition Scheme, demonstrating that demand exists within the farming community to do more for nature. It is planned to build on the first strand of the Farm with Nature with an expanded Farm with Nature Transition Scheme with more actions available, opening for applications again in 2026. My officials are also working at pace to develop future strands of the Farm with Nature package to open in 2026, such as focused support for designated areas and priority habitats, and a strand that will allow collaboration amongst farmers at a landscape scale to deliver environmental outcomes.
Mr. Matheson.
Thank the Minister for his work in this area. Following on from that, what support can the Minister offer farmers who are on the higher level of environmental farming scheme, which is due to close in December?
The issue in relation to Farm with Nature and the EFS schemes are one of the outworkings of Brexit, but I'm determined to make progress in terms of support for agri-environment, and it is planned that the existing EFS agreement holders will be eligible for future strands of the Farm with Nature package. Prioritisation of those EFS agreements, due to expand at the end of this year, is being considered.
Minister, bovine TB infection levels are out of control in the north. What are you and your officials doing to address this emergency, specifically in relation to the financial hardship, mental stress being experienced by farming families and the overall cost to the public purse?
Minister. Thank you, Declan. The rates of TB here in Northern Ireland are far too high, and we need to take action to reduce them. As a Minister, I have kept 100% compensation rate. That's something the Secretary of State wanted to remove when these institutions were down. I've kept that in place, but I also recognise that the full cost to farm families is way beyond what we provide in compensation, and it's important we take action on this. I want to give thanks to the stakeholders who have came together and agreed a blueprint for eradication that's based upon 3 pillars of people, cattle and wildlife. I've also put in additional funding in place in terms of testing to ensure that we can help farmers identify this. Also, I've worked with my partners in the South and we have agreed a new cross-border initiative funded through Shared Island funding, taking a regionalised approach in tackling bovine TB. I will continue to work on this and we will consult on a wildlife intervention in the spring of next year. It's important we take action on this and I'm committed to doing that.
Mr Kearney.
Thank you, the Minister, for that answer.
I'm pleased to hear about your engagement with your counterpart in the 26 counties, but infection levels here are twice the level in the South. So can you elaborate on what action is being taken to adopt an all-island approach to addressing this emergency?
Thank you. So I recognise that in terms of the island of Ireland, we're one single epidemiological area, and that's why it's important we work together on issues of animal health. Officials are working in conjunction with officials in the South in regards to this regionalised approach, and we're making further announcements in the time ahead following engagement with stakeholders, and it's important we do that. It's important we're able to do something collaboratively with our partners, as we already do in many other issues. For example, in relation to avian influenza, and I want to put on record my thanks to officials both in my department and also in DAFM and the work that they're doing together in addressing that issue. We face challenges in the island of Ireland in terms of animal health, and I very much commend the work that has taken place in partnership together, but also my desire to increase that and redouble that. It's important we do it.
Timothy Galston. Avian influenza is worryingly on the rise in Northern Ireland. Control zones have been put in place with non-essential vehicles not allowed to enter biosecure areas of poultry sites. Can the Minister comment on the insistence of the RSPCA to still come to poultry sites to carry out audits and welfare checks for birds that are currently housed? Surely these visits are non-essential and puts biosecurity at risk.
Avian influenza is a challenge, and it's something that's developing across the island of Ireland, as also has it occurred in England and Wales. And as a department, we've taken action in response to that. We've made biosecurity measures mandatory in law, and we've also introduced a housing order. We've been working north and south in regards to this. We've had 3 cases of late in Northern Ireland and 4 in the Republic of Ireland. And my officials from my department have been assisting my colleagues in the south in response to this, because it's important we work together. I would need to get a bit more detail from yourself, Mr Gaston, in relation to the concerns you have. I'm happy to discuss those with you after this, or you engage with officials around this. But it's important we heed the need for biosecurity and also the measures in relation to a housing order. Those are something that we're working closely with stakeholders. I want to commend the poultry industry in terms of the partnership working with our department, and it's important we work together so we can address this challenge, which is of real concern to me.
Mr Gaston.
2016 Avian Disease Control Strategy on the DAERA website states that gassing of birds is the preferred option. Can you give the industry an assurance that enough gas is available within Northern Ireland to ensure no delays in culling of future infected birds? Or is the department currently considering other methods for the culling of large flocks?
So the culling of flocks is something that's very difficult for the farmer concerned, but also for the officials that are having to undertake it, and I want to commend everyone for the work they're doing in regards to this. Obviously, the preferred method in relation to that is gassing, and we seek to secure gas supplies in order to effect this, and we will continue to do that. The situation is extremely challenging for officials, north and south. I want to commend them for the work that they're doing from a very senior level on the ground, assisting farmers in responding to this, and we will continue to do that over the time ahead.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, it was good to see that all bathing waters in South Down achieve excellent water quality status in the latest classification results, but could the Minister outline what more work could be done to improve water quality for the benefit of sea swimmers and water sports participants?
So water quality is a priority for me and for my department. To this end, I expanded the bathing water programme, including 7 new sites earlier this year, bringing the number of identified bathing waters to 33, and I launched the Bathing Water Platform, which has been well received. The department works in partnership with stakeholders to manage bathing waters and to improve water quality at identified bathing water sites through the Bathing Water Action Plan. Outside of bathing waters, improvement to water quality is required through stronger regulation and enforcement of sewage pollution, investment in wastewater infrastructure and implementation of the Nutrients Action Programme.
Mr McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, will the department, your department, be engaging with councils ahead of the upcoming review of bathing waters to encourage the designation of more sites within Northern Ireland?
The Department hosted a bathing water review meeting on Monday the 3rd of November for councils. The meeting was designed to prepare non-bathing water operator councils for the upcoming review by sharing information on bathing waters and bathing water operator responsibilities. All councils are invited to the Bathing Water Review Stakeholder Workshop in this month, hosted by the Innovation and Consultancy Services. The workshop will bring together a range of stakeholder voices to discuss key bathing water topics to inform a public consultation.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that world leaders have gathered in Brazil for COP30 and the stark warnings from the UN that world pledges are currently failing to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees, can I ask the Minister if he agrees with both the Prime Minister and the Taoiseach that we must have leadership on the climate crisis?
Thank you, John. I would commend the Prime Minister, Taoiseach, Prince of Wales and many others for their leadership on this issue. My department will continue to engage and support the UK Government on its engagement in relation to COP30. A big focus in COP30 is climate action, rightfully so, and about achieving that goal which was set out in the Paris Agreement. Before the Paris Agreement, the world was on track for a 4% degrees Celsius warming. Continued action in relation to that has brought us down, but we are not on course to meet it. Global clean energy investment is, however, set to reach $2.2 trillion in 2025, double that of fossil fuels. Whilst Northern Ireland is only a small part of wider global emissions, it is vital we all play our part and don't miss out on the economic, environmental and biodiversity opportunities provided by addressing climate change. For some countries and nations, particularly those in the global south, tackling climate change is about their very existence. I will continue to take action on this and engage with my partners in the UK and Irish governments, because climate change is the issue and the defining issue of our generation, and it's important we take action on it.
Mr Blair.
I thank the Minister for that reply and ask further to the previous question if the Minister could outline why he thinks climate action is vital for our economy.
So when I'm considering the issue of climate change, I look to experts around this, and particularly in relation to Lord Stern, who produced seminal work back in 2006 and has published a recent publication around this. In that, he recognises that climate action boosts living standards, prosperity and improves air quality and reduces poverty. He challenges the misconception that China and India are doing nothing and that the UK should not bother. We know the reality is very much different. In a recent article, Lord Stern stressed the need for political leadership and stated, "When some step back, others step forward. The arc of history will be with them." I believe in taking action on this. I understand the importance of science and evidence. I respect it, and it's important that Northern Ireland isn't left behind in the opportunities for decarbonisation that arise.
Paula Bradshaw.
And thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. You will have seen it at the end of October, constituencies like mine where there was heavy flooding. Can you please outline what work you are doing to build climate resilience to avoid future impact of flooding? Thank you.
As Minister, I am committed to improving our resilience to climate change. I will shortly be bringing Northern Ireland's third climate adaptation programme to the Executive for their agreement to publish. This programme sets out the details of over 250 actions to be delivered by departments and key stakeholders over the coming 5-year period. Whilst the lead departmental responsibility for flooding sits with my colleague in the Department of Infrastructure, there are a number of significant areas my department is leading on to help alleviate flooding, whether it's in relation to restoration of peatlands, planting of new forests and also sustainable management of our soils. It is important we adapt and improve resilience to the impacts of climate change in Northern Ireland.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer there. Could you please outline what you feel would be the impact if we continue to dither and delay on climate action? Thank you.
We need to take action to address the impacts of climate change. Doing nothing is not an option. The cost of inaction, both economically, socially and environmentally, is significant. Northern Ireland is already experiencing the effects of climate change: rising temperatures, increased rainfall, more frequent flooding and biodiversity loss. These trends are projected to intensify, threatening food security, public health and the resilience of our rural and urban communities. It's important we take action, and that's something I'm seeking to do.
Thank you. That concludes questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. If members will take their ease momentarily whilst we change the table for the next item of business.
Members, we return to the ministerial statement from the Minister for Communities, and we will be taking questions in response to that statement. The first question from Mark Durgan.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Discrimination has no place in sport or in society. It's worth noting that the IABA rejects any form of discrimination and sectarianism. We welcome the Minister's recognition of the recommendations from the Equality Commission and look forward to him being as welcoming of its recommendations elsewhere. Minister, you say today that you are announcing a new oversight panel. How will that look? How will it be made up? And how will you ensure that this panel, to ensure balance, is itself balanced?
Mr Deputy Speaker, that is still to be determined, but I'll be very clear with him and the rest of this House that what I want to see happen is action being taken, and that's what's going to drive me on this, because for over 12 years we've been waiting for action to be taken, and too many of the recommendations made in the report in 2013 haven't been implemented. So I don't believe that this should take a long period of time, but I will consider how and when to set up that panel. But let me be very, very clear, speed is of the essence here, because this should not be allowed to continue for a moment longer.
Next question, Colin Gildernew, Chair of the Communities Committee.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, following on from that, given that you have stated that you are taking ministerial control of this process and you're a minister responsible for allocating funding to lots of sports, how can people be assured of its independence?
Sure. Well, there's a requirement on me to make sure that public funding goes to organisations that uphold the law, to make sure that it goes to organisations that demonstrate high levels of governance and a commitment to good relations. The recommendations are very, very clear on what needs to happen. The recommendations were clear in 2013, of course, but those weren't implemented. So my involvement will be to make sure that there is faithful implementation of those recommendations, and no one should be fearful of that.
Preside.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today. It's quite shocking that in 2025 we presented with these facts and this case of discrimination against a Protestant boxer, and Darrell's to be commended on taking this case forward. Minister, I just want to ask that in the face of difficult circumstances and these types of discriminations, for these brave individuals coming forward to take these cases, what sort of support is there available whenever they are bringing forward these types of discrimination within sports in your wider department?
Minister.
Well, first of all, the member is right to highlight the bravery of those who have been prepared to stand up and speak out and take action, because, of course, it's not the easiest thing to do. As I said in my statement, the easiest thing to do is to stay quiet, to say nothing at all. But I want to commend Darrell and others who have come up and come forward and made their case, because they're not only doing that for themselves, but for those that come after as well. And it is a difficult thing to do, and they should be praised for that. And I want to send a very clear message that I will not tolerate discrimination in any shape or form. This isn't something that should come into sport at all. And so I hope that that is an encouragement to everyone, that they can step forward and that they will have support from me and from my department to make sure that we have policies and procedures in place that are fair to everybody.
Holland.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you so much for bringing this statement to the House, Minister. I think I absolutely agree with you in some of the points you've made there around there should be no discrimination in any sport, regardless of the person's background or perceived background. So I really welcome the recommendations and the review taking place. I'm just wondering, Minister, if you can give us a wee bit more detail on, I suppose, why the recommendations, or at least in your belief, why those recommendations of the 2013 Morrow report weren't followed through by the department, and maybe a bit more about how that Code of Conduct and Social Media Policy recommendation will be flowing through via an arm's length body.
Sure. She highlights one of the issues in the first place, which was not for the department to take those recommendations forward, which is why I want to make sure that there is a role for me in this, so that there can be oversight, so that progress reports can be provided as well. I think that perhaps one of the other reasons why some of these recommendations weren't taken forward was because there was a reluctance on the part of those involved to take them forward, because it upset the status quo and what was in place. But there can be no room for the status quo whenever it is not leading to fair and equitable outcomes for everybody. And that's why I'm determined that there will be progress. People are long past fed up at how long it has taken for some of these issues to be resolved, and the same will apply in terms of social media and other policies that need to be put in place.
Thank the Minister for his statement and the actions contained therein. Can the Minister advise whether his department has carried out any analysis to make sure that no other similar issues are present within other sports bodies across Northern Ireland?
Well, the member will be aware there are always reviews of governance procedures that will take place in different organisations, and I can certainly provide him with information on that. But absolutely, I'm more than happy to use whatever powers that I have to step in where we need to take action to ensure that everybody should be treated equally, because what has happened has been outrageous. No one should feel that they cannot progress in any sport because of their background, or because of the community that they come from, or because of their faith. And I hope that that's something we can all stand united on around this chamber.
Mr. McHugh. Asking Corla, Minister, just as a member of the Communities Committee, and that I'm well aware of the fact that many other strategies have not come to fruition under your office, and as such, in particular, I think in terms of the Irish language strategy. So, how confident can we be that where you're now seemingly having that time to take on, we'll say, a role within, we'll say, a strategy addressing issues within boxing?
Well, I think it conflates different issues. The Irish language strategy is something that is being developed in coordination with other departments, along with the Ulster Scots strategy as well, and a lot of that is outside of my control. But what we are dealing with here are allegations of discrimination, of practices that have been going for far too long that shouldn't have been going on. So what we're trying to do here is right or wrong. What we're trying to do here is to make sure that what has happened in the past cannot happen again in the future. We're talking about a real impact that this has had on people. People that have not progressed. Imagine being at the top of your sport and not being chosen to take part in the Commonwealth Games, but not because of your talent or your ability or skill, but on the basis of other reasons. I think that is scandalous. I think that is wrong, and I think it is right that we put the pressure on to make sure that the recommendations that are here are actually implemented, and I'll do that as soon as I can.
And Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Minister, you will also be aware of the previous case of Lewis Crocker, who, under similar circumstances, experienced religious bias in selection. In that case, being excluded from the Northern Ireland squad for the 2015 Commonwealth Youth Games, despite being recommended for selection by the head coach. And he did subsequently win a settlement of £8,500 from the Ulster Boxing Council under fair employment law. Of course, we should mention, despite that setback, and to his huge credit, he's since gone on to become the IBF welterweight world champion just 2 months ago, and is the pride of Sandy Row. However, is the Minister now satisfied that the culture of discrimination against Protestants in boxing has ended with the case of Darrell Clark from Monkstown ABC?
No, I'm not satisfied that it has ended, but I'm satisfied that I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that it does end, and that we're not in this situation again. He's absolutely right to mention Lewis. I'm sure the whole House wants to join with me in congratulating him for his outstanding achievements, which I think are of particular note considering what he has had to go through and the barriers that were put in his way. That shouldn't happen to anybody again, and it's only because of his perseverance that he did get to that stage, but no one else should have to go through that to achieve in that way. So there is still much work for these organisations to do in order to rebuild that trust with all sections of the community, and I hope that my oversight of this panel will ensure the matter is dealt with as soon as possible.
Lee Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Minister, I join you in condemning any sectarianism, any person that's involved with sport who is prevented from progressing or taking part purely because of their religion or cultural background, and I thank you for your statement on that today. But Minister, in page 3 of your statement, you say you're taking direct control of an oversight panel. That's quite an unusual step for a minister to take. Can I ask why you felt that you needed to do this rather than one of your arm's length bodies, given the fact that you are so busy with matters of poverty, homelessness and lack of social strategies? Just can you clarify why you feel that the department needs to do this rather than the arm's length bodies?
I thank her for her question, and I'm quite glad that she said that it is an unusual step to take, and I'm quite happy to step out of the status quo and step out of what is normal in order to get things done, because sometimes things move slowly and sometimes you need to get in there and be prepared to put your shoulder to the wheel and do the work yourself, and I'm happy to do that. I want to have control over this. I want to make sure that I'm pushing this forward, and it's not left, because what happened in the past, what happened in 2013, this was left and recommendations weren't implemented. So I hope that I can bring the weight of ministerial office to this process and make sure that we get on with it and get it done, because I've emphasised in here again and again today that this is unacceptable, and if it is unacceptable we must do everything that we can to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And I can assure the member that I will continue to deliver in all other areas within my department, but I can still give this the time that it needs in order to get it sorted once and for all. And in doing so, I hope that this will never come on any other minister's plate in the future.
Members, I want to clarify at this stage that normally members not present for a minister's statement would not be called to ask a question. However, in the circumstances and limited time to consider the statement prior to suspension, I will call the members on this occasion, but I would ask the members when they are called to refer to the earlier announcement from here. The questions should be brief and long introductions should be non-existent. I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will be brief. I very much welcome the Minister's statement today, and welcome the clarity around this shocking case of discrimination against Darrell Clark. But does the Minister agree with me that the onus is now fully on Ulster Boxing Council and IABA to gain back the trust and reputation from the boxing community, and is he ensured that they will now do that in light of this Equality Commission report?
Mr Deputy Speaker, sport should be inclusive of all communities, and this case is an example of how we could be dragged into the past, and I'm not going to allow that to happen. That's why I've decided to intervene, and this review panel will report to me on a regular basis, and I hope that I will be satisfied, and others in this House will be satisfied on the progress that it makes. She refers specifically to the IABA and the Ulster Boxing Council. I hope that they do realise that there is a responsibility now on their part to ensure that change takes place so that we can move forward. And I look forward to them playing their part in making that change that is long overdue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the willingness to step outside and take control of it, does that demonstrate a lack of confidence in Sport NI, Minister?
No, absolutely not. Perhaps it shows some confidence in myself instead, but I think this is not a reflection on Sport NI at all. This is bringing the weight of my ministerial office to making sure that this is done, because I believe that it needs to be a priority, because I believe what would happen was egregious, should never have happened and should never happen again, and we're doing everything in our power to make sure that it doesn't.
Chair Brownlee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Minister, I absolutely love this statement, and it is not a moment too soon. But Minister, public money demands public accountability, and without real consequences, nothing will change. So Minister, can you detail what the consequences will be for the IABA and the Ulster Boxing Council if they do not engage and show sufficient progress?
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's the same for any organisation that receives money from Sport NI or indeed from any ALB of my department. It's a requirement for them to demonstrate high levels of governance and a commitment to good relations. And if that is missing in any way, of course, I think that there will be consequences. I think it would be unfathomable for me or my officials to endorse a funding relationship in its current form if that issue has not been dealt with.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, discrimination of any form has no place in sport. Boxing on this island, however, does have a proud tradition and has produced multiple world-class fighters and champions. Further to the previous questions, Minister, in terms of fairness, neutrality, objective measuring and the principle of merit, is it not below the belt you taking direct control of the establishment of an oversight panel?
No.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, his name is Darrell Clark. I know members on other sides of these benches haven't bothered mentioning his name, but the Equality Commission did a report into his case, which the IBA settled on anti-Protestant discrimination. The Equality Commission reported that he
Is this a question, Mr. Brett, or a statement?
It is, Mr. Deputy
Could you
Speaker,
get to your question?
This is a serious issue to which I have been heavily involved in. I've tried to be shouted down when I raised it before. I've been threatened with legal action outside of this chamber, but I have been justified in the actions that I have taken. Minister, will you agree with me that despite what others may say, the days of discriminating against Protestants are now over?
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I pay tribute to Philip Brett and to Cheryl Brownlee for the work that they have both done in bringing this attention issue to the fore and putting attention on this matter, because there are many that would like to have seen this brushed under the carpet. There would have many people that like to pretend that it wasn't happening and that it wasn't a serious issue. And I'm absolutely delighted that they have taken the stand that they have taken, that they have been determined in bringing this forward. And I know Mr. Brett in particular has brought this to the floor many times, and I think it is right that that is acknowledged and that his work is recognised on this issue, because it should not be acceptable any more. It shouldn't be something that we say that we can just turn a blind eye to. So I certainly hope this is starting a journey down a road, because this has gone on for far too long. It's not acceptable. We're talking about people, and yes, he's absolutely right to mention Darrell by name. It is absolutely unacceptable that someone wasn't able to progress when they had the skill, the talent and the ability to do so, but they weren't able to progress because of their community background or their perceived religion. That is wrong. That needs to stop, and I can assure the member that I will do everything in my power to make sure that this is the end of it.
Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. I remember having conversations many years ago with Ian McSorley from Stanley Road Boxing Club just about this very issue, and so I'm delighted to see that you are taking firm action on this today, and I would share your encouragement and congratulations to Lewis Crocker from my constituency. Minister, I see that this code of conduct is not just needed for boxing but could possibly be replicated into other sports. Is that something that you're minded to do if this proves to be successful? Thank you.
Well, I think it should ultimately be for sports to bring forward their own policies in that regard, and I don't think it's necessarily the right way forward is to lift something for one and put it in place for everybody. But of course, this has been highlighted as an issue because of the problems that have existed and how that has come to the fore. But we're always willing to look at those issues and make sure that everything that can be done is being done to make sure that people can operate in a fair and equitable way. I do thank her for her welcome of this statement as well. I think that it's something everyone around this House should welcome, and everybody together should want to make sure that this work is done and completed as quickly as possible so that this isn't even an issue for anybody again in the future.
Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, I'm sure you'll agree with me it's disappointing that many members from across those benches would have more to say if this person, Darrell Clark, had been coming from a different community background. It will not be lost on anyone that whilst they often cling on to the Equality Commission as their sort of saviour, that it will not be lost on anyone in this chamber on the east side of the benches today. In your report you said the 2013 report gathered dust while the old guard clung control. And then you go on to say the ignorance ends. Clearly, Deputy Speaker, to the Minister, there is an issue within this organisation, and do you think the recommendations go far enough? And is there any form of sanction that you could apply in the short term until make sure these sanctions are followed?
Well, I want to see these recommendations implemented, and I think it is right that we pick up on what some of those actually say. And one of them states that decision-making needs to better reflect the communities in Northern Ireland, which shows that they do not reflect the communities in Northern Ireland, and that we need to see fair participation of club officers from each community. Again, indicative, I believe, of the fact that that's not currently in place at the minute. And I'll just read some of the other things that the report says, because I think it is important to highlight this. All parties need to fully commit to the principle of equal opportunity. Steps are necessary to actively ensure fair participation from both main communities. The 2013 recommendations required a cultural shift and an ongoing commitment to equality. That demonstrates that equality was not there, and issues highlighted in that report are still live. So all of these indicate that there is a real problem, especially in terms of governance. And I repeat what I have said to this House before. It is a requirement for any sports governing body recognised by Sport NI to demonstrate high levels of governance and a commitment to good relations. I believe that is lacking right now, and therefore that needs to change. And of course, there will be consequences if there isn't that change.
Timothy Gaston.
Minister, your statement on the treatment of Darrell Clark is welcome, but going back to 2013, this Assembly passed an amendment tabled by my predecessor, Jim Allister, calling for the formation of a Northern Ireland Boxing Association. There was no path for people from Northern Ireland to box for the UK in the Olympics. That remains the case today. This statement says nothing about that issue. Can you outline what you are doing to address this?
Sure. Yes, this is an issue that I have raised, and there are a number of things that we need to do to make sure that this happens, and one of those is getting the sports councils of the UK to look at this, and I'm pleased to announce to the House, if the House is not already aware, that they are currently undertaking a review of the recognition policy. So I look forward to learning of any proposed changes arising from this review and understanding their implications for sports seeking to establish a governing body in Northern Ireland. I have also written to international governing bodies in support of organisations wishing to become the national governing body for their sport in Northern Ireland. Now, I have to recognise that all sports are self-governing, and that World Boxing, as the recognised international governing body, has the ultimate authority to decide how boxing is organised in Northern Ireland. But I do not believe that what we have in place fulfils what was promised within the Good Friday Agreement and what was promised in terms of people's identity and being able to compete under their own identity. Change needs to happen. Our particular circumstances need to be accounted for. This is something that I have been taking on since I came into office, and I can assure the House that I will continue to press on this issue until we get the changes that are so desperately required.
Hear, hear. Members, that concludes questions on the statement. Members, the next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Bill, as introduced in the House of Commons on 14th of May 2025, dealing with the establishment of a revenue certainty mechanism that supports the production of sustainable aviation fuel as contained in clauses 1 to 5 and 10 to 15 of the bill.
Thank you. And I call the Minister for the Economy to move the motion. Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Decarbonisation is one of my 4 key objectives. Reaching net zero requires action across every sector of our economy, including the aviation sector. Sustainable aviation fuel is designed to reduce the environmental impact of air travel. It is produced from renewable or waste-based sources and can be used in existing aircraft engines and infrastructure with little or no modification. It can reduce life cycle greenhouse gas emissions by up to 70% compared to conventional jet fuel. Sustainable aviation fuel production has the potential to generate hundreds of skilled jobs in engineering, logistics and research as the industry grows. There are also potential benefits for our agri-food and waste sectors to provide feedstock sources into sustainable aviation fuel production. The Sustainable Aviation Fuel Bill was introduced in the House of Commons on the 14th of May 2025. The bill establishes a revenue certainty mechanism which provides producers with a guaranteed price for their fuel, thereby reducing investment risk and encouraging market growth. The bill also establishes a framework for further regulations and mechanisms to follow in support of the sustainable aviation fuel industry. The bill contains 19 clauses, 11 of which would apply here. The proposal is that they be extended to this jurisdiction via a legislative consent motion. I will now turn briefly to the specific clauses within the bill which require legislative consent. Clauses 1 to 5 establish the legal framework for revenue certainty contracts. They also allow the British Secretary of State for Transport to direct a designated government-owned counterparty to offer guaranteed price contracts to sustainable aviation fuel producers. These clauses also provide for the publication and registration of contracts and the designation of the government-owned counterparty and the ability to transfer responsibilities between entities. These clauses ensure transparency, flexibility and investment confidence in the sector. Clause 10 ensures that any surplus funds collected through the levy which are not needed to support revenue certainty contracts are returned to levy payers. The levy itself will be imposed on aviation fuel suppliers and will remain a reserved matter. Clause 11 allows financial penalties to be imposed for failing to comply with the levy regulations, which is considered to be reserved, and failing to comply with regulations on surplus, which is considered to be devolved. Penalties are intended to ensure compliance and maintain the integrity of the revenue certainty mechanism. Initially, the bill omitted the North from the recovery provisions. This was addressed during the committee stage in the House of Commons by an amendment to ensure that unpaid penalties are recoverable here, aligning with procedures in England and Wales. Clause 12 enables the British Secretary of State for Transport to direct the government-owned counterparty as to the exercise of any of its functions. This intersects with the devolved responsibilities if the direction is in respect of the revenue certainty contracts. The same applies to Clause 13 on advice and information. Clause 14 only relates to funding the counterparty to enable it to fulfil its liabilities under the contracts, which is considered to be a devolved issue. Clause 15 sets out how regulations under the bill will be made. This intersects with devolved responsibilities if they relate to non-levy regulations. Last Concordia, the bill can help support the establishment of a world-leading sustainable aviation fuel industry, reducing reliance on imported fuels and boosting energy security. The bill cuts across economic development, environmental matters and the application of financial penalties here. My department has consulted with both the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs as well as the Department of Justice. I want to acknowledge the positive responses received from the respective ministers of those departments who indicated their support for this LCM. They also acknowledge the potential environmental and economic benefits of applying the bill's provisions here, and that the financial penalty provisions at Clause 11 are necessary, proportionate and unlikely to have a detrimental impact on the justice system here. Finally, I want to thank my executive colleagues who have given their support to seeking consent to the bill. I would also like to thank the committee for its engagement on the matter and the report it has produced. I therefore commend the motion to the Assembly and thank members for their support.
Minister, thank you. I now call Philip Brett, Chair of the Economy Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of the committee to support the LCM tabled by the Minister, and in doing so can I thank both her and her officials for the usual courtesy of which they have shown to the committee in ensuring that we could deliberate this matter. Sustainable aviation fuel is described as a cleaner alternative to traditional jet fuel and is part of the process of reducing carbon emissions from air travel. The bill is described as aiming to boost SAF production through the establishment of revenue certainty mechanisms to encourage investment and support the production of SAF across this United Kingdom. The bill will allow the government to impose a levy on suppliers of aviation fuel in the UK who are subject to renewable fuel obligations. This levy will then be used to support the revenue certainty mechanism and thus help producers. The Department advised the committee at its meeting on the 24th of September 2025 of a number of producers here in Northern Ireland and the potential for economic spin-offs of related technology. Officials advised that the provisions of the bill were not at the start extended to Northern Ireland. This would then lead to uncertainty for our producers. The committee noted the potential benefits and important role this new fuel would likely play in climate change targets, and thus has afforded me the opportunity to stand to say that we support the LCM tabled by the Minister. Thank you.
Call Patrick Delargy.
I welcome the opportunity to speak today on the sustainable aviation legislation brought forward at Westminster and to acknowledge the constructive engagement that our Sinn Féin Minister for the Economy has had in this important area. This bill is a step towards addressing one of the major challenges facing our economy: how we continue to connect people and places while reducing our impact on the environment. Aviation remains vital to our all-Ireland economy. It supports tourism, trade, inward investment and access to global markets. However, it is also a significant contributor to carbon emissions, and tackling that requires long-term strategic planning. Sinn Féin's policy of decarbonisation is a key pillar of our tenure in the Department for Economy and of the Minister's focus on exploring sustainable aviation fuels and green innovation shows clear forward thinking. By supporting R&D across our universities and our industry, we can ensure that we are at the cutting edge of skills and opportunities that are part of a lower carbon future. This approach recognises that sustainability and economic growth go hand in hand. The development of cleaner aviation technologies has the potential not only to reduce emissions, but also to create new, high-quality jobs and position our economy as part of a growing global sector. While the legislative process sits at Westminster, it is essential that the voices and the priorities of people here in the North are represented, and that any policy developed works for our needs, to support create connectivity, to protect jobs, to align with our commitments under the Climate Change Act and to protect our broader economic vision. This is about planning responsibly for the future, about ensuring that aviation remains both viable and sustainable for future generations, and I commend the Minister for continuing to champion long-term practical solutions and for ensuring that our region plays its part for a cleaner and a fairer economy.
Okay, call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for bringing this forward. On behalf of the Alliance Party, I'm pleased to support this LCM. For me, really, it's about three things. It's decarbonising aviation, but it's also about backing innovation and creating jobs and skills, and making sure that this region is not left on the sidelines while the rest of these islands move ahead. So the bill on the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Bill sets up the UK-wide system for sustainable aviation fuel. The focus after this must be of how we make the most of this and grow our economy, providing investors with confidence to base themselves here in Northern Ireland, growing our local economy and creating jobs here for local people. It's maybe a small area or niche area, if you like, but Alliance, we still see the opportunity for growth, for innovation and for clean industry. This is exactly the kind of industry and space that we want this place to be leading in, and we're already well placed to take advantage, and we've already got that going on here with the world-class agri-food sector, heritage of innovation core to the people here, alongside innovation and technology companies. We've excellent research happening already throughout our universities and the locality of our airports and ports, and uniquely for us, the dual market access to access both that UK internal market and the EU single market. With the right framework, this can bring us another opportunity that turns waste and landfill gas into high-value jet fuel instead of more methane emissions, creating skilled local jobs in engineering, logistics and operations, jobs that are based here within the emerging industry. Independent analysis of the UK government shows the mature SAF and low carbon fuel sector could supply thousands of jobs and billions to the UK GVA by 2050. We have got to make sure that we have more than our fair share of that space, not watching it happen elsewhere and missing out. So this fits directly in with our Climate Change Act, our Green Growth Strategy, and Alliance's long-standing belief that climate, energy security and economic growth go hand in hand. Finally, I think we've got to be honest here, and we've got to highlight this. We were forgotten about in Northern Ireland from the start, and that is not acceptable, absolutely not acceptable, and it needs to be put on the record. The UK government's failure to properly follow protocol, to notify the executive on a devolved issue, cannot be allowed to become a habit. But from now, as we move forward across departmental work, and I appreciate the Minister working with the DAERA Minister and the Justice Minister to bring this to the House today, alongside work within the committee. We are where we are, but it has to be noted that this cannot become a habit that as we move forward. So simply, Alliance, we support the LCM to provide green investment, jobs, skills and connectivity. We will always choose opportunity alongside climate responsibility. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Caldana Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker, yes, I too rise to support the legislative consent motion. This offers an important opportunity to help Northern Ireland become a hub for sustainable aviation fuel innovation and development, building on work already underway here. And as our colleague on the Economy Committee, David Hanningford, said there, I do join in him in mentioning the fact that Northern Ireland was left out of the consideration there as a devolved part of the UK. So it's something that is not acceptable at all, given that it posed a risk for us to be left out of line with the rest of GB, thus robbing us of potential benefits of developing further sustainable aviation fuel investment. Thankfully, this has been rectified, and the Ulster Unionist Party is content to support the Minister's request for legislative consent. This bill offers economic opportunity and strategic foresight to help harness the vast developing changes in an industry that is so vital for our connectivity and commerce. But it's also one of the fastest growing sources of carbon emissions. With this bill, more investment can be attracted, more green jobs created, and waste from agri-foods and forestry can be turned into wealth, transforming landfill gas and agricultural residues into clean jet fuel. As I've read, in July this year it was announced that 17 companies in the UK developing these fuels would receive shares of a new £63 million funding boost, which would support around 1,400 jobs. It has been warned that if this bill is not extended to Northern Ireland, it may lead to revenue uncertainty for producers of SAF. When we see the benefits and investment of SAF in Great Britain, it makes little sense for Northern Ireland to neglect these opportunities. Environmentally, sustainable aviation fuel aligns with Invest NI's green economy strategy and has the potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in aviation by up to 80% when compared to standard jet fuel. It can also support our Climate Change Act targets as a cornerstone of the local net zero transition. In conclusion, this legislation, once enacted, will guarantee sustainable aviation fuel producers a revenue certainty mechanism to support the production of sustainable aviation fuel. It will remove financial uncertainty that hinders investment, provides a guaranteed price for fuel and help future-proof this developing sector, all while making progress towards our green energy goals. And I'm happy to endorse the extension of this bill to ensure that Northern Ireland is not left behind in clean aviation fuel. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further speakers listed, I now call on the Minister for the Economy to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
I thank members for their contributions to today's debate and the interest that they have shown in this important issue, and I thank again the Economy Committee and its chair for their support and engagement. And just to pick up very briefly on a couple of the points that have been made by members, I do agree that we have a real opportunity here in terms of job creation and innovation and supporting businesses. There are already a couple of businesses here who are engaged in sustainable aviation fuel production, and there is clearly an opportunity there to be grasped, and it very much links with some of the strategies that have been mentioned and the forthcoming circular economy strategy that we are intending to bring forward in the near future. I'll pick up again on the point in relation to the LCMs and the lack of engagement. Often, not always the case, on some occasions there are ministers and departments that do engage early and well in relation to potential legislative consent motions, but there are a number of occasions where that doesn't happen, and it's across all departments here, and it is something that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister have raised on a number of occasions and have again committed to raising that as a machinery of government issue. But I thank members for their engagement in today's debate, and I look forward to working with members to ensure that we do play a leading role in that transition to cleaner aviation. So I therefore recommend that the Assembly passes the motion.
Minister, thank you for concluding the debate. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could I ask you to take your ease before we move to the next item on the order paper? Members, thank you. Members, the next item of business is a motion on opposition to the British Government's mandatory digital ID scheme. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly is united in its opposition to the proposal from the British Government to introduce a mandatory digital ID for people here, expresses concern that this flawed proposal could result in the squandering of millions of pounds of public money at a time when public services are increasingly stretched, and calls for an exemption to be put in place so that citizens here are not included if the British Government proceeds with its ill-considered digital ID scheme.
Thank you. I call Colin Gildernew to move the motion.
Tashi Volta, moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshal list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Mr Gildernew, please open the debate on the motion.
A number of weeks ago, the British Government announced that it was bringing forward a new form of mandatory digital ID, which we all know as the Brit Card. The reaction to the Brit Card has been, I think it's fair to say, universally negative, both here and, ironically enough, even in Britain, with all parties here in the North in agreement that the Brit Card should not apply here. Sinn Féin is resolutely opposed to this Brit Card or any other such mandatory ID scheme, and this motion today will send a very clear message to the British Government that this scheme isn't wanted by the majority of people here and that they need to reflect on this harebrained scheme. First and foremost, this is an attack on the Good Friday Agreement. The Good Friday Agreement makes it explicitly clear that citizens here in the North have the right to identify as Irish or British, or indeed both as they so choose. The idea that Irish nationalists living in the North who carry Irish passports as a proud birthright would accept a mandatory form of ID that forces them to identify as British is absolutely ludicrous. We all know that people feel very strongly in their sense of identity here, as is their right, and any attempts to coerce people to accept an identity which isn't theirs is doomed to fail from the outset. The Good Friday Agreement was designed in such a way that it would allow people to express their identity in whatever way they wanted, with a recognition that identity doesn't remain static and can indeed change over time. And crucially, it afforded equality to those of us who choose to identify as Irish. This so-called Brit Card would drive a horse and cart through that inclusive and equal recognition of our many complex identities. I will.
Member given way. Could the member then, as he talks about the Belfast Agreement, say why he called for a carve-out here in Northern Ireland and not to scrap the entirety of the scheme across the United Kingdom? For those of us who do proudly identify as British and our allegiance is to the United Kingdom, surely calling for it to be removed across the UK would have went better with what the member has just articulated.
So very simply, because we believe that if they decide to go ahead with it across the water, it should not take place here, and we won't be supporting the amendment as we feel it weakens our motion in that sense. So thank you for that. So workers here are already required to show various forms of ID when searching for employment, and we already have government IDs like passports, driving licences, which most people are able to produce when asked. In the North, we also have electoral ID cards, which are available to any citizen who's registered to vote, completely free of charge. The Brit Card is simply another layer of bureaucracy, which duplicates that which already exists and will only serve to confuse and disorient those who are seeking employment. I would also have concerns about the digital aspect of the ID. As we all know, many people here in the North are not IT literate and have no means of accessing internet platforms. Are we seriously suggesting that people who may not know how to use a mobile phone, or worse again, people that can't even afford a mobile phone, should be excluded from gaining employment? There's also a lack of clarity on what this would mean for the thousands of cross-border workers who live and work here, particularly along border regions, which is the constituency that I represent. And many people do that on a daily basis. The question then is, will Irish citizens living in the south but working in the north, and many of them very valued and working in our health services and many other places, will they be required to carry a Brit Card? Another gaping hole in what is a daft idea. Go ahead.
I thank the member for giving way. So I brought the matter of the day here about a month ago and I referred to it as the Brit Card, and I didn't really think that it would cause offence, but it was clear that day that it does cause offence to some members of this chamber. And I've just wondered, did you not reflect after that matter of the day, and that you could have maybe tempered the way you termed this digital ID scheme just to reflect greater cooperation in this chamber? Thank you.
Well, I have to say I haven't heard it referred to as anything else other than the Brit Card. I didn't hear your matter of the day, and I'm sure I due to all the business. But that's the only term I've heard used and widely used. I think it's widely in circulation even yet. So it's not simply me that's using it. However, the scheme has the potential, the real potential, to block thousands of workers from contributing to our economy by placing unnecessary barriers in front of people trying to make a living. The more we look at the scheme, the more it becomes obvious that we here in the North were not factored into the decision whatsoever, which is, frankly, nothing new, and that's a problem in itself. The British economy is in free fall, largely as a result of Brexit, it must be said, and there are unprecedented labour shortages across all sections of the economy. It smacks of political desperation to bring forward such a proposal. Also, at a time of continuing British austerity, when we've seen pensioners losing their winter fuel payment, sick and disabled people losing their benefits, and now more unfair taxes being proposed against the least well-off, the British Government is proposing to spend £400 million on this folly. It just beggars belief. The proposal shows how out of touch with reality this British Government really are. Trust in the British Government is at an all-time low. Keir Starmer is the most unpopular British Prime Minister in living memory, and now he wants to force citizens to hand over their personal data to his government. A recipe for disaster. Anyone, and I mean anyone and everyone that I have spoken to about this scheme, has said they do not trust this British Government to responsibly handle their personal data, and neither do I, just to be clear. We live in an age where hackers are able to access vast quantities of personal data and use that data for criminal purposes, and governments around the world seem completely inept at protecting their citizens' data. So that's why I believe this will never be accepted by people here. Keir Starmer can dance to the reform tune as much as he wants, but people here are refusing to get caught up in these Westminster games and distractions. We have had enough of bad decisions coming from Westminster, which are having a disproportionate impact on people living here. It's time the British Government took their head out of the clouds and started listening to people on the ground.
Thank you. I now call Paul Frew to move the amendment. Yes. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose the amendment and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. Mr Frew, please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Sinn Féin are so wrong-headed on this subject, it's crazy. And the reason why they're so wrong-headed on this, the reason why they're hung up on a nickname, Britcard, is because if this was brought in the Republic of Ireland, if this was brought in the EU, which there are plans for it to be, they would lap it up. They would all sign up for their digital ID cards. Yes, it will, yeah.
Member not acknowledge the fact that Sinn Féin MEPs in Europe have consistently challenged any mandatory introduction of a card, and actually Sinn Féin's position on this has been absolutely clear. We've opposed any mandatory introduction of cards in Europe.
Well, I thank the member for his contribution as Eurosceptic tendencies, but Mr Speaker, there is one weakness in this motion, and that is, what about the workers from the Republic of Ireland who go to GB to work? They will be getting the digital ID, or the Brit card if they call it that. And that is something they've completely failed. They've completely discarded the people of the Republic of Ireland in their motion, whereas we are actually fighting for all people who work in the United Kingdom, even Republic of Ireland citizens. Sinn Féin have forgotten completely about Irish people, and that's because they are so hung up on this. Can I tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's the most British thing to do to oppose digital ID. It is the most British thing to do to oppose ID, mandatory ID of any form, because the British people have never suffered it, they have never accepted it, and nor should they ever accept it. This scheme is a so-called solution that is trying to find a problem, and the government just happened to have selected the #1 issue that has been vexing so many British minds of late, and that's immigration. But don't be fooled. Illegal immigration and illegal working are totally unacceptable, and the issues need to be resolved immediately. They need to be resolved across the UK, including Northern Ireland. But the scheme will not do that. It's not even designed to do so. This is state overreach, and as is always the case, it is about making people a lot of money. Over 70 million people do not need to be given a digital ID to stop 0.05 0.5% of that number arriving illegally. We already have a visa system through which people's right to work is displayed, but is not even enforced. If employers do not check visas, why would they check digital ID? A digital form of ID is not a harmless card in your hip pocket that can be shown to a person in authority. The British people have balked at such a proposition even in the worst of times. Such measures can and have been used even in recent history to coerce people into a position that they did not wish to be in. They enable the government to widen the scope to cover all other matters and to control what people can and cannot do. That is what vaccine certification did during the pandemic. It was worth noting that this motion has been brought forward by Sinn Féin, the party who, along with the Alliance, the SDLP and the UUP, were passionate in advocating the digital certification for COVID vaccine certification. They did not care about personal rights or privacy then. So what has changed now? I warned at the time that that was a precursor for digital ID, and I'm now glad that all of the other parties have rolled back and behind me on this serious matter. The government could easily change the scope and conditions in every sphere of life because of the digital nature of this ID, and we would have no say in it and no choice but to comply. And that's exactly what the government has already done. The Prime Minister has already stated on a social media page, no less, showing footage of him talking to customers about digital ID in Barclays Bank, of all places. He told them all that it will have their basic information on it. Then he said a very peculiar thing. For everything other than proving you've got a right to work, it won't be mandatory. Really? Does he think we're stupid? Needing it in order to work is a pretty big deal. And so if it's mandatory for that, it's basically mandatory for everyone of working age. He goes on to say that you don't have to have it, but you can use it for everything, anything that requires identification. And there are lots of things. If you want to rent, for example, if you want to apply for a mortgage, if you want to get your child into primary school, if there's a catchment area and you've got to show where you live, proving who you are, what your date of birth is, will just be able to be done with digital ID. Then he looks towards the camera and says to us all, a bit like Big Brother, just softer and gentler, they are really up for it. I think once you understand just how much easier it will make life, so many people will be too. Enforcing a digital ID scheme will raise serious concerns around the protection of an individual's private data in a world where cybersecurity is becoming even more threatened. Enforcing people to store personal information in a form of a digital ID, all in the one place, would be a deeply unwise idea. The first question in this debate should be not what it's called, Brit card or otherwise. The first question should be, why is the state making it mandatory? Why are they enforcing it? If it's such a great idea, make it voluntary. The state should not force people to do anything that could put them and their private information in jeopardy. I hear members will say, and I hear people out there saying, but I have a digital wallet for all sorts of services on my phone. I hand over personal information all the time, and it makes my life so handy. Yes, we give data to private organisations, but they cannot compel us to do so. We have a choice. We have a choice who we give our personal data to, whether that be an organisation, a business, a private entity. But only the government of the day can pass laws to control people's lives and actions, and the use of a digital ID to make us comply. It is worth noting that many across the chamber were happy to cheer on the arrival of the new Labour government. As a party, we will always stand up for the rights of people in Northern Ireland, whether that be through our Minister rightfully restoring the winter fuel payment, or our pensioners, or our principled stand against the unfair tax on family farms. The DUP will continue to fight on issues like the digital ID scheme that are not in the best interests of people in Northern Ireland or across the UK, including Irish people from the Republic of Ireland who will go to the UK GB to work, that Sinn Féin have forgotten about. We won't forget about those people. We will fight for those people, because it is not right that the British government or any government, any state, would impose digital ID on anyone, any one of their citizens, no matter who they are. And it is fascinating, because when I spoke about digital wallets and digital things, and you would usually think that young people would be okay with this. But it's very clear, looking at the Lusittalk poll, that 80% of people aged between 18 and 34, I just fall slightly outside of that bracket, but 18 to 34-year-olds, 80% are totally opposed to digital ID. Surely that speaks volumes. My age range, 45 to 54, and I just fall into that category, 80% also. So there's the two highest resistant groups, I'm glad to say, I'm very proud of that are against digital ID. And so this is a non-runner. It is an absolute no-brainer to resist against digital ID for all of the dangers that it brings, not only to our freedoms or digital or information or personal information that could fall into the hands of all sorts of unscrupulous people, including the current Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Sinn Féin for tabling this motion for debate today. As I said to a previous speaker there, I first raised this issue as a matter of day in this chamber when the UK Government first announced it. And I haven't seen any evidence since that would dissuade me that this is the wrong approach. This proposal will try to fix a problem that does not exist. There is no evidence of widespread identity fraud, nor any system failure that would justify something so intrusive, expensive and complex. It feels less like a genuine solution and more like a political exercise. Meanwhile, people here are dealing with far more pressing issues like the cost of living crisis, access to healthcare and pressures on our public services. Against this reality, spending millions of pounds on a national digital ID scheme seems at best misguided. Beyond the politics, there are real concerns about fairness and accessibility. Not everyone has a smartphone, nor feels confident with technology. For older people, those with lower incomes, or even those without digital access, this scheme could become another barrier, another way of being excluded from services that do belong to us all. And then there's also the issue of trust, the most fundamental of all, and something that the Alliance Party cares deeply about. Placing everyone's personal data into a single centralised system is a huge risk. Who controls that data? Who uses it? How secure is it? Governments around the world have learned the hard way that even the most advanced systems can fail. In India, their digital ID scheme has seen repeated breaches. Databases have been exposed online and personal information has been sold illegally. In Estonia, often held up as the model of digital government, a flaw in the national IDs cards encryption left citizens' data vulnerable and forced a national recall. Singapore's SingPass system has seen thousands of compromised accounts appear on the dark web, and in Ukraine their platform, which digitised identity and public services, has been repeatedly targeted during the war, proving that centralised data systems can become key targets in times of crisis. So when UK Government ministers tell us the technology is safe, we have every reason to become sceptical. No system up to now has proven that it is unhackable, and once trust in government data handling is lost, it is almost impossible to rebuild. For Northern Ireland, these concerns are amplified. Our constitutional and social landscape is complex and sensitive. People here have the right to identify as British, Irish or both, and that is part of the Good Friday Agreement, and it matters deeply to us all. Any digital identity scheme must represent that pluralism, not undermine it. A one-size-fits-all digital identity scheme from Westminster risks cutting across the delicate balance that has helped sustain peace and stability here. Then there's the simple, practical reality of life on this island, where thousands of people cross the border every day for work, study and family reasons. A UK-wide system that ignores that fluidity risks creating confusion and potentially unnecessary bureaucracy. Once again, Northern Ireland seems to have been treated as an afterthought. Mr Deputy Speaker, I share the intention behind the motion before us today, but I think we do need to go further. The issue is not about whether Northern Ireland should be exempted from the proposed scheme. The issue is that the scheme itself is fundamentally flawed. It is unnecessary, unworkable and unlikely to deliver the security and efficiency that it promises. Ultimately, this debate is not about technology, it is about rights, privacy and respect. People deserve to know how their personal information will be used, that their identity will not become political property, and that their privacy will not be treated as expendable. For these reasons, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will be supporting this motion and the DUP amendment. I think that their amendment recognises that this scheme can simply not be tweaked or improved, but it needs to be binned entirely. And we feel that this amendment acknowledges the broader risks, not just in Northern Ireland to our unique circumstances, but to personal privacy and public trust across the UK. This is not about constitutional identity nor party politics. It is about practicality, proportionality and protecting everyone's rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in firm support of the motion, only if it was amended, because what we have in terms of the motion from Sinn Féin obviously is a very unsubtle attempt to separate Northern Ireland from its rightful place within the United Kingdom. And I commend the member for his speech, and he got on as many Brits as he could. Listen, the ambition's okay, it's never going to happen. But we will support the motion as amended here today. And this Assembly must send a clear and united message, however, that our freedom is not a barcode that's going to be scanned, stored or sold. The Government's plan, as outlined in the Westminster Research Briefing Digital ID in the UK paper, claims to offer efficiency and security. But we know, and history tells us, a different story. From the abandoned ID card scheme of the early 2000s, to costly IT failures across departments, these grand projects too often drain public coffers and deliver little of value, if anything at all. At a time when health waiting lists grow and schools fight for resources, spending millions, and I think the mover of the motion has talked about 400 million, I would suggest that it would go way over, possibly billions, on an untested national ID system is not reform. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's reckless. This Assembly knows better than most what happens when citizens lose faith in how their data is handled. Northern Ireland's people have lived through decades where identity was a political currency, particularly for our security forces, when trust, privacy and personal safety were never guaranteed. To many here, the notion that a government database could hold and track their personal information is not reassurance, and we only need to look at recent data leaks that we're all very concerned about in many, many different fields. And I don't mean that as a pun, but for instance, the data leak from AFBI even recently. And again, I'll reiterate, our freedom is not a barcode to be scanned, stored or sold. The Ulster Unionist Party has been clear and consistent that this proposal is intrusive, unnecessary and ill-considered. Lord Impey in the House of Lords rightly said that liberty must not be traded for administrative convenience. Steve Aiken MLA warned that citizens should not be forced to hand over their privacy in the name of digital efficiency. And they are both correct. The amendment today is welcome, and it strengthens the motion by recognising that such a scheme would jeopardise personal privacy and open the door to the misuse of data, because we know that once that door is opened, it's rarely closed again. But let us also remember, and it has been talked about in the debate already, that not everyone is digitally equipped or even able to participate in such a system. Many older people particularly those who live in rural areas, and those with limited access to broadband could be left behind or excluded from essential services. The digital divide would deepen, and the people in need of support would once again be those most at risk of being forgotten. So if Westminster insists on pressing ahead with this ill-conceived policy, then we must be resolute. We must be resolute in Westminster and in this chamber that it's not acceptable. We will not allow another top-down mandate to override local realities, local rights and local voices. So let's make it plain today. We do support progress, but not at the right of privacy. We embrace technology, but not at the expense of trust. And we defend security, but not at the cost of freedom. Because at the heart of this lies a simple truth, one that should guide every government decision. Our freedom is not a barcode to be scanned, stored or sold. Mr. Speaker, we commend the motion as amended. Thank you.
Carl Hunter.
Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to contribute on this motion today and thank members to the left for bringing this forward. And the SDLP will be supporting both the motion and the amendment today. And I speak firmly today on rejecting any form of digital ID. I believe today's debate is about freedom and the importance of freedom. It's about the right of every citizen to exist without being monitored, logged and tracked by their own government. Today I stand to fiercely condemn the introduction of the so-called Brit card, a digital ID scheme that has no place in a free society and certainly no mandate or want from the people of Northern Ireland. Every citizen has the right to exist outside of digital infrastructure or entirely off the grid if they do so wish. They have a right to personal liberty. The principle of autonomy, of the right to privacy, is incredibly sacred. And yet, under the guise of modernisation, the British government now wants to bring in a digital ID that could link your identity, your finances, your health, your travel, and eventually your freedom into one state-controlled system. And no, thank you, I have a lot to get through. This, in many ways, feels reminiscent of the book 1984, or more modernly, a Black Mirror episode. What the Brit card really means, it's not about convenience, this is very much about control. A digital ID to many can sound harmless, to some it may even sound helpful, but when the government holds a single key to your data, your identity, they hold the power to decide eventually who you are and what you can access. We in Northern Ireland reject this wholeheartedly. We've already seen the trajectory in other countries of how digital IDs can become a precondition to open a bank account, to see a doctor, or to access public services. Once implemented, sadly what we have seen is these systems do not stop expanding. They grow quietly, incrementally, until surveillance becomes normal and privacy becomes suspicious. This government has no right. And not only, as other members have mentioned here today, is it incredibly costly, but also that this government cannot be trusted with this power and with the data of our people here. And in the Northern Irish context, the language of this is inherently divisive. With the words Brit card being imposed here would be divisive by design. It undermines the delicate trust built through decades of peace and shared institutions and right to identity. Our history tells us that when the government seeks to know everything about everyone, freedom is always the first casualty. This is about rights, democracy, and right to choose what you want. It's about the right to privacy, which is not a luxury. It is the foundation of freedom of thought, of speech, and of conscience. Without privacy, there is no real democracy. The European Convention on Human Rights recognises this, and so does international law, as well as our own moral conscience. When people must fear that their data, their associations, or their movements are being monitored, they self-censor, they withdraw, and democracy decays from the inside out. Freedom is messy, it's inconvenient. It means sometimes the government doesn't know everything about everyone, but that is a good thing. A truly democratic government should trust its citizens more than its want to control them. But this proposal of a digital ID flips that principle on its head. It says, we own your identity and not you, and that's why today is so important, where we can have a call to reject and resist this. Mr. Speaker, today's debate has been interesting, it's been eye-opening, and I welcome that essentially every party across this House, despite their belief, background or view on London, is standing together to reject
what is such a violation of privacy for our citizens here. Today it is digital ID, but what's tomorrow could be a lot more sinister. Facial recognition, databases, movement scoring, or potentially technologically driven profiling, and to that we say no, it is government overreach. We must say no now, and we say no later, because, no thank you, I'm almost done. Because once we accept the premise, the technology has the potential to invade our lives and our individual freedoms even more so. In closing, the mark of a free society is not how efficiently it monitors its citizens, but how fiercely it protects their right to live unmonitored. The Brit card is not the future, but it is a warning that our privacy, our autonomy, our very humanity is being traded. I believe that the people of Northern Ireland still value their freedom more than their digital footprint. Let us lead by example, stand for liberty, and say with one voice that we are citizens, and as Robbie Butler had rightfully said, we are not barcodes. We reject the idea of a digital ID, and we will defend the rights of our citizens to have freedom and privacy without government oversight.
Eva Finnegan.
Concordia, let me begin by saying I am not a British citizen. I never have been, and I never will be. This proposal for a so-called Brit card is not just unnecessary, but it's deeply offensive to the principles of the Good Friday Agreement, which guarantees the right of the people in the North to be Irish, British, and indeed both. This scheme, by its very nature, assumes that we are all British, and that is something that cannot and will not be accepted. And beyond the fundamental issue of identity and equality, there are also very real practical and economic reasons why this should be rejected. Firstly, it is an outrageous waste of public money. The administration of this scheme is going to cost upwards of £400 million at a time when our health service is under immense pressure, our education system is crying out for resources, and our working families facing rising costs. How can Keir Starmer justify spending hundreds of millions on a pointless piece of bureaucracy when people are waiting months on hospital appointments and when our community services are being cut? The British government talks about fiscal responsibility and belt-tightening, yet they are willing to pour down the drain on a vanity project that nobody asked for and nobody needs. Secondly, this scheme risks creating barriers between workers on this island. Many people from the south, members of my own family, members of my constituency, a constituency of South Armagh that borders County Monaghan and County Louth, cross the border every day for work. It's part of the natural, everyday living on this island. If employers in the north are forced to administer a Brit ID system, that additional layer of red tape could deter them from hiring workers from the south. It sends entirely the wrong message. Rather than building cooperation and economic opportunity on an all-island basis, it risks creating new divisions and new barriers. I have a lot to get through. It also duplicates the identification process that already exists. Workers already have to have a national insurance number and valid work documentation. This scheme adds nothing but red tape. Concordia, the people of this island deserve better than gimmicks and political gestures. They deserve investment in health, in education, in jobs and in their communities. This Brit card proposal disrespects our identities, wastes public money and risks dividing our workforce. This ludicrous proposal should be scrapped. And if the British government insist on proceeding, then us in the north here must be exempt. Sinn Féin will continue to stand for the rights of everyone here, Irish, British or otherwise, to live freely, equally and without bureaucratic or political interference in who we are.
Brett.
Mr. Speaker, and just to follow the last speaker, I was born a British citizen. I am a British citizen and I always will be a British citizen. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the amendment tabled in the names of myself and my colleagues. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't do it just with my voice. I do it with the voice of over 5,000 of my constituents in North Belfast. 5,000 people who are unionist, nationalist and have no constitutional view. What they also don't have, Mr. Speaker, is a voice in our national parliament to make their view clear. Although my Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, would rather spend his time earning money from legal aid rather than representing those he was elected to serve, I will stand up here today, Mr. Speaker, and speak on behalf of the 5,000 people of North Belfast who have signed that petition. Because, Mr. Speaker, they, like me, see this policy for what it is. It is a dead cat policy. The most unpopular Prime Minister in the history of the United Kingdom claims that the digital ID card will stop illegal immigration. That's because, Mr. Speaker, he has failed in the first duty of any government, that to protect the borders of the country he serves. If he's seriously telling the people of the United Kingdom that those who enter this country through small boats are now going to be put off because they do not have a digital ID card, or, Mr. Speaker, those who enter Northern Ireland through the international border at the Irish Republic with no checks and are able then to reside in the United Kingdom illegally are going to stop doing so because Keir Starmer has introduced a digital ID card is for the clouds. And we are told, Mr. Speaker, that we should trust Keir Starmer. Well, if we just look at what he has promised the people of this United Kingdom and has delivered, he promised working people that he would never increase their taxes. At the end of this month, the Chancellor will increase taxes on hard-working families. They pledged that they would never increase the tax burden on businesses. They have already increased the rate of national insurance. They promised pensioners across this United Kingdom that they would protect the winter fuel payment, and their first act was to grab that from pensioners across the UK. They told us they would protect our veterans, and one of their first acts was to placate nationalism and not move forward with the protection of veterans here in Northern Ireland. They told us that they would protect innocent victims here in Northern Ireland, and yesterday we had the Defence Minister unable to say that an IRA terrorist could not serve on a panel that would decide who and who would not be entitled to immunity moving forward. So, Mr. Speaker, forgive me and these benches if we will not trust the words of Keir Starmer. Our amendment, Mr. Speaker, recognises that not just as a unionist party, but those who from all backgrounds here in Northern Ireland work in other parts of the United Kingdom, travel on a daily and weekly basis to other parts of the United Kingdom would be impacted by this. And that is why we are calling for the full removal of this scheme. I want to thank the SDLP and the Alliance Party and the Ulster Unionists and those yet to speak who are supporting our amendment. The proposer of the amendment says that this has always been called a digital Brit card, and he's never heard it called anything else, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage him to read the motion that purports to be in his name, because the words Brit card are not included on that, but perhaps he did not read what he was asked to sign by Connolly House before coming here today. Mr. Speaker, the Democratic Unionist Party will always be proud of our unionist credentials, but we bring forward this amendment not just in that spirit, but people who will continue to stand up for liberty and for freedom. And we look forward to the settled will of this Assembly being that a UK-wide mandatory digital ID scheme needs to be put straight in the bin.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support the DUP amendment, which puts the emphasis exactly where the fight against digital IDs must be. The amendment strengthens the motion, and Sinn Féin deep down in would recognise that, but only if they remove their anti-British balaclavas. It doesn't tinker around the edges or ask for a Northern Ireland opt-out. It says plainly that this scheme is wrong, full stop, and it should be scrapped for everyone in every corner of this United Kingdom. This is not a narrow regional issue, nor simply a question of cost. It goes to the very heart of the kind of country we want to live in. It's about freedom. It's about privacy. It's about whether government still knows where its boundaries lie. The motion refers to the potential waste of millions of pounds. But even if this digital ID scheme costs nothing, it would still be wrong. ID cards were tolerated during the war because of the exceptional circumstances of that time. But in peace, the British people rightly tore them up. We have always believed that a free citizen should not have to prove who he or she is in order to live freely in their own country. That belief runs deep in the British character. The conviction that government should serve its people, not watch over them. Happy to give way.
I thank the member for giving way, and he alludes to the British character and not accepting ID, and so we shouldn't. But this debate has been very illuminating for a number of reasons. The member wasn't here, but his colleague was, when we opposed, both the DUP and the TUV opposed vaccine certification. This is very illuminating in the fact that now the Alliance and the SDLP and the UUP have moved position away from digital ID, but also the fact that Sinn Féin have just completely forgotten about the workers from the Republic of Ireland.
Members, next for a minute.
And I thank the member for his intervention. Always happy to give an intervention, even though that those on that side of the House seems to be a common theme both yesterday with Mr Sheehan and those nationalists today who shy away from interventions. Happy to give way.
I would like to remind Mr Frew, who was here at the time, that every time I spoke on the COVID regulations, I said that we did with a very heavy heart as a Liberal Party. So thank you.
A very heavy heart, so that's an admission that there's a change in policy by the Alliance Party. So going back to the British character, and indeed a mandatory ID scheme changes that. This is not simply about convenience, it's a database of identities. Once built, it becomes an instrument, one that future governments could use in ways we cannot foresee. And if history and experiences teaches us anything, it is that such tools are rarely left unused. George Orwell wrote in 1984, not as a prophecy, but as a warning to us all. A warning of what happens when the state knows everything about its citizens. No one is suggesting that the UK has become Orwell's dystopia, but when government starts to build the machinery that could make such control possible, even in the name of efficiency, that is precisely when we must stand up and speak out. The amendment recognises that risk. It warns of the misuse of citizens' personal data, and it defends the principle that privacy is not a privilege granted by government, but a right inherent in free men and women. That is a point entirely missing from the original motion, and I think we all know why. The original motion was not motivated by a defence of personal liberty. When has Sinn Féin ever been shown genuine concern for human rights? Their motion is about something else, about advancing a narrow nationalist agenda, about forcing yet more divergence between Northern Ireland and the rest of our United Kingdom. But freedom is not something to be carved up or to be confined by region. If digital ID cards are wrong for Belfast, they are equally wrong for Birmingham. Freedom does not stop at Larne. That is why the amendment calls on the Prime Minister to withdraw these plans entirely. Protect the rights and privacy of every citizen in the United Kingdom. That is not about right or left. It's about a fundamental principle of British identity, that the state's power must always be limited and the individual must always be free. So let this Assembly send a very clear and united message to London, Belfast and to every corner of our United Kingdom. We reject this digital ID scheme. We reject the creeping hand of state intrusion, and mindful of Orwell's warning, we say with quiet resolve, we will not allow our society to drift inch by inch toward a world where movement is logged and every life is watched. We stand today for freedom, and I trust those in this House will all get behind and back the amendment.
Carl.
I stand in support of the motion, and surprisingly as it may sound, also to support the amendment. Don't get carried away, I haven't spoke yet. And George Orwell was referenced, Mr. Speaker. I think the members would do well to read Homage to Catalonia. I think there's a few lessons in that book for some in this House. The digital ID scheme proposed by the British government in a supposed attempt to curb illegal immigration, although no human, Mr. Speaker, can be classed as illegal in any humane society. The proposals of the scheme claim that by preventing asylum seekers from accessing work, housing and other public services, it will deter others from entering the country, as they say, illegally. Not only does this show a lack of understanding of why people migrate, it's also completely false. It will not deter people from migrating or seeking asylum, something as old as time itself. It will also make some migrants leave. It will not make some migrants leave. It will simply make their lives more difficult, forcing them into exploitative, off-the-books work and unsafe housing, further marginalising them. And the introduction of digital IDs in France and Belgium have not prevented unauthorised migrants from working and living there. It's led to actually more scapegoating of them. And so this is not going to be effective, and it's simply an attempt by Labour to look like they are tough on immigration. It's all about the optics and chasing reform. The only tangible impact it will have is on our privacy. The introduction of digital IDs, Mr. Speaker, is just another attempt to expand digital infrastructure for a surveillance state, and I welcome the newfound scepticism, especially to my right, against big capital and the surveillance state, and I hope the members will take the logical conclusions from that. What about Big Pharma, indeed, yeah. Do you want to talk about Big Pharma? No. Moy Park, indeed, yeah, the list goes on, Mr. Frew. So there are huge issues, Mr. Speaker, around privacy matters in relation to the scheme being proposed, and it's not been made clear what data will be shared with government bodies or private companies, and will discredited companies like Fujitsu be lined up for the contracts, which I hope the member to my right will oppose that company getting further contracts as well. The digital ID system would risk excessive data disclosure and data sharing if there's to be long interactions between individuals and services. And moreover, the one login, the system that will manage these IDs, is reportedly not secure and vulnerable to cyber security attacks. The last ID scheme proposed under Blair's government suffered a major data breach, and how can we expect people to support this ID scheme knowing the government isn't capable of protecting our data? Just this year, the Legal Aid Agency suffered a cyber attack which led to the breach of legal aid applicants' data, including their contact details, date of birth, criminal history and other items as well. As has been mentioned, the digital ID schemes in Norway, Estonia, Poland and India have all been subject to cyber attacks, putting people at risk. And crucially, excessive monitoring and surveillance would give the state the ability to suppress and censor political dissent with ease, and we know who they would come after. They come after people already. There's also, as well as these issues, likely to be that people of colour and those of migrant backgrounds will be subject to a disproportionate level of ID checks, which will create a further hostile environment for racial minorities. The existing e-visa digital ID scheme has been flagged to an inaccurate record of people's IDs and how it operates. The British government claim they are simply playing catch-up with other countries who have already adopted digital IDs, but this is nothing to boast about, Mr. Speaker. Alarmingly, it was reported that authorities in Egypt and Indonesia required religious minorities to renounce their faith in order to obtain an ID card, and the picture painted in the US is even more bleak as well. In addition to ethnic minorities, the introduction of digital IDs will make the lives of older people, Mr. Speaker, significantly more difficult if they are unable or unwilling to access digital services, and this could seriously impede their ability to participate in public life and access vital public services. So in conclusion, the scheme is based entirely on exclusion and discrimination, It is designed to assess who may have access to our public services and who may not, and those in the Conservative camp will decry the scheme for its threat to our privacy, but they will fail to recognise that this is exactly where these hateful, exclusionary, anti-immigrant sentiment ideas lead to. We reject both the rhetoric being pushed by the right and the pandering of the British Government to this anti-immigrant narrative. Thank you.
I call Jonathan Buckley to wind on the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. And this debate gives me much joy, much hope, for two reasons actually. If I was to close my eyes in this chamber, I would almost think that every single party had found their inner Paul Frew. Let freedom ring, liberty for all. It truly is breathtaking, and such a journey from some very difficult and dark years. The second reason, it's a genuine sign of cross-community working that ultimately leads to better results. Because, in a moment, I don't think I have an extra minute because I'm winding. Because when we look at this motion, when amended, it shows those of a British identity and those of an Irish identity working together to show Keir Starmer and the Labour government that digital IDs will not stand in Northern Ireland, will not stand in England, in Scotland and Wales. We stand united in this place to say a clear message to the UK government: no to digital IDs. That is quite an achievement. May not have been in the intention of the members that brought the motion, but ultimately it can and it will be the conclusion. Members, we have to remember what the origins of digital ID is. Yes, it's that same bucket of cold sick trying to be foisted upon the people by Tony Blair. Would have been a different excuse, but the very same concept. Digital ID, introduced under the banner of reducing and curbing illegal immigration, really is quite something. The cats and the dogs on the streets know that there is not one chance that such a scheme would have an impact on those arriving on our shores on a daily basis, illegally and undocumented. I mean, I could not be more clear. I wouldn't trust this Labour government to take my bin to the end of the lane, never mind store my personal data under the banner of a digital ID. Let's look at their legacy when it comes to illegal immigration. One of the most secure, apparently secure places on earth for citizens, under supervision, under watch, is where? Our prisons. I mean, has anybody watched the chaos whilst prisoners being released in the United Kingdom? Asylum seekers being released? Those of sexual convictions being released? I mean, one in, one out? What about that in controlling illegal immigration? Only to return in the very next boat. It is an absolute gaslighting to the people that have serious concerns. The government tells us that digital ID will be the authoritative proof of identity and residency, containing our name, date of birth, nationality, residency status, and even biometric data. That is not convenience, members. That is control. It's a step towards population-wide surveillance, and one that jeopardises privacy and trust in the use of privacy and private data. This government has shown its record when it comes to storing personal data. There has been several cases where there has been a cyber attack and a releasing of information containing to private citizens. I do not trust this scheme. I never have, and I never will, and it is important that this House is united. And I'll say this: we have the chance in this chamber to do something great today. As amended, this motion sends a united, clear message that this should not apply right across the United Kingdom. Every single party, with the exception of Sinn Féin, have accepted that amendment. It will pass. Will Sinn Féin make it a full House and ensure that we speak as one voice in saying to the UK Government no to digital ID? I await the vote.
For the wind on the motion.
I stand here today as an Irish citizen. I always have been and I always will be. Neither Keir Starmer nor any British government can take that away from me, can change that, or can impose their Brit card on the people here in the North. This scheme is absurd. It's an insult to our people and it is an affront to the Good Friday Agreement. The Good Friday Agreement was signed when I was 2 years old. It promised a better future and it promised to enshrine my rights as an Irish citizen. The British government today seek to roll back on that, but as Irish citizens, this is our right, and no government in London will ever take that away from us. I will give way to the member.
Thank you very much for giving way. And I hear what the member said about identity, and that's fine. But does the member realise that if he was to change job, or any of his family members was to go to GB to work, that they would have to have the digital ID, call it as you will. They would have to have that ID. So why did he have this exclusion in his motion?
Well, I thank Mr Frew for his intervention, and I also thank him actually earlier for misrepresenting Sinn Féin's position on a number of fronts. So if I can go through them, and I will go through them today. My first point is the fact that you have implied that Sinn Féin will support a mandatory ID right across the board. That isn't true. As I mentioned to you earlier, and you chose to ignore both myself, Mr Gildernew and Ms Finnegan in our speeches, Sinn Féin have consistently opposed any mandatory IDs. Our MPs in Europe proudly stood up against mandatory IDs, and we will continue to do so. So I'm not sure if you're not able to hear that or if you choose not to hear that, but please listen and please try and understand that point. So there has been a universally negative reception to the Brit card in this House. For various reasons, we have emphasised different points, but there is a unanimity of purpose here in terms of what the objective here is today. Paula Bradshaw noted the identity risks in other countries, and I think that is something that's very important. We have to look at other examples and of good practice and of practice which hasn't been so good and where there are opportunities to learn, and this certainly has not gone without difficulty in other parts of Europe and indeed across the world. But what has been emphasised across the chamber here today is the cost of this scheme, particularly at a time when public services are on their knees. The British government, as we have seen, have continuously cut public services, have reduced winter fuel, have taken away winter fuel payments from pensioners, and have been on an austerity agenda, one which they promised to reverse, but one which they continue to impose on ordinary people. So this is bad at any time, but it is particularly bad at a time when they are challenging households and putting pressure on ordinary households right across the north, and indeed in England, Scotland and Wales as well. But there are practical implications of this as well. We have talked right across the chamber here about the duplication, around the fact that this duplicates passports, identity cards, a driving licence, other forms of ID, and that this is indeed another layer of bureaucracy. But one of the key points is about people who are going to be most excluded from this, people who are going to feel this most acutely. That is our older people, that is our people who are locked out through poverty and through other means of digital access. But as Jerry Carroll mentioned, it's also our ethnic minorities who are going to be disproportionately affected by what amounts to a really racist scheme and an opportunity that the British government are trying to use in their mind, to tackle or apparently tackle what they consider illegal immigration. But this can't be dressed up in any other way. This is racism, it's bigotry, it's xenophobia, and that is what this card is about. In terms of cross-border workers, the issue has been brought up right across the chamber here today, but we are in a time, and others may choose to deny this, we are in a time when the All-Ireland economy is booming. We are in an opportunity here where people in my constituency, in Derry and Donegal, and right across our country, are moving between north and south for employment, As Mr Gildernew mentioned, there are healthcare workers, they're the backbone of our economy, and this will present yet another barrier to the all-Ireland economy at a time when that is the backbone of driving this country forward. So border communities like my own will feel this most acutely, and we have to look at collaboration, at cooperation, and not at introducing barriers which reduce opportunities for people to work right across this country. On the exclusion point, I'm glad Mr Frew mentioned it, because one of the points which I haven't been able to get any clarity on from yourselves, from the UUP, is actually the fact that when we have called for this scheme to, for people in the north to be exempt from this scheme, I mean, you've done your survey, but surely people are coming back to you in that and telling you that regardless of whether you want England, Scotland and Wales to be exempt from this, surely people are telling you that the north should be exempt from that. So would any of the members care to explain whether or not they will support the north being exempt from this proposal? Mr Rick.
And this House is going to make clear in the vote that your motion is going to be voted down, because we all support the complete scrapping of this scheme across the entirety of the United Kingdom.
You didn't answer my point, and I'm happy to give way again. We want this scheme scrapped, but what I'm asking anybody in the DUP or the UUP is, will you support people in the north being exempt from this scheme? I will.
And there's a very simple answer to that, and that is not to comply. I will never have a digital ID. So in that regard, if everyone right across the United Kingdom was the same, it couldn't be implemented. So that's the exclusion he's talking about. You don't need to create a differential between here and GB to create that. Just don't have one.
Well, Mr Frew, I'm sure people will listen very carefully to your advice, but on that, you still haven't answered my point. Will you support the fact that people in the north should be exempt, whether or not, irrespective of what happens in England, Scotland, Wales? Okay, but do you agree with the point that people in the north should be exempt? No answer from the unionist benches again. So I commend this motion to the House. I think it is extremely important that in the north here we can have our Irish identity respected, just as you can have British identity, any other identity, or both respected. Commend this to the House.
The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Paul Frew, Philip Brett and Jonathan Buckley be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any, no. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item of business is a motion on audit and re-imaging of memorials. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises that people should have the right to remember the dead in a respectful, sensitive and dignified manner, acknowledges that this should also be done in a way that avoids causing pain or hurt to others, expresses concern that there are memorials in public land that were erected without lawful authority and include imagery and emblems that can be seen as marking territory and glorifying terrorism, and calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, in partnership with other ministers and the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, to conduct an audit to assess the number of memorials on public land, to lead a programme of supporting communities, to re-image these memorials by removing paramilitary imagery and emblems and references to acts of violence or events that cause pain and misery, and to develop guidance to ensure that future memorials expressly require planning permission and are displayed in accordance with agreed standards.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 for the debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected, are published in the Marshall list. So the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes can be added to the total time for debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To honour our dead is one of the most profound things we will do as human beings. It speaks to love, to vulnerability and to our shared capacity for grief. Across cultures and generations, people carve stones, plant trees and light candles, small gestures that say something very big, that we value life, memory and have compassion. That need to remember is universal, but it carries particular weight here in Northern Ireland for a society that has known far too much loss. Remembrance is not a luxury, it is essential. It allows us to acknowledge pain, recognise the humanity of others, and begin the slow work of reconciliation. The motion before the House today seeks to uphold that right, the right to remember, while ensuring it is exercised in a way that is respectful, lawful and inclusive. However, we must be honest about the challenges in front of us. As the Commission on Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition made clear in its 2020 report, memorials are amongst the most sensitive expressions of identity in post-conflict Northern Ireland. The Commission recognised the right to remember, but warned that, in practice, remembrance has too often become a source of division rather than reflection. In the report's recommendation, it called for an audit of memorials, a protocol for respectful commemoration and guidance for future memorials, all recommendations echoed in this motion. The Commission also highlighted that what it calls the challenges that remain, and they are how to handle unauthorised memorials, how to deal with paramilitary imagery, and how to ensure that public remembrance does not glorify violence. Those are precisely the issues that this motion seeks to address. Mr. Speaker, public memorials can powerfully shape the stories that we tell those around us. But when remembrance slips into glorification of organisations, acts of violence or the conflict/troubles itself, it reopens wounds instead of helping them heal. It creates fear, not reflection, and it sends a message that some lives matter more than others and that violence is still to be celebrated. Academic research reinforces that point. Studies by Professor Dominic Bryan and Dr. Neil Jarman have documented how memorials, flags and murals can function as territorial markers in contested areas. Rather than being static relics of the past, they actively define boundaries and signal exclusion. As Professor Bryan has written, remembrance becomes political when space itself becomes claimed. That is why we must find ways to commemorate that we are not just about who we are, but who we want to be. Public land, Mr. Speaker, belongs to all of us. It must be shared, lawful and welcoming. Under the Planning Act 2011, any permanent structure, including a memorial, requires express planning permission unless exempted. And on public land, it also requires the consent of the landowner, such as the Housing Executive or a local council. Together, these constitute lawful authority. When memorials are erected without that authority, they are, by definition, unauthorised structures. This is not about politics. It is a matter of legality and equality before the law. The Northern Ireland Housing Executive has already confirmed that more than 100 memorials are on its land without planning permission, many displaying paramilitary emblems or references to violence, and this is not acceptable in 2025. This motion is calling for 3 practical steps: an audit of memorials on public land to establish a clear and transparent record of what exists, where they are, what are on the memorials and under what authority; a re-imaging programme to support communities to look at replacing the violent and exclusive imagery with designs that are creative, inclusive, lawful and dignified; clear guidance developed in partnership with the various agencies to ensure that future memorials meet planning law and good relations standards. We know that from experience that this approach, in terms of working with communities, does work. The Arts Council's Building Peace Through the Arts initiative proved that contentious murals can be transformed through dialogue and creativity. Over a decade, more than 90 projects involved some 20,000 people across Northern Ireland showed that when communities are supported, not dictated to, they can lead the change themselves. I have seen this locally, Mr. Speaker. When I worked in the village area of South Belfast, we successfully re-imaged a series of murals with strong local input and ownership. For example, the Poppy Trail along the Donegal Road honours the loss across both world wars, and it is a shared story of service and sacrifice that unites, not offends. As I said, at the heart of this motion is community ownership, because the slow, patient work of dialogue is in fact the quickest route to lasting change. Communities that feel respected will lead transformation. Communities that feel targeted will resist it. Some may say that this risks erasing history or culture. It does not. History and culture live on in our museums, archives, classrooms and family stories. What we are talking about is our shared public space, where children play, where neighbours meet and where visitors form their first impressions of who we are. We cannot tell our children that peace means we cannot tell our children that peace means leaving the symbols of war or terrorism untouched. We cannot expect reconciliation to flourish if the landscape around us still romanticises violence.
Recognise the vital work that she carried out in South Belfast when she worked in another capacity, but I'm just seeking some clarity on the wording of your motion in reference to the references of acts of violence or events that cause pain and misery. And you were talking about war there, so in North Belfast and I'm sure in South we have a proud tradition of commemorating war heroes. Would she include that within that reference, because war obviously caused misery and pain, but would she accept that they should be able to stay, or is she calling for their removal? I just want to seek clarity.
I welcome the opportunity, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. If you go along the Donegal Road from the RAF Bureau just outside Belfast City Hospital along, there's a series. So look, today is a very important day for many, the World Wars and those subsequent wars, and I think that this is not about trying to eradicate the history of them, but it's a way of actually presenting what happened in a way that is respectful and dignified. And I would go further, because some of the work we did in terms of the re-imaging of murals, so there was some criticism. There was some criticism because one of them was a huge big structure of King William of Orange, and people were like, public money's been used for that. And I said, well look, what happened was we replaced paramilitary figures holding guns wearing balaclavas. So the imagery that replaced may not have been to everybody's taste or to their cultural heritage, but what this is about the transition process, where we can have respectful expressions of our cultural heritage or history that does not offend. So, Mr. Speaker, just to move on, we can and should honour bravery, loss and sacrifice, just to speak to Mr. Brett's comments there, but we must do it in a way that upholds dignity, legality and values of shared future. The Good Relations Indicators report of 2024 found that more than 80% of people in Northern Ireland want shared spaces to be welcoming to all. The Commission for Victims and Survivors likewise found strong public support for respectful community-led remembrance. This is not about removing memory, but it is about re-imaging it with the communities where that is needed. Of course, this work must be done sensitively. Mistakes have been made in the past, such as the removal of some plaques by the Housing Executive without consultation. This shows the importance of proper process, engagement and respect. They are all essential if a programme of work such as this is to succeed. If we get this right, Northern Ireland can provide a model for other post-conflict societies, showing that remembrance can become a bridge, not a barrier. Turning to the amendments, we will be supporting the DUP's amendment. We do recognise that there are structures there. This is a strange day for the Alliance Party in this chamber, but we do recognise. We do recognise that there is some really good work going on through the Communities and Transition Programme and structures. And we think that this is probably the best way that work can be continued. We will not be supporting the UP amendment because we think that this reframes our motion into a criminal justice issue, and that risks turning what should really be a partnership approach into a punitive one. The law already prohibits the glorification of terrorism. This motion is about managing our shared space constructively and inclusively. Mr. Speaker, this is not about punishment, it's about partnership, not about erasing the past, but about building a shared future. The best way to honour the dead is by creating spaces the living can share, spaces defined by respect, not rivalry, by memory that heal, not hurt, by remembrance that unites, not divides. This vision is at the heart of the motion, and that is the vision that the Alliance Party will also always support. Thank you.
Call Pam Cameron to move the amendment.
Moved.
10 minutes. Ms Cameron, you have up to 10 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity, and thank the Alliance Party for tabling this motion to the House today. At the heart of this debate lies the question of principle, how we remember our past and the values those acts of remembrance represent. And for the Democratic Unionist Party, that principle is clear and firm. Permanent acts of remembrance and memorialisation must always respect the rule of law and must never commemorate wrongdoing. Everyone in Northern Ireland, from every tradition, should have the right to remember their dead in a respectful, dignified and sensitive manner. But that right must never be misused to glorify violence, terrorism or criminality. And crucially, Mr Speaker, in all that we do, we must ensure that innocent victims are never forgotten and that they are remembered with dignity, compassion and respect. That is the foundation of the DUP amendment before this House today in the names of myself and Mr Philip Brett. Our amendment makes it absolutely clear that glorification of terrorism is hurtful, shameful and wrong. It is hurtful to innocent victims who continue to live with the trauma of loss. It is shameful because it attempts to rewrite history and justify the unjustifiable. It is wrong legally, morally and socially because it undermines everything we have worked for in building a peaceful and a democratic society. Such displays re-traumatise victims and send the wrong message to our young people. And at the same time, Mr Speaker, we will resist any attempt to erase or restrict the lawful commemoration of those who served with honour in our armed forces, our police or other services, or those who gave their lives in defence of peace and order. Respectful remembrance of courage and sacrifice is not the same as celebrating terror, and we must never blur that line. While I acknowledge the intentions behind the Alliance motion and appreciate that the tabling of it today, the wording is for us just a little too broad and too vague, so I welcome the support for the amendment. Also, the phrase references to acts of violence, risk capturing legitimate memorials, including those marking World War service or honouring members of the security forces who were murdered while upholding law and order. We also remain concerned while some memorials are used to mark territory rather than commemorate respectfully. That is unacceptable and contributes to division rather than reconciliation. Clarity matters and principle matters, and we must not allow any process to undermine lawful remembrance or to disrespect the innocent victims whose pain remains so real. Mr Speaker, the DUP recognises the importance of ensuring that any memorials on public land comply with the law. That is why we support determining the need for an audit, not to impose unnecessary bureaucracy, but to understand the scale of the issue and to ensure that enforcement is consistent and fair where planning permission has not been sought. And we know from experience that legacy memorials exist in many communities and that enforcement has often been inconsistent or delayed. Though a targeted audit would allow departments and local authorities to take proportionate and coordinated action while continuing to respect community consultation and grassroots initiatives such as communities in transition. This approach balances the need for lawful compliance with the reality that community-led solutions remain the most effective way to remove harmful imagery and to reimagine public spaces positively. A word on planning, Mr Speaker. Northern Ireland's planning system is of course under significant strain, we all know, with housing infrastructure, health projects already facing unacceptable delays. So while planning law must be applied consistently, we must ensure that the appropriate priority is given to what truly matters. So creating new layers of bureaucracy for a small number of memorials would not be obviously an effective or proportionate use of resources. Our amendment promotes a balanced approach combining compliance with the law and practical, realistic enforcement. One of the most effective ways, of course, Mr Speaker, that we have been tackling the harmful memorials and murals has indeed been through the Communities in Transition programme, or CIT as we like to call it. CIT works directly with local communities, engaging residents, schools, sports clubs and cultural organisations to reimagine walls, spaces and memorials in ways that celebrate shared heritage, pride and creativity, while removing paramilitary imagery and messages of division. CIT's work is careful, thoughtful and inclusive. It doesn't impose solutions from above, instead it brings communities together to consult, negotiate and decide collectively how their public spaces should reflect their values. And the positive results speak for themselves, Mr Speaker. And in my own constituency of South Antrim and Ballyduff, the Ballyduff Community Redevelopment Group led a re-imaging project that replaced previous paramilitary imagery with a multi-panel remembrance mural honouring the Somme. And another example is in Monkstown, a paramilitary badge was removed and the 18th Newton Abbey football team mural was put in its place, which transformed the mural into a vibrant artwork celebrating teamwork, local identity and inclusion. And the project was delivered in partnership with the Monkstown Community Association, the Housing Executive, Clonmel and the PSNI. And then a final example today is in Balmore, North Belfast. Airtastic mural project brought together schools, GAA clubs and local residents to capture history, culture, music and community pride in a positive and lasting way. And these are just a few examples before us today. These transformations happened not because the department ordered it, but because the community chose it. Across Northern Ireland, CIT has helped communities move away from threatening or paramilitary imagery, giving young people safe, positive role models and stories to look up to. And these examples show that bottom-up grassroots initiatives do work far more effectively than top-down regulatory schemes. CIT has delivered measurable improvements in community cohesion, visual environment and cultural pride, and it's precisely this approach the DUP seeks to build upon, not to replace. So, Mr Speaker, the DUP's amendment is grounded in balance, fairness and respect. It upholds the rule of law, it ensures innocent victims are remembered with dignity, it rejects the glorification of terrorism, and it builds on the proven success of Communities in Transition programme. CIT has shown that community-led consultative approaches are the best way to remove harmful imagery while celebrating culture, history and shared identity. Our amendment ensures that these programmes are supported and extended rather than undermined by unnecessary top-down interventions. We want a Northern Ireland where remembrance unites rather than divides, where public art and memorials reflect pride and positivity, and where innocent victims and respect for the law remain central. So, in conclusion, I'd just like to say that progress is not imposed, it is built, and communities are actively building it. So, thank you, and I hope that we can get some more support for our amendment. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Doug Beattie to move Amendment 2. Up to 10 minutes, and please proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'll first of all say that we've got absolutely no issue with the motion at all, and neither with the DUP's amendment, and we will not force a division on either. But, Mr Speaker, I thought, if I can, is maybe be a little bit more direct in regards to memorialisation, because here's a simple truth about Northern Ireland. There are more memorials in Northern Ireland to the perpetrators than there are to the victims. And that's a sad indictment of our society that is the case. Everyone has a right to remember their dead. It's easy said, and we say it all the time, and I'm saying it here now, but it cannot be at the expense of the victims. So let's be honest again. Victims are impacted when they see perpetrators being venerated online, at memorials, in murals, in stone monuments, or in words. What we are seeing continuously is terrorism and terrorists being glorified daily, while those innocent victims find themselves forgotten, marginalised and isolated. Thomas McElwee was a terrorist. He burned a young mother in Ballymena to death. Her name was Yvonne Dunlop. And every year, the glorifying of McElwee in words and deeds and memorials brings renewed grief to his family every single year. Thomas Begley was a mass murderer, yet he has a memorial which celebrates his active service in murdering 10 people, including children. Why as a society do we think that is right? Why do we think that remembering your dead cannot be done without climbing all over the victims? The murder of the members of the Miami show band was an appalling atrocity, and it was perpetrated by those who showed no regard for life. Every year there is a parade to remember one of the murderers, Wesley Somerville. This has a direct and negative effect on those who survived that atrocity and their family. It glorified terrorism, and it is illegal. Brian Robinson murdered an innocent Catholic and was himself then shot by undercover soldiers. Again, a memorial and a parade that celebrates his action is allowed to take place each year. And just imagine what it is like to be the family of that man who was murdered when he sees this man who murdered their loved one being venerated in this manner. Of course, I mention this, and I am conscious, and I will mention this, they had family, and those family still grieve their loss. We must always be mindful of that. But for me, it is the victims we should be focusing our attention on. To that end, we are asking, in our amendment, for the Justice Minister to ensure that the criminal justice system is configured to take affirmative action as laid out in the Terrorism Act 2006 against those who directly and indirectly glorify terrorism. We also propose that other ministers work in collaboration. This cannot be one minister alone. The Infrastructure Minister should take direct action to remove illegal memorials which contravene planning permission. Minister for Communities to lead a programme to support the re-imaging of memorials by removing all imagery and emblems that glorify terrorism and reference acts of violence. Very close to what's in your motion. The Executive Office to give support in coordinating these efforts and conducting an audit, as said, of said memorials in line with the original motion. This can be fixed if we take direct action against those who are unwilling to make the change that is needed to end the glorification of violence. A criminal justice and police intervention, a communities and housing executive intervention, an infrastructure and planning enforcement intervention. Yes, of course.
I thank the member for giving way. Look, you know I'm bringing forward my private member's bill, and when I've raised the issue of flags in this chamber before, you've said we cannot have statutory agencies coming in and doing exactly what you've just said there about removing flags. You said the communities have to be involved. So I just wonder why you're now putting this at the Justice Department as opposed to the communities.
I thank you for intervention. And actually, if you've listened to my words, I wasn't putting this all onto justice, quite the opposite. I literally just mentioned infrastructure. I literally just mentioned the TEO. I literally just mentioned communities. What I'm saying is this is multiple agency faceted, and criminal justice is part of that. What we can't do is ignore what is illegal. Glorifying terrorism is illegal. And what I'm literally saying is, let's stop the illegality. So we're not far apart. But that's just where I am. Have we seen change previously? Yes, we have, and many murals have been re-imaged. I know one, not far away from where I live, which was of Billy Wright in Portadown, just outside a school. It was re-imaged into George Best, and now has been re-imaged into Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. That's very positive, and the community were involved in that, and that's the point that the member makes, and she makes it well. In many ways, Mr. Speaker, the military and the police have led on this, and some of you will know, but what the military did is it took the vast majority of its memorials, the vast majority of them, including those memorials to construction workers who were murdered during the Troubles who worked in military bases, and they centralised them all in Palace Barracks. And if you take yourself to Palace Barracks, you'll see a memorial garden, and you will see memorials which were from right across Northern Ireland. So instead of leaving them there, they put them into a memorial garden. It's private, and people can go and have a look. And the police did the same. And indeed, controversially, the police removed memorials and took them out of view from public view, but they're still there for the police to see. And of course, we have the RUC Garden of Remembrance, which you can go and visit as well. But again, it's not in your face, it's there. So there are things we can do. Is there an opportunity for a single memorial for all victims? I'd say not just yet. But it's something we can look at and strive for in the future. But we're not there yet, and that's a reality. And I need to mention something in regard to FICT. Because I've mentioned this before. I spent 3 years on FICT. I know what FICT did. I know what it talked about. I know where the conflict was in FICT. And I'm telling you, on memorialisation, it was a huge conflict, and nothing was agreed. And if you look at the FICT report, it clearly states the Commission explored a number of aspects relating to memorialisation, remembrance and commemorations, but was unable to reach an agreement. Now, that doesn't matter, because that was the FICT report. We can make an agreement. We can decide which way to go forward. And I think with this motion and this amendment, although I think ours is a little bit stronger, but I'm not going to divide on it, I think with this motion and amendment, I think we can go forward. I think we need to go forward. We need to change. What we simply cannot have, is to walk down the street and see memorials to terrorists popping up all over the place, and victims having to walk past them on a day-to-day basis. We spend a lot of time talking about flags, and I get the private member's bill in regards to flags, but flags can be taken down. You see some of these hard memorials, seriously large structures, they can't, and the victims are traumatised by it every single day. So when I say the FICT Commission did not come up with a series of recommendations, they come up with the recommendations, but it wasn't agreed by any of the political parties or anybody on the FICT Commission. But again, I'm going to say that doesn't matter. We can do it. We can make that decision. But I'm absolutely clear in my mind, and the Ulster Unionist Party are absolutely clear as well. If something is illegal, then the criminal justice system has to act. It has to act. If something has been built on private land and it doesn't have planning permission and contravenes our laws, then we have to act. And if that's through the criminal justice system, then it's through the criminal justice system. If that's through the Department for Infrastructure, then it's through the Department for Infrastructure. If it's through the Department of Communities, then that's who it's through. They have to work together. But what we cannot do is allow these people to do as they wish, illegally, and we take no action. So we are direct, but I make no apologies for being direct in regards to this particular issue. But I hope we don't divide. I think it's a good motion, I think it's a good amendment from the DUP, and we will certainly not push division. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker. All people should have the right to remember their dead in a respectful, sensitive and dignified manner, and I welcome the recognition of this fundamental point within the motion being debated here today. The importance of this should not be undermined in terms of the provision of places for individuals, families and communities where they can gather to reflect, reminisce and remember their loved ones, their history and their stories. As outlined in the Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition report, the process of remembering the dead is both a human and a sensitive one that all communities have in common. Equality should be central to all of our vision for our society, a society underpinned by fairness and respect. This should also mean a society where we are able to deal with difference in a positive and a constructive manner, to demonstrate openness and to show a maturity and respect to all people, regardless of any identity factors. In truth, as outlined by the Ulster University lecturer Ailish Rooney, social identity discourse in diverse societies are integral to local and global histories of nation-state formation and the acquisition of power over political and material resources involved. To that end, I would support the view that we should not advocate to remove existing places which provide a sense of acknowledgement or which provide peaceful closure for communities here who have experienced significant ramifications of our recent conflict. However, we should work to deliver community cohesion, inclusion and equality. We support the adoption of a day of reflection as referenced in the FIC report held on the 21st of June each year. We also emphasise that there is a need to audit of all memorials across the 6 counties, rather than a selective audit that focus on some political identities whilst ignoring others. Reconciliation must equally reflect and recognise the experience of all those in our society. I also believe that there should also be a particular focus on reflecting the stories of women, which are often invisible or largely unexamined in our history. I think the steps by Belfast City Council in recent years to erect statues in honour of Mary Ann McCracken and Winifred Kearney are welcome attempts to address that imbalance. There is no denying that if an audit was carried out on memorials, it would reveal that there is a disproportionate number of Unionist and state memorials in the forms of cenotaphs, statues and plaques. These monuments were often erected during a time when inbuilt Unionist majority that was created as a result of partition. a time when consensus was neither reached or even sought for such memorials. The present should be examined within our changed political dynamics, which has seen the Unionist majority come to an end in successive elections and the election of a nationalist First Minister. I don't want to labour the point, but to emphasise that both those realities, that there exists room to apply a concept of additionality and to work collectively to provide a truly shared space for all of our citizens. It is notable that this motion has also stayed silent with respect to imagery or actions of British state forces and the pain and misery which has been inflicted by their actions to many within our society. This is a glaring omission in a conversation such as this. We must instead create opportunities where all sections of society can tell their story in their own words and have those reflected to provide a more accurate perspective. So let us collectively work to listen to all others and their stories without judgment, to recognise different rationales and the pain people are carrying, and fundamentally to deliver a real process of reconciliation and build a better future for all. Thank you.
David Loughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as others have mentioned, many people in our society feel a deep need to remember those who have died. Memorials can be an important part of that, a way for families and communities to pay tribute, to reflect and to remember. But how we remember does matter. In a society still carrying the legacy of conflict, remembrance must be done in a way that is respectful, lawful and sensitive to others. What might bring comfort to one family can, for another, reopen wounds that are never truly healed. This isn't about one community or another. It is about how we collectively choose to live together after conflict. And if we are honest, we all know that there are memorials and murals across Northern Ireland that would cause deep unease if they were placed in a different area. For too long, the approach to these issues has lacked direction and political courage. There has been no clear process, no consistent standard, and far too often no consultation with the people who must live beside these displays. Many memorials are erected without any lawful authority, appearing overnight in shared or residential areas with no engagement and no planning. That is not how remembrance should be done in a democratic society, and communities deserve to have say in what stands in their streets and in their public places. We also have to recognise that some of these displays are not about remembrance at all. They're about control. They're designed to mark territory, they're designed to intimidate, and they're designed to signal who is in charge. The law is clear on this. Under the Terrorism Act, it can be an offence to invite support for a prescribed organisation. Murals that glorify violence, display weapons, or depict masked men can easily cross that line. These are not expressions of culture. They are hate expressions in a public space, and they give a basis for police action. That is why my colleagues and I proposed an amendment to this motion, but unfortunately it wasn't accepted. But it would have asked the Justice Minister to examine whether the PSNI's existing powers are being properly used to prosecute those who erect and maintain these murals, and whether additional powers are needed. Because the PSNI do have a role here, not simply to observe, but to enforce the law where it has been broken. I also want to acknowledge the work of the Executive's Programme for Tackling Paramilitary Activity and Organised Crime. A comprehensive review was carried out in 2020, leading to Phase 2 of the programme beginning in 2021. The Executive agreed only recently to extend the programme to March 2027, after which it is expected to close. The Ending the Harm campaign has helped raise awareness of what paramilitaries do, but awareness alone won't end their activities. It has now been 5 years since the last review, and I believe another should be undertaken to test whether the current approach is truly reducing the grip the paramilitaries have hold still in some of these areas, because we all know that that grip still exists. Too many people still live under coercive control, where illegal organisations dictate who can speak, who can paint a wall, and who can take one down. There are, however, reasons for hope. Across Northern Ireland, we have seen many paramilitary-style murals replaced with images of cultural, sporting or historical figures, often supported by the Arts Council. That is a positive example of re-imaging, where communities have been able to celebrate their identity in ways that are inclusive and non-threatening. It shows that change is possible when people are supported and take ownership of their own spaces. That is what we need now. It's the political will to build on that, to make sure that remembrance is done lawful, is dignified, is respectful, and that the law is upheld when it is not. We have no issue with people celebrating their culture, but culture and commemoration can never be an excuse for glorifying violence or causing hurt. As we look ahead, we should be supporting communities who want to re-image their areas, who want to move on from intimidation and fear, and who want to live side by side with dignity. Thank you.
Very much, and obviously these are important issues that we're discussing here today. And as been previously outlined within the FICT report, they state that the process of remembering can be a crucial part of people's culture and identity, and indeed that social groups draw upon the past to tell them who they are. The motion rightly acknowledges that people should have the right to remember the dead, an approach that was also recognised in the FICT report when it spoke of remembering the dead as a human and sensitive process that all communities have in common. We see this across our society, be they memorial gardens, plaques or cenotaphs that are in public spaces, at government buildings or indeed within our communities. In Republican areas, this too, like others, include memorial gardens that are located in the communities where there is an emotional attachment and acceptance to them, as those remembered are often from those very communities. These areas provide a space for remembrance and reflection, particularly for relatives, friends and the local community. They are often community initiatives constructed, financed and maintained by the community. Of course, this act of remembrance and reflection takes place right across our community, and these spaces often provide a sense of acknowledgement and reflection to those communities which have experienced and were impacted by our recent conflict. As I've said, these spaces can take many forms, such as gardens, cenotaphs, statues and plaques, and they are located right across all of our neighbourhoods. They also reflect the diverse narratives around the cause and factors that sustained our conflict, and I think it's a recognition that we have a contested past that emanates from that conflict. People who have been impacted by the conflict can often have different lived experiences, and also those that are shared. We may not agree with each other on the narratives and perspectives, but we can listen and understand that others' narratives and the impact the conflict has had as we attempt the process of understanding and reconciliation. I give an example, I suppose, and I know Ciara touched on it, of City Hall in Belfast, and I was directly involved in this, where they looked at the memorabilia within that building that did come from a predominantly unionist perspective because of the history of that time. And there was a process that the DUP, the UUP Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin all sat down on. There was the Historic Centenaries Working Group, and there was also the work done around memorabilia, and I was directly involved in each of those groups. And through that work we came up with a set of principles, and we also came up with an agreement, again, which all political parties, the 5 political parties signed up to, where we could recognise those different narratives pertaining to the conflict and the impact that it had on our history, that we could mark those occasions, and particularly when we looked at the period of the decade of centenaries from 2010 to 2020, and where we done that in an inclusive manner as I say, that respected all of those different perspectives and traditions. It didn't mean that you had to agree with a perspective that you found difficult, but it had a place, it was represented, and it was an inclusive approach. And I do believe that that can be done. That was done then. The fact that Belfast City Hall and all of the parties marked the key occasions of the Ulster Covenant, of the First World War and the Battle of the Somme, but also of the 1916 Easter Rising. And you know what, folks? The sky didn't fall in. People came together and marked those occasions, and then we moved on to the next process, which was around re-imaging. I think if I have time at the end, Philip, no problem. I'm just conscious of my time. So the need for inclusivity, to rebalance and re-represent, I think, can be done. And I know also the Housing Executive's re-imaging scheme was touched on, and it was a successful scheme. It was involved in my own community, and actually the re-imaging murals are still there today, looking at the history in the market. And I think it assisted many communities, and I think what was unique and what made that scheme actually work was that it was a voluntary process. It engaged the communities and built the capacity at that level, and it wasn't an imposition on the communities that it was trying to work with. And again, I think they're important points. I know there was further talk on a day of reflection, and it was just to add that there now is, it was mentioned in the FICT report on the need for this, and I know that Healing Through Remembering do a day of reflection on the 21st of June each year. And I suppose in all of this, when we're looking at these issues, we should be engaged. It should be done in an inclusive way in which communities are at the heart of that. And I think City Hall is a prime example. Thank you.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague for bringing forward this motion. Mr Bradshaw has already spoken about it in quite a lot of detail, but I want to sort of focus on a few points that stand out to me. I suppose at the outset, the Alliance Party is committed to respecting people's right to remember their dead. There can be no doubt about that. Remembrance is important and can certainly have a positive impact in a society such as their own, but we also have to accept that increasingly we are becoming aware of the harms that can be done with memorialisation. Briefly, though, turning to matters of planning, our motion calls that future memorials expressly require planning permission. The DUP amendment calls for a consistent approach to enforcement where planning is not sought. And I think these two things argue the same point. But I do think it's important. It's my understanding that many memorials, depending on nature, size and scale, implicitly require planning permission. Others, such as murals, plaques and so on, would be considered permitted development and don't normally require express planning permission. I believe at this point, and in the other proposals from colleague Ms Bradshaw, that when a formal process is applied to matters such as this, it aids to ensure that a certain amount of toleration and an acceptance is built into it. The fact that a large number of memorials exist without planning permission shows that the current approach is not working. Planning permission for memorials is important for a whole host of reasons. The contentious nature of remembrance is one of them, and the consultation requirements within the planning process can help with that. There are also reasons relating to the safety of physical structures in public space, and it's in everyone's interest to ensure that memorials don't pose a hazard to people's health. So I think guidance in making this requirement more explicit could be helpful. Enforcement around planning breaches would also be a matter for councils, and I think that this remains a sensible approach. However, councils do need clear policy with which to work under, and there's also my experience when brought to council structures, much like Mrs Hargy talks about, on-the-ground solutions can be worked out and agreed upon, and yes, we can get things right sometimes in this place. But as is the way, Northern Ireland goes a wee bit beyond the sterile lab conditions of a policy document. I was struck by the words of the UN Special Rapporteur, Farida Shahid, in the field of cultural rights, who said that in some cases memory, especially if presented in the form of irreconcilable versions of the past, might hurt rather than help a society. And she further said that memorialisations mustn't obscure a contemporary change. I suppose at this point I would just like to make a wee point to Mrs Ferguson when I made about it predominantly being a unionist British thing. I've cycled the border. I turned 40 and it turned 100, so I took a wee cycle around the border, and I must say that in my observations, you know, there's a lot of it's not just a one-sided issue here. There's many memorials of contentious that'll be from the other side too, but I'll leave it at that. Our contemporary challenge is to build a society where we can work together to build a better Northern Ireland where everyone can thrive, where reconciliation and toleration are continually built and worked upon. Indeed, reconciliation and toleration are doing words led by actions, not by way of saying the right thing.
and that's why I'm involved in politics. Many of the memorials we are seeing in Northern Ireland are holding on very firmly to the irreconcilable, the antagonistic versions of our past. What vision of the future are we looking to provide for our children? What kind of attitude towards their fellow citizen are we fostering in them? Respectful memorials or the perpetration of past hurt and glorified wrongs? One commentator on watching yesterday reflected that, and they answered their own question, are our politicians beacons of hope for the future? No. And we certainly can't be beacons of hope for the future if we continually glorify the wrongs of our past and antagonise each other in the process. So I believe that this is about finding a way to remember that helps our society come together a little bit more and build something new and hopeful that helps future generations thrive. The idea of coming together leads on maybe to my last point. The process that we are envisioning in one that supports communities to re-image memorials, and this approach builds on the very successful experience of working with communities to re-image their murals. And it's been a collaborative process carried out with partnership with the community in which these murals are located. And again, a lot of reference to community, and from my understanding, we have to bring communities along here. That's the only way these things do work. The Flags Commission recommended all those involved in memorialising the conflict reflect in the spirit of generosity, reconciliation, respect and accommodation how they do so. Obviously this requires a good deal of goodwill, openness and emotional effort on all sides, and for my part and my party's part, we want to play a positive role in this. Thank you.
Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you know what? It is lovely to be in this House today when we're hearing a voice, one voice around the chamber in agreement that this is something that we do need to work on across Northern Ireland. I believe that what we're talking about today is a step towards healing and progress in this place. I completely support re-imaging our communities. If I was to stand here in front of you and point a gun image at any of you, it would be disgusting. Yet I have that in my constituency on the corners of houses. And I think it's time that we recognise that these symbols, while they were rooted in history, often perpetuate division, fear and territorialism. If we are to build an inclusive, welcoming place for all, we must be brave enough to reshape the visual landscape of our neighbourhoods. The Housing Executive has already begun this journey. As a housing spokesperson, you can understand why I'll focus on this. In West Belfast, the Housing Executive partnered with the Falls Community Council and the Upper Springfield Development Trust to remove the controversial Bobby Sands funeral mural. With £5,000 in funding and support from the Ulster Museum, the mural was carefully taken down and preserved, demonstrating a respectful yet forward-looking approach. This is not about erasing history. It's about relocating it to places of education and reflection, just not in our daily lives. In my constituency, I have housing estates that are very uncomfortable to be in because they have paramilitary-themed murals on the walls. In fact, in 21-22, whenever the review was done, it confirmed that there were 31 political murals on the Housing Executive properties in the council area that I represent, one of the council areas I represent. Those images of men, and it's always men wearing balaclavas, holding guns as if they're waiting to ambush or ready to shoot, are being replaced with panels that include local historical information. And I can honestly say that the relief in the area is tangible. Many people have said to me that this change sends out a clear image that the gun and the threat of violence no longer controls their community. The pressure of the boots on the neck of the community is being lifted. And I just want to comment, Billy Sproul of West Winds Development Association said, "This initiative marks a significant moment of progress in the West Winds estate, emphasising the values of collaboration, cultural renewal and peace building." And this is an area that gets vilified very often as being unpleasant. It's very loyalist, you know, and nobody would want to go in there, it's dangerous. The change for that community is incredibly positive. So I say that we must support the Housing Executive's community cohesion teams to work with communities, not against them. Their re-imaging projects show that collaboration can lead to transformation, but we must go further. Any future memorials or murals in Northern Ireland should require formal planning permission. This would ensure public accountability, community consultation and alignment with shared values. It would prevent the unchecked rise of divisive imagery and promote art that reflects unity, diversity and hope. I don't think that we need to be held hostage by the past anymore. I think we should honour it in museums and classrooms and in respectful dialogue like today, but not on the walls of our homes and streets. The future of Northern Ireland depends on our ability to imagine something better today. And too often, we all know, you ask the authorities to take something down or to remove something because you've been asked to do so by residents, and they say no because they're afraid of the attacks that they may face. I think today in this House, with the support that we have on this, we have to say to all of our public authorities, it's public land, it's public buildings, we are behind you. We want these things removed or re-imaged so that we can have a better Northern Ireland for all. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I won't speak for very long, but I'm pleased to be able to speak on today's motion, and I thank Ms Bradshaw, the Alliance Party, for bringing it. We broadly support what's in the motion. I'm entirely sure there are certain concerns I certainly would have with both of the amendments, particularly the DUP amendment, which actually removes and softens the requirement to audit memorials on public land and talks about just considering an audit. And I don't know why that needs to be softened, but if there's broad consensus on that, I certainly wouldn't. Neither the motion itself nor either of the amendments would have been, were our party to have drafted them, would we have put them in precisely that language, I'm sure, but that is the nature of these things. Lots of what I will say has been said very eloquently already by my colleague Sinead McLaughlin. It is also the case that I would agree with things that have been said by many people who have spoken before. Nearly everybody has talked about the need and indeed the solemn onus on all of us to respect communities, families' right to remember their dead. Remembering our own loved ones is something that is profoundly personal. It's something that's very distinctively Irish of this island. And when I say Irish and of this island, I mean stretching through all of our communities, including British Unionist communities. We take it very, very seriously on this island in all traditions. What's important to say, a couple of things though, we often in this debate conflate the public and the private. When it comes to commemorating, remembering our dead, people we have personally lost or that we have lost in a close communal sense, that isn't the same thing, in my view, as broader society being willing to tolerate any form of commemoration of organisations that those individuals were part of, or indeed acts that were committed by those organisations. I recognise that, by definition, the people that suffered the most in the conflict in Northern Ireland were in working class communities. Almost inevitably, those communities also were the people from whom the membership of paramilitary organisations drew their greatest membership, whether that's the Provisional IRA, the INLA, or loyalist groups. That's true, but it's also true that those groups suffered, that those communities suffered the most at the hands of those organisations. So when we talk about these things and we use words like communities, we shouldn't assume that all of the people in those working class communities were just supporters of the IRA or the UVF or the UDA, because in many cases those were people who suffered at the hands of those organisations. So when we make these broad statements, we should be careful when we talk about remembering our dead that we don't simply conflate communities with individuals. All individuals, whatever organisation they were involved in, whatever path they took in life, whatever reason they died, however they died, their family and those immediately around them and who cared about them deserve to remember them in a solemn and respectful way. We then come on to the question of public memorials. We have a contested history. That was said by Deirdre Hargey, and she's correct. We do have a contested history. We do, however, have an onus on all of us who are public representatives to create structures that enable us to move on from that history. There's a very famous Brian Friel play which is about memory, identity, language and history. It's called Translations. Many people in this room will be familiar with it. And there's a famous line in that play where a character says, "To remember everything is a form of madness." Now, it's said in a slightly trivial way. I don't think that people should be prevented from remembering or even reminiscing about things that they and their community experienced. And indeed, real bitter pain and loss needs to be remembered. But it is also the case that we cannot have a situation where we are legitimising past deeds at the risk of the future. For example, when it comes to talking about the future for unionist politicians, I think it's very important that those people, for example, we were speaking on armistice, they are able to remember people who've lost in that context. I don't think some of what was done by DUP politicians in relation to the insignia of the parachute regiment, it's legitimate to put that up whenever the Bloody Sunday families, who were innocent victims, are hearing about judgments at the High Court in Belfast. I also don't think, Mr Deputy Speaker, as someone who wants to build a new Ireland, that I'm willing to trade off a conversation about a new Ireland at the price of IRA memorials, because that's the past. And though that past exists, and it needs to be understood and it needs to be talked about sensitively, the conversation I am most interested in is the future, and moving on from that difficult past. It should be understood, and people who suffered need to be able to remember that suffering.
Time's up, Mr.
That cannot be at the cost of our future. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the wind on amendment number 2, and I call John Burrows to wind.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We're guided by 3 key principles when we deal with issues of legacy. They are that innocent victims have their integrity and their dignity preserved, that we do not allow history to be rewritten, and that we uphold the rule of law. And that really is the lettering that runs through the stick of rock in our amendment. First of all, let me just say, in terms of innocent victims, that it is entirely wrong that we have people in our society who worry about opening a newspaper or watching TV or listening to the radio to hear about ghouls like Brian Robinson being commemorated. He wasn't loyal to anyone but a small group of gangsters, just as those who were Republican terrorists were evil people loyal only to themselves. And that's why it's so important in our amendment to say that we need to acknowledge that victims are re-traumatised by these memorials. They're re-traumatised by loose language. They're re-traumatised by dealing with the people who inflicted loss, either of a loved one or of one of their limbs, or if their mental well-being is anything other than a criminal. That's why I don't use the language of ex-combatants. They were terrorists. I will give way.
Thank the member for giving way. Not for the first time in this chamber, you've demonstrated that you don't do detail. If you had looked at any of the academic research into memorials, you would know that the word combatants is used as a collective noun, and it was from that place that I took it. This has been a very respectful debate here this evening, but as usual, you've tried to use it for political point scoring, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
There's an extra minute.
I did generously give way. I hope my tone has been respectful. Certainly if anyone reads it in Hansard or is listening to this, I haven't been disrespectful to anyone. And actually, again, it's another attack on my integrity, who's just called out as clearly as can be loyalist and Republican terrorism. So I'll move on. Second of all, we need to ensure, and our amendment strengthens up the motion, not to allow history to be rewritten. And there's an elephant in the room that needs dealt with. And that is that those who were either victims or those who were out in uniform trying to uphold the law are entirely different from those who were terrorists, loyalist and Republican alike. Loyalist and Republican alike. We cannot allow that truth to ever be blurred. That's why this is a good emotion, but our amendment strengthens it. The Shankill bomber was wrong. The Shankill butcher was wrong. There can be no equivalence between them and people who tried to do their job. And see if there was a police officer who did something wrong, like the ones who got involved in the Glenang gang, the UDR members, they are traitors to their uniform. They should be given an additional sentence for the breach of trust. I have never justified any criminality by anyone who wears uniform. But let's just say that again. The people who murdered people at Grey Steel were wrong. That can never be right. It can never be complex. It can never be a narrative. And yes, academics will look at these things from an academic point of view. They were wrong. They went into a bar, they shouted trick or treat, and they sprayed a pub. They don't deserve any memorialisation. And if they're on a memorial, I won't give away any more, that memorial, if it's illegal, should be taken down. And that's where I come to the rewriting, so the rule of law. We have allowed the rule of law in Northern Ireland to be taken and sacrificed in the path of least resistance. Our amendment strengthens it up again. I have farmers who cannot get a farmhouse passed, a hen house passed in their farm, and who don't build it until they get planning permission. And yet we have people who build memorials to terrorists with impunity. How can that be right? How have we got ourselves into that position? How can people on the other side of this House justify it? If they're illegal, bring them down. Don't let them be built again. And that's why our amendment says that there should not just be an audit taken, but that audit should be published. Let us be clear. How many memorials are in our country that are both illegal by the virtue of no planning permission and illegal by virtue of what is on them? Let us see that in black and white. Because the memorials you talk about to British servicemen, they're not built without planning permission. They aren't breaking any law. Just as the An Garda Síochána can commemorate their dead, the Irish Army can commemorate their dead. And I would never tolerate a loyalist who was involved in the Dublin Monaghan bombings having a memorial placed alongside an An Garda Síochána memorial and call them the same thing. That's not a new Ireland that unionists can subscribe to. These are the truths. That's why our amendment is strong. I won't give way, I'm just finishing up. So I'm just going to finish by saying this. Right and wrong are important. We will speak for them. Our amendment strengthens the motion, and I would commend it to everyone.
Thank you. And then I call Philip Brett to wind on amendment number 1, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think it's been a very useful discussion here this evening in which a lot of commonality and common ground has been found. As someone who has the privilege of representing North Belfast, the issue of memorials is something that is very evident right across our constituency. But I want to start off by paying tribute to the work and leadership shown by community organisations right across the board, who have devoted time and sometimes under very difficult circumstances have put their heads above the parapet to try and remove unwanted murals and unwanted insignia. And I just want to put on record firstly my thanks to Queen's Park Women's Group, to Rathkill Women's Group, to Tigers Bay Community Group and to bands in Rathkill who have on every occasion stepped forward to work with the Northern Ireland Housing Executive to have memorials to terrorists removed, to have recruiting posters for illegal paramilitary organisations removed. And they did so, Mr Deputy Speaker, not for thanks or for praise by me in this House. They did so because that is what the local community wanted and they knew that that was the right thing to do. I am slightly disappointed that a representative from the Executive Office isn't here today because I'd hoped that they would come forward and with some good news that the Community in Transition programme may be extended to other parts of my constituency in North Belfast. It does excellent work, but the false barriers in which they have created, I give an example, CIT operates and does great work in the New Lodge, but over the Peace Wall beside it, Tigers Bay is excluded from that CIT work, which makes no sense. These communities come together on a daily basis to work together to overcome the issues, but they are unable to benefit from it. But although we've come a long way in North Belfast, we still have a long way to go. As other speakers have already articulated, we have the unwanted annual Brian Robinson Parade that takes place on the Shankhill Road, which commemorates someone who killed an innocent person. And I can stand up here without fear or favour and say that that is completely wrong and should not take place. I just wish, Mr Deputy Speaker, that others in this chamber could get up and say that the memorial on the other side of the road to Thomas Begley, who blew up 10 of my constituents, men, women and children, should also be removed. However, I think it's important to focus on the progress that has been achieved here today. And Ms Bradshaw, who opened this debate, brought what on these issues is very important, and that is personal experience. And people like Ms Bradshaw in her previous role play a vital role in communities. It's those community development workers who are listening to the community, who are able to bring fresh ideas, bring partners together and source the funding that is required and replace those murals. And it's leadership by the role that Ms Bradshaw and others have played that we have seen across South Belfast, the work that has taken place. Ms Hargey highlighted a really important point, and that was the work that had been done at Belfast City Hall, and that was an agreement between the 5 political parties. But the key to that, Mr Deputy Speaker, was the additionality rather than the removal, and I think that is an important principle in which we should all strive to do, rather than seeking to remove someone's history or something that they hold dear that is legally there in place. We should add to it to ensure it is reflective of all parts of Northern Ireland. So on a rare occasion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to make any party political statements. I'm going to thank everyone here today for their contributions to this debate, and I do think that it sets a useful template, that there is a political consensus that no longer will Northern Ireland be held to ransom to the men and women of violence. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Stuart Dixon to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And Mr Dixon, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And first of all, I'd just like to place on record my thanks, and I think thanks also Paula Bradshaw, who brought this motion today, to every member who has contributed to this debate today. It has been a respectful debate. It's been a conversation, and indeed perhaps a conversation that we may not have been able to have a few years ago in this place or in Northern Ireland. We're on a journey. Philip said that we should be focusing on progress, and that's by and large what this debate has been about this evening. And that journey is continuing. So I want to thank everyone who has contributed to the debate this evening, to Paula for bringing it to the House, to Pam Cameron, to Doug Beattie, who told us that he wasn't going to be opposing the motions this evening, and I think that's very welcome. To Ciara Ferguson, to Sinead McLaughlin, Deirdre Hargey, Andrew Murray, Kelly Armstrong and Matthew O'Toole for all of your contributions. Every community that there are people who still carry the pain and the loss of a loved one. And the right to remember those who have died is something which we should all respect. It's deeply personal, as some have already described, and it needs to be treated with sensitivity and with dignity. And this motion is about how we do that well. It's about ensuring that remembrance takes place in a way that brings comfort and not hurting the grieving. Our public spaces are spaces for everyone, and they shouldn't be exploited by the symbols of division or control. Deputy Speaker, this is a very sensitive issue. Memorials take many forms. Some are roadside tributes to sudden loss. Others are long-standing monuments to events that have shaped our history. Across our towns and estates, there are memorials that mean different things to different people. But there are those that were placed without permission, or carry the imagery which others find painful or disputed in their content or their context. And the aim of this motion this evening, and I think it has been embraced this evening in this chamber, is not to erase anyone's memory or to rewrite history. It's to bring about fairness, transparency, and above all, to care how we mark the past. In the first instance, it's a call to deliver an audit, which will help us understand what exists and under what authority, if any. That will then allow us to take another step in the conversation. It's about guidance, which will help us understand and ensure anything that is created in the future is lawful, respectful and agreed. And a re-imaging programme, which will support communities who want to make positive changes themselves. And many in this chamber have spoken about those real and positive re-imaging programmes that have taken place. I have seen them in East Antrim and I've seen them in my hometown of Carrickfergus. We have seen how they can work. Peace building through the arts, Reimagining Communities programme funded by the Arts Council, the special EU programmes body, and others have showed what can be achieved when communities take the lead. Not when they're being led, but when the community takes the lead. Across Northern Ireland, we have seen gable walls that once carried those divisive symbols that have been transformed into public art, and they tell a different story, a story that shares our history. It takes a lot of hard work and a lot of determination, and some communities take steps forward to reimagine and to replace those murals and walls, and sometimes they're stopped, but they have the tenacity to go on and keep going. It takes a lot of trust between local residents and community leaders and public authorities, but it demonstrates that progress is possible, not impossible. This motion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to be clear, is not about forgetting the past. It's about looking to the future. When communities are supported to reclaim their spaces and to express pride in a way that doesn't exclude anyone, it strengthens the sense of belonging for everyone who lived there. We have examples from local councils that have already developed clear and fair policies for memorials, and their experience can guide the executive as it develops a consistent approach across Northern Ireland, and that's the leadership that we're looking for in this debate. That consistency will protect communities, give clarity to public bodies, and ensure that what stands in our shared spaces reflect the values of all of us. I'd like to really and genuinely thank members who have contributed to this debate this evening. Many have spoken with understanding and with compassion, but at the same time withholding their views. We may see aspects of this issue differently, but I trust all share the same goal: to make remembrance something that helps to heal rather than to divide. If we can get this right, we can give people confidence in their history that is respected, that pain that is understood, and in places that we share, truly open to all. Let this work be guided by respect, by partnership, and by hope. And let remembrance be a bridge between the past and the future, not a wall between our neighbours. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Members, before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would remind you that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. The question is that amendment number 1, standing in the names of Philip Brett and Pam Cameron, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, when I no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment, members, therefore, is made. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, when I no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving on, members, to our next item of business. If those leaving the chamber could do so quietly, please. I know Mr. Butler's waiting eagerly in anticipation here. Item number 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Robbie Butler to raise the matter of on-street parking charges in Lisburn. I call Robbie Butler, and you, Mr. Butler, will have up to 15 minutes.
So moved, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Don't need to move it. Haven't done one of these in a long time. So we'll strike that from the video later on, Mr. Honeyford. Thank the Deputy Speaker for indulging me, and I hope that the Minister will indeed attend. Hopefully she will. But Lisburn remains one of only 2 streets in Northern Ireland where on-street parking charges still apply. And this creates an unfair disadvantage for local businesses and for visitors. And the policy is quite simply archaic. It undermines the vitality of the high streets, pushes shoppers to out-of-town centres with free parking, and contradicts the town centre first approach. A fair and consistent policy is needed. Either all towns are charged or none. And I would propose a first free hour system as a practical first step to support trade, footfall and fairness. Across Northern Ireland, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from Bangor to Banbridge, from Carrickfergus to Derry, Londonderry, people can pull up, park and pop into their local town without paying a penny for the privilege. A lot of P's in there. But yet here in Lisburn, we're expected to treat what is free everywhere else as a luxury. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this isn't about opposing fair management for our roads, it's about consistency and fairness. If charging for on-street parking is truly best practice, why are Lisburn and Newry the only places where it applies? Within a 20-mile radius of Lisburn, not one of the following towns pay: Antrim, Banbridge, Bangor, Cumber, Carrickfergus, Downpatrick, Lurgan, Moira and Portadown. Not even our larger regional cities like Derry, Londonderry or Armagh. That inequality has a real cost. It costs local traders footfall, it costs families inconvenience, and it costs Lisburn a competitive edge. And just in case the Minister was to declare it, I better make a declaration, because I have fallen foul of the redcoats in Lisburn far too many times. And the purpose of this debate isn't for me, it is for particularly the shops and the high street. Mr Deputy Speaker, during the 2020-2021 Chamber of Commerce campaign, Lisburn Chamber, alongside their compatriots in Newry, secured support from the MLA Liz Kimmins, who is now the Minister, and she now serves as the Infrastructure Minister, for the removal of on-street parking charges. And at that time, the Minister recognised the unfairness of the system, and now the Minister perhaps has the authority to finally deliver on that pressure. And what we're asking for isn't unfair treatment. What we're asking for actually is equal treatment. Either that all towns are charged or none. The rules must apply equally across Northern Ireland. And colleagues, we know the High Street is facing its most difficult decade in living memory. Retail habits have shifted sadly online. Energy costs and wage costs are up. Margins are thin. And every single decision that makes it harder for people to come into our towns pushes further decline. We are told we must adopt a town centre first approach. Yet what we see from DFI in this instance is the opposite. Talk of increasing parking prices and removing spaces to discourage car use as a part of an Easter transport plan. That approach might make sense in a city like Belfast, where public transport options are abundant. But in Lisburn, where people come from surrounding villages and rural communities, often having to carry their shopping or their children, and coming with elderly relatives, car access is essential. Out-of-town shopping centres know this, Mr Deputy Speaker. They offer free, unlimited parking and is convenient. They go where parking doesn't feel like a penalty, and rather than supporting local businesses. And we need to make visiting Lisburn as frictionless as possible. Every barrier, whether it's a meter, a confusing app, an overly strict time limit, or the anxiety that I feel, is the app working? Did I get a ticket? It discourages people from coming in to my city centre. 1 hour's parking often isn't enough for a visitor to do their messages, to meet a friend for a coffee, or to browse our independent shops. People shouldn't have to rush back to their car mid-conversation, mid-meal, or mid-purchase. But we have to be realistic about what we can actually do here. We have created a system that favours the quick errand, not the lingering visit. And it's the lingering visit that sustains our high street. For around 60 years, since the Lisburn Chamber of Commerce earliest meetings, parking has been one of the retailers' greatest concerns. And decades later, the same issues still persist. We're still talking about lost trade, frustrated shoppers, and streets that are empty earlier than they should be. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was many years ago a butcher in Lisburn. I worked 6 days a week, and I do have those, I suppose, romantic memories of walking about the town, carrying meat parcels into shops and around restaurants, when the high street actually thrived, and it did. And sadly, we have lost that. We're talking about lost trade. We're talking about a frustrated disconnect with the people who call Lisburn home. So without meaningful action from DFI, Lisburn, like Newry, risks losing the commercial heart that has sustained it for generations. So what do we propose? At the very least, a free first hour of on-street parking. I believe that this is a balanced, common-sense reform. It would encourage people to get back into the city, to take their time and support local traders, and to get to know each other once again. It would not remove enforcement altogether, but it would restore fairness and flexibility. And it would send a clear signal that Lisburn is open, welcoming and ready to compete. Such a change would be simple to implement and widely supported. Public engagement has shown overwhelming public support for a better solution for parking in Lisburn. People want to shop local, they want to support small businesses, and they just need a system that makes that possible. So Minister Kimmins, when was an MLA, as I said, stood with this campaign to remove those charges. Now, as Minister, I hope that she can complete that journey. Lisburn is not asking for charity, we're asking for fairness. This city has one of the most vibrant communities in Northern Ireland. It is consistently rated as one of the best places to live in Northern Ireland. That reputation should be reflected in the vitality of our city centre offering. We should be making it easier, not harder, for people to come here, to shop there, and to belong to Lisburn. Our high street is not just an economic engine, it's part of Lisburn's identity. It's the heartbeat of the community. Every small retailer, every cafe, and on a Tuesday, every market stall contributes to that heartbeat, and every empty parking bay represents a lost opportunity to keep that heart beating stronger. So let us act. Let us end this outdated, unfair policy that singles Lisburn and Newry out. Let us adopt a fair and consistent approach across Northern Ireland, and as a minimum, and as a first step, let us introduce the first hour free of on-street parking, a simple change that would make a world of difference, because when Lisburn thrives, Lagan Valley thrives and Northern Ireland benefits. A fair parking policy is not a small matter, it's a signal of how we value our towns, our traders and our people. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Paul Gibbon. 6 minutes for the rest. Members should have approximately 6 minutes to speak in this debate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my good friend and colleague Robbie Butler for bringing forward this adjournment debate. And I know the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee will also make some comments as well in his role. I'm not going to elaborate further than some of the points that Mr Butler had made. I agree with a lot of what he has said in terms of the importance of our on-street car parking, but this is an issue which has been raised on countless occasions, but he quite rightly highlights that there was a time when the current Minister actively campaigned for these things to be dealt with, and now holds an important role within our executive and has an opportunity to do something and put into place the very issues that were campaigned on as an MLA. And that's the benefit of being able to move from these backbenches into ministerial office. And I look forward to positive announcements today in respect of this adjournment debate. One of the issues that's been raised in the past has been the timing of which enforcement actually comes into operation. So Mr Butler has referenced the aspect to encourage people, but we also have enforcement practices taking place whenever there is ample car parking, because the timings of which it starts in the morning and then concludes in the evening aren't at those peak periods. And I think we can all agree that we want, in those peak hours where people are coming in to go into the coffee shops, to go into the retail centres, you do want to have a flow of traffic, and we don't want to move to a scenario where people will park on street in close proximity to retail areas and they park all day. I don't think that's something that is conducive to enabling our local economy to have that. But I do question why enforcement takes place at certain hours of the day whenever there is not the need for that to take place, because there is often ample parking opportunity. I want to bring a connected issue to the Assembly this evening, and that is, in my view, the abuse that takes place of the blue badges. Increasingly in Lisburn, I have complaints coming to me, particularly from elderly people who are rightly entitled to a blue badge to get accessible parking on those single yellow line, and yet they are not able to get access to it because there are so many vehicles now that are able to avail of that. And I do put a question mark over how some people, one, seem to be able to access that blue badge, and how robust is the test when it comes to mobility. But I also believe there are people who are using the blue badge of a family relative and are placing it in their vehicle and are then leaving it. Very difficult to enforce that and to police it, because you then need to be able to check the person's vehicle and the blue badge. And when I speak to enforcement people, they've actually said, can you turn round the badge so that we can see the image on it? And they refuse to do it. And I think there's a real challenge that we need to try and understand. Is there abuse? Anecdotally, there would appear to me that there is, and people who are entitled to be able to have accessible car parking through the Blue Badge scheme, which is right that it is there, but the integrity of that scheme, I think, does need to be protected, and I have real concerns that it is being undermined, and that is something that I would like to hear more from in terms of the Department for Infrastructure. The Minister may not be able to provide that to me today. I know it's not specific to the adjournment debate, but certainly if in follow-up to this I can get a written response, I would certainly appreciate that. So I very much support the endeavours that's been made by my colleague in this area. It builds upon previous representations that a number of us have made, and certainly collaboratively I think it's something that all of us in the Lagan Valley constituency would support progress being made upon. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call David Honeyford.
Deputy Speaker, and I'm really delighted to speak on this today, and thank my colleague and friend Robbie from Lagan Valley for bringing this tonight, and I also thank the Minister for being with us to listen. Parking, I suppose, might seem like a small issue on the surface, but in Lisburn it is really tied to the life of our city centre, how people use that, and whether businesses thrive, actually survive, is actually as we move forward. Regeneration of our city is something I am deeply passionate about. It's something I've talked regularly in this chamber and in committee. And it is work that I continue to do, to look at repurposing and how can we revitalise Bow Street and Market Square and that kind of area, to bring it sort of forward into the 2025, and as we move forward to 2035, 2045, what does it look like? So in my discussions around the city centre, parking is something that's raised consistently, time and again. So over the last year, I've been asking people for their views in the city centre, and parking has always been part of that. And so I continue to engage and listen to people's opinion, and currently I have a survey on this topic. Quite often you do surveys, and we have an economy committee, we have the FSB coming with the survey for all of the British businesses in the Windsor framework. I've had 4 times the amount of people that have responded to this than did to theirs from Northern Ireland. So that's the amount of level of engagement that we have had. So responses from people who live in Lisburn, who work in Lisburn, who shop in Lisburn, who come from our city and visit our city regularly. These are the voices of people who actually use the place. They're not views or opinions, but real experiences, and their voice is what I want to highlight tonight. Robbie's really well dealt with the round issues, and I just want to put some substance to that, because the message that came back was really, really clear, and I want to highlight just a few of those points. Firstly, it was around cost. So at the moment it's £1 an hour to park in the street. We asked what people thought of that. 2/3, 67% of the people that responded said it was not good value. And a lot of the comments weren't just about the price, but it was about the principle. And people feeling that they were being charged simply to try and keep their local city centre alive. They pointed out that nearby towns, and this has been referenced, Robbie's referenced this, are either cheaper or they don't pay for parking. And we're seeing footfall drop and flow there instead. And we all know what happens when the footfall goes, the businesses and everything goes along with that. The second issue, and it's been raised again, is the 1 hour limit. And this one really, really hit the nerve whenever that was asked. 90% of people that responded said the 1 hour limit was not long enough. And it's absolute sense. I declare an interest as well. I've regularly got one of them yellow badges, stickers on my car. One for 1 hour and 6 minutes for nipping into the office and getting onto a phone call. And I paid it, and that's fine. But an hour does not let you go to the shop. It does not allow you to meet friends, to go for a coffee, to grab lunch. One person in the survey said you go in looking at the time rather than enjoying what you're in the town for. And that tells the entire story. And when we asked the obvious follow-up questions, would 2 hours then work better, or would 2 hours of free on-street parking make you more likely to shop in Lisburn? The answer came back at 82% said yes. 82% of everybody posted said that makes a difference. And much more, so most of those people back said they were much more likely to use their town centre. So it's not a marginal preference, there's a clear ask from local people for something practical that would help. And finally, I want to highlight another issue that has been raised, and actually Paul's raised it, and it isn't about being anti-regulation or anti-enforcement. I've just told you I got a ticket for an hour and 6 minutes. People understand that there have to be rules, but what's come through really strongly from people is the tone of the enforcement. Many people describe it as really too heavy-handed, the kind of approach that makes you think twice about even getting out of the car. If the experience makes you feel stressed, people will simply choose elsewhere. I'm reminded, as Paul was speaking, of an elderly gentleman in the last month who come into my office, who had a blue badge, was parked just outside, and he left his grandkids in the car to go to the bank. And when he came back from the bank, his grandkids had lifted the picture to look at him on the picture and turned it upside down. Just there's the same way up, but upside down. And he got a ticket because the badge wasn't sitting clearly for people. That's the kind of tone that we need to call out and need the change. So we're asking the department to review on-street parking on a couple of issues, and I do genuinely thank the Minister for joining us and listening to all of us as we raise these issues. But there's two issues that we need. I would actually say we need 2 hours free parking on street, and at the very least extending the minimum stay to 2 hours. Those are things we absolutely need in Lisburn. And secondly, it is that piece. We all understand there needs to be enforcement, and Paul referenced it, and I agree that we don't want to have a place where we need people to move on as well, and to keep that flow of people coming through the city. But we need to ensure enforcement supports our town.
Time's up.
So thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Cathal Boylan.
I welcome the opportunity to speak to this debate, and I realise that the Minister and constituency colleague is well familiar with this in respect of Newry, and it doesn't surprise me that Mr Honeyford stayed 1 hour and 6 minutes and got the fine. That doesn't surprise me, you know. But I want to speak today as my party spokesperson on transport, but also as a constituency MLA who fully recognises the issues that the debate sponsor is raising. It is clear to us all that our town centres and high streets are very different places to what they were when the original restrictions on parking were developed. With the greater consumer use on online shopping, our high streets are challenged to attract people into retail units and shops. It is therefore welcome that we have this adjournment debate today to put a focus on what could be explored to encourage people into our towns and high streets and not to deter them. I have to say that having spoken with the Minister on this topic and knowing how aware she is of the issues facing constituencies like Lagan Valley and like our own, and I'm certain that she is keen to play her part to create a busier shopping culture for business, not just in Lisburn, but in Newry and right across the north. A certain degree of flexibility in parking restrictions is needed around the time that people can spend park in the one spot to help attract them to nearby businesses. But we also must ensure that any future flexibility does not leave the same businesses at the detriment of long-stay parking, quite possibly for a full day, as many other members have mentioned, which also creates challenges for our town centres and high streets. So, Lascan Corlia, I welcome the opportunity to speak today. I think it is an important topic, and I hope that the Minister can, in the future, work to ensure her department is supporting our town centres and high streets to flourish.
Thank you. Call Justin McNulty.
I thank the member for Lagan Valley for bringing this important motion. I know my colleague Pat Catty, who has campaigned relentlessly in this for many years, will be pleased that this motion has been discussed in relation to Lagan Valley and Lisburn. I rise today to speak on the matter of on-street parking charges. The issue plaguing Lisburn is one that also is impacting people in Newry. The people of Newry who are required from the outset to pay for on-street parking. Between January 2024 and June 2025, there were 372 parking tickets issued for every 1,000 residents in Newry, the highest number of tickets issued per capita in the north. This over-enforcement is rooted in Newry's controlled parking zone status. This is unfairness, plain and simple. Why should people in Newry be subjected to heavy-handed enforcement? Between 2023 and 2025, 763 penalty charge notices were successfully appealed in Newry Morning Down Council area. The fact that such a large number of these tickets were able to be successfully overturned further emphasises just how excessively these charges are meted out. It should not be the responsibility of the people of Newry or Lisburn to appeal these baseless tickets in order to avoid fines. It is the responsibility of the Minister of Infrastructure to ensure that people are not taken advantage of by overzealous enforcement. In 2021, Minister Kimmins MLA called on the then Minister, and listen, I have to say a thank you to the Minister for being present here today to hear this important debate, but in 2021 she called on the then Minister of Infrastructure, Nicola Mallon, to address this issue. She stated the following, in the Minister's words: "I believe that allowing for a trial," Miss Kimmins' MLA's words, "I believe that allowing for a trial for 1 hour free on-street car parking will be a happy medium between supporting our businesses and enforcing parking. This would provide a more level playing field and support our local businesses who have been hard hit as a result of the COVID pandemic by encouraging increased footfall in our city centre." In 2021, Ms Kimmins said this. Newry Bid have felt that their views and their views of local traders are being ignored by the Department of Infrastructure as no time-framed review has been agreed to. The Minister said this in 2021. In an Assembly question I submitted that was answered on October 7th, the Minister for Infrastructure, Ms Kimmins, stated that she currently has no plans to consider the removal of the controlled parking zone in Newry, nor to commence a trial for 1 hour free on-street parking. Minister, why the sudden change of heart? Why the vote fast? Why the U-turn? Why change your stance on this issue? Why change your stance on this issue when you have the power of your ministerial post?
Mr. McNulty, Mr. McNulty, one second, and I don't want to rise given the tone of the debate and the constructive tone. I'm going to remind you that we are speaking here about on-street parking charges in Lisburn. It's courteous to remember the member who was granted the adjournment debate was done so to discuss that topic.
The 1 hour parking zone in Lisburn is exactly as the 1 hour parking zone in Newry. So, the Minister said that
Except one's in Lisburn and one's in Newry. Okay.
Yeah, the same principle. In the Minister's words from 2021, we should be trying to uplift local businesses by encouraging people to visit the city centre, not punishing those who do with undue charges. Traders' businesses in Newry are angry about the parking regime in our city, discouraging trader shoppers from coming in, and in Lisburn, from coming into the city centre and going on to other places where parking is more accessible. The Minister has also yet to respond to my Assembly question asking for a breakdown of the total revenue received by her department for every £1 spent by consumers on parking using third-party apps and booking platforms. Without this transparency, it's hard for people to trust the merits of these parking charges against the cost borne by consumers. I call upon the Minister for Infrastructure to stick to her word, to reconsider the controlled parking zone status of Newry and of Lisburn. I strongly urge the Minister to support the trial of, as suggested by herself, of 1 hour free parking in Newry and in Lisburn and in other controlled parking areas to still achieve better goals of parking turnover and sharing of urban spaces while allowing people sufficient time to park and enjoy our cities without charge. Lisburn residents, Newry residents, shoppers, traders, visitors are not asking for anything special. They're asking for fairness, and they're asking for the Minister to let them compete on a level playing field with fair parking policy and 1 hour free parking. Minister, be true to your word and introduce the 1 hour free parking. That's all we're asking for.
I'm now going to call Peter Martin, and I don't think he's speaking in this capacity. I'm going to mention he is Chair of the Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm just speaking in my capacity as a DUP MLA here who leads on infrastructure, and I certainly have learnt a lot from the debate this evening. I did learn a lot about Lisburn and Newry, and I'm really worried I'm going to incur the wrath of you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I use the word Bangor as much as my colleague across the way used the word Newry. So I will be very cognizant of that. But
been said.
I don't think I'm going to make that bar, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I'm aware of the situation in Lisburn. I'll make some general comments around it. Certainly, as I approached this debate, I learned that there were 240 on-street car parking spaces within the control zone that Mr. McNulty was referencing, and I too have fallen victim to this, not in Lisburn, certainly not in Newry, but in Bangor, where my office is just across the way from an on-street car park, and I would have to admit that I have got a ticket twice. The challenge for me is how I managed to pay that without my wife finding out about the ticket, so I have to be very expeditious in terms of that. We are incredibly fortunate in Bangor in that we have free parking in these areas, and it does not affect our residents the same way as it does in Newry or in Lisburn. And certainly the impact of that is it does encourage people to come into the shopping areas and shop, which is obviously what we all want to do, and has been reflected in this debate already. It's incredibly important to keep the high street open, is to keep that traffic flowing through. And there are a range of views. Mr. Honeyford reflected some of those this evening, and I think we do have to be cognizant of ensuring from a business perspective that throughput is maintained. So if we just transferred all that car parking and said, look, you can park here 4 hours free, I think businesses at that point will come back and say, well, that's too long, because those spaces need to be freed up so that other people can come in and shop in the area. And let's bear in mind that these local businesses are competing with large out-of-town shopping centres who offer completely free car parking. And in many cases, whilst they may say 4 hours, it's as long as you want it to be. I also have a question for the Minister. I'm very cognizant she may not know the answer to this, so I'm more than happy for her to get back to me in writing. But Minister, last month you did signal a new car parking enforcement contract. And I'm going to quote you here and say that you stated it will enhance the overall user experience of car parking in Northern Ireland. And I was wondering if you'd be willing and able to outline what you feel this particular strategy will achieve. And I know that's something that perhaps the committee will be having a look at. I definitely think that there are areas of compromise, and I would agree with my colleague beside me and others in this debate this evening that actually this idea of 1 hour free car parking might be where we should land on this. We do know that our high streets are under enormous pressure from internet shopping and, to a degree, from out-of-town shopping. So whatever else is taken away from this debate this evening, I suppose a point that I would like to make is that we have to listen to the traders who are in our town centres and how we not only support them, but we also facilitate the best shopping experience that we can for them. And we're all aware, and has been mentioned this evening, about the concept of shop local, and sometimes it's hashtag shop local. And this is incredibly important for towns like Lisburn and my own in Bangor. But I just think as we have that slogan in our mind, I think we also have to keep the focus on how do we facilitate our constituents who want to shop local, who want to go into the towns, who want to buy a coffee or a bun or buy some produce, and how do we best facilitate that? And certainly this idea and this concept that Mr. Butler has mentioned this evening of perhaps an hour free parking at the start of that entire period would be one way of achieving that. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and all members who have spoken. I'm now going to call on the Minister for Infrastructure to respond.
How long do I have, Speaker? 10 minutes. And can I thank Robbie Butler for bringing this debate, because
which may come as a surprise. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to speak on this because it is an issue I've been raising for many, many years, because I work extremely closely with the businesses, particularly in my own constituency, and have done consistently throughout my time, not just as an MLA but as a councillor. And I've also worked in Lisburn in the health centre, and I've said this to some of my colleagues from Lagan Valley. So I too have fallen foul to coming out from work and going out to calls and as a social worker and having a lovely ticket on my windscreen. But look, I suppose I have a note in front of me, and I'm probably going to go way off that, because I think that everything that has been said here this evening is absolutely where my head is at and has been for some time. I suppose going back, I've been trying to research and look at how did the controlled parking zones come into place in the first place, and they were introduced back in 2008 at the call from local businesses, because there was a significant issue, particularly in Belfast, Lisburn and Newry at that time, with parking congestion and people being unable to get parked. So that process took place, and a consultation and other procedures had to be followed, and as a result the controlled parking zones were introduced, and trying to in an effort to support business. And I think particularly up until probably the early 2010s, that period, it worked quite well. But since then we've seen dramatic changes in our town centres and how people shop and all of that. So now I think we're very much in a space where people don't have the same incentives to go into our town centres, particularly those like the ones we have mentioned here this evening, which have changed, and the nature of how we all shop, be it moving online or going out of town options, can seem more attractive to many in the very busy lives that we all live. And I think we've been very strong in terms of our town centre first approach right across the north. So I think we have to look at the changes that have occurred over those years. But whilst my constituency colleague here was very vociferous in his advocacy for parking, the removal of parking charges or 1 hour free parking, I'm delighted he's been able to find the quotes, because unlike some, I'm consistent in what I say. So back in 2021, when I was raising this with his colleague, who was the SDLP Minister for Infrastructure at the time, I did ask for a trial of 1 hour free parking in responses to the asks from local businesses. That trial never came in the time that she was in post. In fact, I didn't get the support of my constituency colleague at that time for that demand. And I quote, when I raised it with the Minister in the Chamber on one occasion out of many occasions, and all of them are on the record, the supplementary that came from the member on the bench said that he welcomed the roadmap for a resolution, which we haven't yet seen, that roadmap 4 years later. Parking is an issue for some traders and businesses, but there are other issues. So I think whenever you were checking when you're checking my quotes, you should have checked your own.
A different roadmap is a different.
No, actually they didn't. I did it myself. So what I will say, and I'm not being facetious when I say this, when I commit to something, I absolutely commit to it. And I do listen to businesses, and have been for a long, long time. So the first opportunity I got when I came into this post 9 months ago, I asked for a meeting with officials to look at what options were available. I recognise it's not as straightforward as me lifting the regulations tomorrow. There's a legislative process, and I have been back and forth, and my officials will attest to this. I've been back and forth to look at what we can do, but we also have to strike a balance, and I think some of the members here today have articulated that very well. When I'm speaking to businesses in recent weeks, including just in conversation, they don't want a free-for-all either, because that's not conducive to keeping trade moving. They want, no, but I'm not saying anyone's saying that, but what we need to do is look at how can we test this, how can we test the change, and that's something that I am currently looking at. Yes, I'd said there's no plans, because I don't have a plan at present. We're currently working through options, because we want to see what is the best way to test this out, so that we can reflect the needs of businesses and also reflect the needs of shoppers and people who want to come into our town centres. Because my office, like yourself, is on one of the main streets in Newry, So Cahill will test this when he comes for a meeting. We probably get a lot of people actually just come straight from their car into our office to see can we help them to appeal a ticket over many, many years. So look, I'm acutely aware of the real concerns out there for businesses and for traders at a time when I think they have just been suffered blow after blow when we've hit with COVID, then we've got cost of living crisis, we've seen the growth of online shopping, the growth of out of town retail, and that all has had an impact. And this, I think, is something that I do want to look at, but I want to look at it sensibly so that we can test it. At present, I'm looking at something that we could maybe do over the festive period, and I think the point around the difference between Belfast and Lisburn and Newry is very, very pertinent, because I think Belfast does have the glider, it has all different public transport options that people generally, I don't think, will even want to travel in by car, because they like that flexibility. There's good public transport. We've recently introduced the late night transport, so there are many more options. But for people in the likes of Lisburn and Newry, specifically, that is not always the case. So we don't want people to feel under pressure, and I think as well, and members can disagree with me if they feel. I think generally most people don't mind paying for parking, but it's more the pressure of having to rush back to your car if there's an added £45 or indeed £90 fine on that. So look, I suppose what I'm saying, I'm very, I've enough to get through here, so I want to finish because I am tight for time. But I think I'm acutely aware that we need to do something. I have some options with me currently that we're looking at and back and forward. I'm trying to do something around the Christmas period, if possible, and obviously something that doesn't require having to change legislation, because that's obviously a lengthy process. But I think it is important to reflect on why this came into place in the first place. And it was because there was a need. But we're now in a very different space, and I recognise the need to reflect on that and review how beneficial that is. I suppose just to reflect on some of the questions, Paul Given had raised the issue around blue badges and the abuse, and I agree with you, it's very difficult to police that as such. Traffic attendants are trained to identify where there is a misuse of a blue badge, and they do take enforcement where they're able to evidence that. In fact, there's a full-time traffic attendant in Belfast who deals with that specifically in terms of detecting fraudulent use, but I do recognise it is a challenging space, because how do you challenge someone on fraudulently using their blue badge? However, if they are using it for someone that isn't with them, their photograph is on the badge itself. So I would imagine that is key to determining that. In relation to the change of contract, so the new contract started on the 1st of November, and that is for the app, so people can buy time rather than having it running indefinitely and actually overpaying for time because they forget to switch it off. So hopefully that will be beneficial. But look, as I've said, I think there's a balance to be struck. I've already said that. Very quickly.
Used up all the time in Newry. 2 points, Minister, just in terms of what you're hoping to do, would it be for this festive period? And secondly, would you be open to looking at the fines, rather than a £45 fine, looking at something like a £5 per hour fine that adds on every hour that someone's late, that doesn't discourage people from staying in, even for an hour, to spend that hour shopping?
I think that's actually a very good suggestion and something we can take away. So yes, I'm keen to try and do some initiative around the festive period now. I'm still kind of working out what that looks like, because I am very restricted in terms of the time frames and what can be done without requiring legislation. But I want to, if I'm able to do that, I do intend to take something forward that will allow us to test any flexibility around this to see, does it work? I mean, if it's absolute chaos and traders are coming back and saying this isn't working, then so be it. But I think we have to find a way of testing it and coming back, because the other side of it is, at a time, and the Minister on the opposite bench will be able to empathise with this, I'm sure, at a time when public funds are very limited, this is also something that's going to take out revenue that we probably have accounted for. So on balance with that, now we have figures about what the impact of that would be. However, I would also argue that you could potentially increase more people coming in. So if they're still paying for parking, now I'm not an accountant, but that's why I feel we have to test it and kind of get a real sense of of the implications of it. So my commitment to members here today is I absolutely hear everything that everyone has said. It's something that I have been strongly advocating on for many years, as I've said, and I still hold that position, in that I recognise we need to listen to traders, we need to listen to the wider community, and we need to see what we can do to give people a leg up, essentially, and help us to revitalise our town centres, bring people in and show them that we are all open to business, they don't need to go out of town, and really bring our town centres back to life. And I'll keep members updated as I progress through the options that I'm looking at. So,
Minister, thank you for that response. Members, the Assembly is adjourned.